Dream, which was by Dream Boy, bred by Anthony and Michelle Logan, owned by the rider. She recently had some success in February at Woodhill Sands in the Tertiary Series, and she also at Wairarapa Jumping in January 2022. She must have had a few more placings than that because she's sitting at the top of the leaderboard on 56 points. And that's not going to be pleasing. One rail down for her. So she will be a bit disappointed with that. I think could be anyone's game today. She's just sitting 10 points ahead of Jenny Lee Rose, who unfortunately is scratched. And we'll see how the others come through. Oh, unfortunately, that's 3 rails for Michaeli Head. They'll put her out of the jump off. So that's disappointing for her. She was at the top of the leaderboard. She might just hold on to it, though. The next combination is 12 points behind, so it might just be enough to keep her at the top of that leaderboard for the series for the year. So we've got 5 combinations coming back for the jump off. Pippa Smythe with Liberty KL, Amy Gibbs and Steffield's candidate, Ike Baker with Zarina, Alexandra Mitchell and Kelton William, and Samantha Meg Chelsea with Rata Mill Eclipse. Back for the jump off in the main event's Tertiary Series Grand Final, sponsored by Nations Event. We've got the Nations Event bar here, which is a great site, and looking forward to catching up with a few later in there. So first out will be Pippa Smythe and Liberty KL. Pippa rides Her horse, she was first out in the first round, so they must come back in the same order, and they come back in reverse order of points. So the leader of the series comes out last. You get the picture there. Amy Gibbs will be second out with Steffield's Candidate. She's currently in 8th place on the leaderboard. Ike Baker with Zarina sitting in 7th place on 20 points. Not going to be enough to take out a series win, but he'll probably get a series placing, which will be good for Ike. Alexandra Mitchell and Kelton William, they sit in 4th place on 28 points. Samantha Meg Chelsea and Rata Mill Eclipse in 3rd place on 44 points, and she'll be the last out to come out in the jump off. The leader of the series, Michaeli Head and Belloc ST, had a disappointing round, 12 faults for them, so they'll be a bit disappointed in that. They won't be in the jump off today, but it might just be enough to keep them at the top of the leaderboard for the series for the season. That's the bell for our first rider out. Pippa Smythe and Liberty KL. Well, just the 4 faults. The last rail came down for Pippa Smythe and Liberty KL. 52.84 on the clock and 4 faults. Next to go, we'll have Amy Gibbs and Steffield's Candidate. 47.59 on the clock for Amy Gibbs, and all clear. So that's the time to beat for now. And we'll see how we get on with just the three combinations left to ride. Ike Baker next on course with Zarina. All right, Ike Baker, 4 faults and a time of 51.87. Currently puts him in second place on that, but 2 left to ride, 3 left to ride, perhaps even. Alexandra Mitchell next on course with Kelton William. All clear for Alexandra Mitchell and Kelton William, but a time 50.56, still not fast enough to beat Amy Gibbs and Steffield's candidate, sitting on the leading time of 47.59. All right. Sam Migglesea and Rata Mill Eclipse is the second to last combination to go. Oh, great round there for Sam Megalese with 45.05 on the clock. Rata Miller Eclipse. That catapults her onto the top of the leaderboard with just one combination left to ride, Michaeli Head and Balak ST. All right, we've got the placings here. Sam Megalese and Rata Mill Eclipse will take out the class first place in 45.05. Amy Gibbs with Steffield's Candidate second in 47.59. Alexandra Mitchell and Kelton William third, all clear 50.56. And in fourth place, Ike Baker and Zarina, 4 faults in a time of 51.87. First. Oh, that's quite loud. Well, can hear myself right in that speaker. All right, we're in the presentation area now with Rupert Valance representing Main Events. He's presenting the rugs and the garlands and the Main Events rosettes. It's quite a procedure when you win one of these classes. There's all sorts of things going on. So our winner was Sam. Now, we're going to have a little lesson here because no one ever gets this right. So how do we pronounce your surname?
Micklesey.
Micklesey. There you go. How am I going to remember that? Okay, congratulations, Sam. It was a great round. And you're sitting in second place on the leaderboard. How did you think it went today?
I'm stoked. She's so clever. Yeah, we can always rely on her to be quick in a jump off. So,
yeah, you did a great job. Poor old Amy there. She was leading from the start, but all good. It was a great round. So tell us a little bit about your horse.
I started her myself. This is her 3rd season show jumping. So, yeah, she's bred at the Radamill start and couldn't be happy with how she's turned out.
Fantastic. Good luck, and I hope those points work out all right for you as you go through. At least you'll definitely be second if you haven't caught up on the leaderboard. Well done. Second place went to Amy Gibbs and Steffield's candidate. Third to Alexandra Mitchell and Kelton William. As opposed to what? Yeah, you just bossed me. There you go. Helping Rupert with the presentation is Penny Borthwick for Nations Events. They're a sponsor of this class. Thanks to Liz and her team. I'm sure you'll see them in the bar later. Fourth place, as I said, Ike Baker and Zarina. Fifth was Pippa Smythe and Liberty KL. He never could stand still, that horse. Do you want Okay, so thanks again to Main Events, Rupert and Anne and Victoria and the team. Really pushed through this tertiary series and got it included into the other tertiary institutions. Has seen maybe other tertiary institutions which has seen an increase in competitors. So well done to all those riders. We'll let them canter off now and take out the last class of the season in the tertiary events series grand final, sponsored by Main Events and sponsored locally by Nations Events. Congratulations to Sam Megalese and Rata Mill Eclipse, first place in a time of 45.05. Second, Amy Gibbs and Steffield's candidate. Third place to Alexandra Mitchell and Kelton William. Fourth was Ike Baker and Zarina. Fifth, Pippa Smythe and Liberty KL. And in sixth place, Michaeli Head and Ballack ST.
Inland Coachwork Junior Rider Series Grand Final, co-sponsored by Good Farmers New Zealand. Just to run through the first half dozen starters for you: Donatella Braveheart at 1, Our Finn at 2, Stormy Weather at 3,
Well done.
at 4, LT Holst Call Blimey, 5 will be Miss Lindauer, and 6 Caratino Jewel. That's the first 6 starters for the Mainland Coachworks Junior Rider Series Grand Final.
We believe New Zealand grain growers are amongst the best in the world, if not the best in the world, and therefore they produce top quality grains. That's especially important to Dunstan. Quality is uppermost in our minds. That quality then translates into the Dunstan horse feeds that we manufacture.
PGG Wrightson Grain have had a relationship with Dunstan for over 30 plus years. So the role that we play is actively sourcing growers to grow products for Dunstan and for us to market and supply that directly into their market.
We farm a 240 hectare mixed cropping farm at Bar Hill in Mid-Canterbury, and this is a crop of L5 white oats. PGG Wrightson have been part of our contracting procedure for a number of years. When the oats are harvested, we endeavour to move them on as fast as possible. PGG Wrightson find the best markets for us. With this, New Zealand grown and sustainability in our farming system, I think the industry looks pretty good on an arable side of things.
We grow wheat and barley, all for feed, in Canterbury, New Zealand. With PGG Wrightson's grain, we rely on them to help us grow, breed in the varieties that we grow and assist us in the selling of it as well. It starts with soil nutrition and then choosing the right varieties to suit where we are. And this variety Tavern, it seems to do that for us and still has the quality at the other end for the users. It feels really great to know that our products are being produced into horse feed.
I've been growing maize and running our business for about 40 years. New Zealand's a great agricultural country and we grow great crops, and it's really good to see our grain fed to our horses and animals and know that it's good quality and grown in a good environment. We really appreciate PGG Wrightsons have linked us up with Dunstan. It's really good to know the end users that are using and appreciating our grain.
To us, it's very important that because we're a New Zealand owned and operated company that we support the New Zealand arable industry.
We're really proud of the fact that we're supporting Kiwi farmers and Kiwi end users in New Zealand.
Now, riders for the junior riders, of course, hasn't officially been opened yet for walking. The junior rider course has not been officially opened for walking.
Wow, this is sensational.
What a finish. So many tens.
Oh my goodness, can anyone catch her?
That was amazing. That was something to behold.
Life is just a dream away. Right here is where I want to stay. 24 hours with not much to do. Relax, sit back and enjoy the view. Blissed out, sitting in clover, nothing much to do.
You've improved your lifestyle. Now improve your... Insurance with FMG, the rural and lifestyle specialists.
We believe New Zealand grain growers are amongst the best in the world, if not the best in the world, and therefore they produce top quality grains. That's especially important to Dunstan. Quality is uppermost in our minds. That quality then translates into the Dunstan horse feeds that we manufacture.
PGG Wrightson Grain have had a relationship with Dunstan for over 30 plus years. So the role that we play is actively sourcing growers to grow products for Dunstan and for us to market and supply that directly into their market.
We farm a 240 hectare mixed cropping farm at Bar Hill in Canterbury, and this is is a crop of L5 white oats. PGG Wrightson have been part of our contracting procedure for a number of years. When the oats are harvested, we endeavour to move them on as fast as possible. PGG Wrightson find the best markets for us. With this, New Zealand grown and sustainability in our farming system, I think the industry looks pretty good on an arable side of things.
We grow wheat and barley, all for feed, in Canterbury, New Zealand. With PGG Wrightson's grain, we rely on them to help us grow, breed in the varieties that we grow and assist us in the selling of it as well. It starts with soil nutrition and then choosing the right varieties to suit where we are, and this variety Tavern it seems to do that for us and still has the quality at the other end for the users. It feels really great to know that our products are being produced into horse feed.
I've been growing maize and running our business for about 40 years. New Zealand's a great agricultural country and we grow great crops, and it's really good to see our grain fed to our horses and animals and know that it's good quality and grown in a good environment. We really appreciate PGG
Mainland
Wrightson's
Coach
have linked us up with
Limited, who
Dunstan.
sponsor
It's
the
really
Junior
good to
Rider
know the
Series.
users that are
It's an
using and
established
appreciating
coach
our
building
grain.
business, specialising in.
To us, it's very important, because we're a New Zealand owned and operated company, that we support the New Zealand arable industry.
We're really proud of the fact that we're supporting Kiwi farmers and Kiwi end users in New Zealand.
Both Rodney and Paul believe in good communication and a great service. They talk, you talk, they listen. That's Mainland Coachwork, the sponsors of the Junior Rider Series. Local sponsor for the class is Good Farmers New Zealand. Good Farmers New Zealand has been formed to champion quality through sustainability, to promote animal welfare, foster the kaitaki of rural environments. Their aim is to provide the finest quality natural products to consumers. Good food grown on good land and nurtured by good farmers. For more information, you can visit their Facebook page. That's Good Farmers New Zealand, co-sponsors of the Mainland Coachwork Junior Rider Series Grand Final.
Am I giving her the bell now?
And we're all set for a start now with the Mainland Coachwork Junior Rider Series Grand Final, co-sponsored by Good Farmers New Zealand. And in the arena we have Donatello Braveheart and VN Downs. Currently sitting in 37th position on the leaderboard.
My clock. I need a clock though, don't I? So it will turn over when it hits. Let's go now.
VN comes from Greytown. She's 17 years of age. And Donatello Braveheart is an 8-year-old bay gelding by Braveheart Smith & Wesson and was bred by Bromwell Cook. A jump vaults here for VN with Donatello Braveheart. And in the arena now we have Our Finn and Caitlin Rennie. Caitlin comes from Palmerston North. She's 18 years of age, and Our Finn is a 14-year-old grey gelding by Senator VDL out of Colleen, who was by Kingsway Diamond.
So
A jump vaults also for Caitlin.
all right, 8 jump vaults there for Caitlin Rennie and Our Finn. Sorry, just having a couple of technical difficulties there, but we're all good now. So 8 vaults for the first 2 rounds. We'll move now to Grace Claver and Stormy Weather. Grace from Rotorua. She's a student. She's 16 years old, and she's been riding since she was 5. Her horse, a 9-year-old piebald gelding, Pinto, and owned by Mel Claver.
And on the journey now from
That's
Rotorua,
a
we
bit
have
of a
Grace Claver with
first rail down there,
Stormy
fence
Weather.
for Grace and Stormy Weather.
Stormy Weather is a 9-year-old gelding owned by Mel Claver.
Comes around to the wall, the big jumping Wairarapa wall. Oh, lucky at first at 9A. Give it a bit of a rub. And 4 faults at 10. So she'll finish her round on a total of 12 for Grace Claver and Stormy Weather.
Stormy Weather.
Right, in the ring now we
And
have
move on
Millie
now
Walden
to LT
and LT Holst Core
with
Blimey. Millie's
Millie
got 2 horses in this
Millie is a
class,
year
so this is her
13
nominated
student
horse.
at Woodford House.
And she'll ride her non-nominated horse at the end of the class.
And
So
LT Holst
how this works
Core
is
Blimey
normally
is
you have to, the series final event has to be run in reverse order, but when they've got more than one horse, it gets a wee bit tricky. So those with 2 horses will ride after Emma Gillies, who is the leading rider in this class at the moment. And that's the bell now for Millie Walden. And Millie's from Hawke's Bay. She's a student at Woodford House. She's in her 3rd season in the Pony Grand Prix series and has been riding in the junior rider perhaps this year and last year. She rides the 8-year-old Brown Gelding, a Holsteiner by Corofino 2 out of LT Holst Auntie Annette, bred by LT Holsteiners and Ewan McIntosh and owned by her father Dirk and Ewan McIntosh. Nicely ridden. Down through the treble for Millie. Nicely done. Just as the rain starts to come in, there's a bit of a skiff coming across there. Oh, just got a bit deep into number 10. That's a shame because the rest of the round has been absolutely stunning. So just a couple of rails there at the end. She'll finish on 8 faults. Time is good, 72.52, and time allowed is 83.
Millie with LT Holst Core Blimey.
Right. Ella DeLu is next with Miss Lindauer. Ella is a student at St Peter's in Cambridge. She's 17 years old. She rides this 13-year-old bay mare, a Selle Francais thoroughbred crossed by Lindbergh Disney Debts out of Arvi, which is by Grosvenor, bred by Jenna Mahoney.
Bay mare, Selle Francais thoroughbred cross by Lindbergh Disney Debts out of Arvi, who is by Grosvenor, and was bred by Jenna Mahoney.
Oh, just the last fence in the treble come down there for Ella. She has been going around fairly nicely until now. Down through the wall, number 8, the Blue Oxer. Thank you. Oh, and time allowed has been reduced, I see, to 80 seconds. There we go. Ella Deleu. Time 71.80, so well within the time allowed. She'll finish with a total of 4 jump faults. It's a good round for Ella. Olivia Newsom, next out. Olivia from Tauranga, profession. She's a student at ACG at Tauranga, age 16 years old. She's in year 11. She's had many successes over the past few seasons, ponies and horses. Been coached by Tony and Colin McIntosh. It's been a huge turning point for Olivia's riding. She says they've been amazing and supportive, and she enjoys working with them. She rides Caratino Jewel, the Dark Bay Gelding, standing 165 centimetres, and by Caratino out of Sabine, which was by Darko, and by Binny. She's had some good success recently at the Holiday Hoopla jumping show. She had success at the Easter Jumping Festival in the metre 40, where she placed second, and at the Apodiki FMG in the FMG Young Rider. Nope, she's having trouble down there. This in Taupo too.
And unfortunately, elimination, third refusal there for.
Oh, and she's had 3 refusals. That's unfortunate for Olivia. She's been eliminated on her horse Caratino Jewel. I think that's a real shame for her, but she'll be back later on. I think she's going to ride the same horse in the Grand Prix. So hopefully she'll be able to get a bit more out of it at that point. All right, we'll move on to Charlotte Conda and Kiwi Bonus. Charlotte from Wellington. She's 15 and a student. She is from the Ahariu Valley in Wellington, currently competing up to horse mini pre and young rider level, sponsored by Robbins Tack Room, Oak Peak Equine Health, and the Rural Post. Her horse a Bay Gelding, New Zealand sport horse by Centrico out of Kiwi Maze, which was by Corlando, bred by the Fernhill Stud, and owned by Graham Hart. Charlotte. Round 2, the last jump, and she will finish with some time faults by the look of it. 3 time faults plus 4 jump faults for a total of 7.
4 jump faults, 3 time faults for Charlotte and Kiwi Bonus, giving them a total of 7.
All right.
And next to go, we have Tessa Mason. Tessa rides High Plains Drifter. Tessa, a student from Napier, and High Plains Drifter, a 17-year-old piebald gelding thoroughbred.
All right, Tessa Mason. Next up, Tessa from Hawke's Bay. She's been riding for a long time, little Tess. Great little competitor. She's a student, and she also rides her pony in the Pony Grand Prix. This horse, piebald gelding, Clyde quarter horse thoroughbred, crossed by High Noon out of Liberty, bred by Nikki Shane, owned by her mother Tracy Mason. It's the front rail off that number 4, down for Tessa. Nicely through the treble. And, 4 faults at number 6 as well. Coming round to the wall and the oxer. Oh. All right, Tessa Mason. Time is good, but she'll finish on a total of 20 jump faults for her round.
Round for Tessa and High Plains Drifter. Giving several fences down. And next to go, we have Cluedo Extreme with Amara Green.
Amara Green is next. Amara from up in the Northland Way. She attends Pinehurst School in Albany, which is a fair way north of Masterton. She has ambitions doing young riders and mini prees with her horse Elsie Underberg and Cluedo Extreme. She has been riding in the Junior Rider Series for this season. Horse is a 7-year-old bay mare, New Zealand sport horse by Corofino 2 out of Nahiwi Hijack, which is by Hold Up Premier VDL, bred by Charlene Wickman at the Extreme Sport Horses. She's had some success, Amara has, at the Easter Jumping Festival in the Open Horse Meter 10 with Cluedo Extreme. So good luck to Amara Green. Nice clear round for Amara Green. She'll be very pleased with that. 70.94 is all good. 0 jump faults. She will be back for the jump off. The first of our clear rounds. Back for the jump off and competing for the honours here today. All right, our next combination is Lucy Buchanan from Hawke's Bay and Chevelle de Fond. At home is Chevy. This has been a great partnership, Lucy and Chevelle de Fond. This season, their first year together. Lucy from Hastings, a student, aged 18, just turned 18, and her horse, 7-year-old bay gelding, thoroughbred by Nom de Jus out of Miss Andrea, which was by King's Chapel, bred by Lawrence Redshaw, owned by Belinda Buchanan. Lucy's had some success. She won the junior rider at the Easter Jumping Festival the first week of the Easter Jumping Show at Taupo. And this horse is just one of those thoroughbreds that keeps on going round. Jumps the jumps as they come up. Oh, fence number 10 just coming down for a very disappointing rail for Lucy Buchanan and Chevelle de Fond at number 10. And they'll finish on 4 faults. And that will be, she'll be a little bit disappointed, but jumped beautifully.
Moving on now to Airhill Bambi with
All right, Ailey Gloin is our next. Ailey rides Air Hill Bambi, and she's from Palmerston North. She's a student at Fielding High School, a member of the club. She rides the 16-year-old bay mare Thoroughbred by Tabasco out of Sling, which was by Captain Jason, bred by Paul and Carol Nelson, Air Hill Racing Stables in Hawke's Bay, owned by Todd Gloin. Well, a total of 12 jump faults for Ailey Gloin and 2 time faults for a total of 14. So she will not be back for the jump off. Won't see her again. Lucas Bremner is our next rider. He rides Triple Star Titanium 2. Lucas from all the way in Whangarei. It's a big drive for Lucas and his team, but he's 17 years old from Northland. He rides the 6-year-old Grey Gelding Warm Blood by Ghost out of Big M, bred and owned by Sue Burton. Bred some great horses up in Northland, Sue and the Burton team, and I know because I've owned one once in a former life. So yeah, good to see them competing in this class. Oh, it's not quite getting it together. Coming around to number 4, Lucas is going to sort that one. Oh, well, that's just a few rails down there for Lucas Bremner and his horse Triple Star Titanium 2. A total of 8 time faults for a couple of drive-bys and a number of jump faults. I'm just waiting for that to come up on the screen to confirmed result. Judges must be having a conversation about how many fences they saw. Total of 32 jump faults. So a bit of a cricket score there for Lucas Bremner and Triple Star Titanium 2. They'll regroup and they'll be back, I'm sure. All right. Molly Pike is our next rider. She's from Cambridge. She's a student. She goes to school at Tawa Diocesan School for Girls in Martin. She rides her horse Sugarman.
Gelding, an Australian warm blood by Northern Flowers, and is owned by Kirsten Pike. Currently fifth place on the junior rider leaderboard. And in September last year, at the Ray White Rotorua Spring Show, they won the junior rider class.
All right. So, Molly's horse, a 16-year-old bay gelding, Australian warm blood by Northern Flavis, owned by Kirsten Pike. She's had some success September in the early part of the season. Ooh. Oh, that's a shame. Fence 10 just causing a few issues down there.
And a 4-4 round there for Molly aboard Sugarman. And now a local combination.
All right, Molly Pike.
This is Holly Balloon riding.
She is 4-fault round for her and a time of 72.25.
Year-old bay mare, a sport horse by Rippercharge out of Spice.
4 faults. Holly Falloon's our next rider. Holly, a local girl. She's from Masterton. She's 17 years old. She won the Category B Show Hunter Pony of the Year in 2020 and been successful in showing and show jumping to Pony Grand Prix. Now currently riding at junior rider level. She rides the 11-year-old bay mare, sport horse by Rippercharge out of Spice by Silent Hunt. And she had some success in the February 2022 Wairarapa Champs in the junior rider, and she also had some success at the Wairarapa Labour Weekend show. I think that's all clear for Holly Falloon and Just Jessie. I think that's working. Not sure.
Second clear goes to Holly aboard Just Jessie. And they will join Extreme and Amara Green coming back for the jump off.
All right. Our next rider in the ring, ready to go, Abe Baker and Hawksdale Mahi. Abe from Hawke's Bay. He's a student, age 17 years old, goes to Havelock North High School. He rides the 15-year-old brown gelding New Zealand sport horse by Picabello out of Abbey, which was by Abaloo. Bred by the Mount View Sport Horses and owned by Lara Baker. Abe's had some good placings in the Gisborne Larson's Show Jumping Festival and in the tertiary class and at the Wellington Horowhenua Show in the junior rider. So Abe Baker and Hawksdale Mahi. His brother used to ride this horse, had a bit of success on it. Seems very comfortable at the junior rider height. Oh, I think that's a pretty good round. Pretty good round from Abe Baker. He will be all clear, I believe. Maybe. Yes, all clear. So he'll be back for the jump off. Quick time, 66.06. So that's 3 now coming back. We've got Amara Green, Holly Falloon, and Abe Baker coming back. Getting down to the business end of it. We're halfway through the class. We've got some great riders yet to come, though, and some leading riders in this national series. So plenty still to aim for here. Chantel Smith's our next rider with Glentie Mockingjay. Chantel's from Palmerston North. She's a student at Manukura High School. She's 17 years old, and other than riding horses, she plays netball. She rides the 7-year-old Bay Mare, Holsteiner Cross by Corofino 2 out of Tandara Mirabelle, which is by Exemplar. Bred by Zara Smith and owned by Chantel Smith. She had some good placings this year in the January 2022 Horowhenua AP and I show in the junior rider, at the December 21 Fielding Show, and at the November 21 Central and Southern Hawke's Bay pop-up show in the two-phase. So, good little combination, Chantel Smith and Glentie Mockingjay. Sitting in 14th place on the series leaderboard. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Oh, a few more fences just popping off down there for her. Perhaps sitting on around 12 fault, 16 fault finish, I think, for Chantel Smith and Glentie Mockingjay. 12 faults.
12 jump plus 1 time, so a total of 13.
12 jump in 1 time for a total of 13. Maddie Jackson is our next combination in the ring. Maddie's having a good season. She rides Henton Excalibur. This horse used to be competed by Oliver Edgecombe and is now ridden by Maddie. So Maddie's from Karaka in Auckland. She's a university student. She's 18 years old. So she must be in her last year of junior rider. She's attending the University of Auckland in the current 2022 National Junior Rider Champion, which she won in February this year in Christchurch. Maddie trains with Jeff McVean and spent 3 weeks in Germany training with Ludger Beerbaum back in 2019. So the horse, 14-year-old Brown Gelding, Hanoverian by Al Bundy out of Henton Dungarvan, which is by Dynamite. Bred by Henton Lodge Hanoverians, owned by Carolyn Lockstone. So as we said, Maddie's had some success at the Northern Hawke's Bay Champs in the junior rider and at the Nationals in Christchurch in the junior rider. Great little combination. She sits in 13th place on the national leaderboard. Great clear round for Maddie Jackson, so she'll be back joining the other three in the jump off. She will be with Amara Green, Holly Falloon, and Abe Baker, all coming back so far. Got Angus Price up next, all the way from the deep dark south. Angus comes from Southland, or Winton in Southland. He has a fantastic team of horses this year. He has Verona, which was Briar Burnett Grant's horse, and also Funhouse, which was owned by a series of great little riders, Matt Irvine, Emma Watson, and one of the Moore girls, and now owned by Angus Price, competing in the Pony Grand Prix. You'll probably see him this weekend in that. And this horse by Indoctro out of Strawberry, which was by Romanoff, owned by John and Katrina Price. Having a bit of fun on this horse. I watched him jump at the Easter show last week and he went round really well. There's one rail there at the start of the treble. 5A has come down. Round to the last. Trademark little jump by this horse that loves its job. There we go. Over number 11 for, I think, 4 faults for his round at this point. Yeah, 4 fault round. Time is good, 78.16.
Angus with Verona. And next to go is Code Air, ridden by Harley Ferguson. Harley is a student.
All right, Harley Ferguson is next up. Another of our Whangarei travellers. Harley Ferguson, student, age 16 years old. Second season on this horse. Code Air competed up to junior rider. Harley rides the 15-year-old grey gelding sport horse by Nahiwi Ned Kelly out of Serenity, which is by Tally Sun, owned by Brett Ferguson. Recent first placings at Waitemata show jumping in January, Auckland show jumping in December, a couple of times, once in the metre 20, once in the junior rider. Oh dear. And just as I looked up to see how Harley was going, came to a bit of a skidding halt into that jump there. So we'll just wait a moment while they rebuild the fence and get back underway. Oh, it's not having a great deal of luck, Harley Ferguson and Code Air. Yes. Oh, and that's going to be his third refusal, so that's a bit unfortunate. At 5A, they will be eliminated. That's a bit of a tough ride for Harley. It wasn't particularly going that well for Code Air.
Unfortunately, third refusal, so elimination there for Harley aboard.
10 combinations left to ride in the class. We've got Annie Moffat next and Samantha the Dashhound. Annie from Napier. She's 15 years old, placed 10th on the leaderboard, and she's having a great season so far.
Station bred by Amiga out of Trindicity and is owned by the Moffat family.
back to Annie Moffat. Just having a few phone issues here. My phone won't do anything. Won't talk to me. Won't turn off. Won't do anything. It's a bit of a struggle today. All right. So Annie Moffat, she's just sailed over the last jump, and she had a great little round there. She's all clear. No, 4 faults. Oh, no, 8 faults. It keeps changing on the screen. So 8 faults for Annie Moffat and her little horse, Samantha the Dashhound. All right. We're up to Taragawa now. Tara sitting in 8th place on the national leaderboard. She's had a great season with her horse Double J Image. No prizes for guessing who bred Double J Image. Horse is a 9-year-old bay mare by Repicharge out of Irish Mac, which is by Omnicorp. Bred by Double J Stables, Wendy and Robin Jacobs, and owned by the rider. She's had some placings at the Easter Jumping Festival in the metre 10, the North Island Champs, and in the horse metre 15, and at the Wairarapa. Horse young rider. So in addition to that, she's now placed 8th on the leaderboard from Ohura and a student. Tara has a great team of horses and ponies and does a great job of what she's into. It's going well so far. Oh, what a great round from her. All clear. So she'll be back for the jump off. Well, Taragawa. She's the 5th to come back. Double J Image and Taragawa. All right, Rose Windross is next. She also on a Double J horse. Double J Kelvin for Rose Windross. This horse also by Double J Repicharge out of JK Madam Seattle, which is by JK Maserati. Bred by Double J Stables and owned by Rose. She is an 18-year-old student from Auckland and sitting in 5th place national leaderboard. All right, that's a great round for Rose Windross. All clear. So they're coming thick and fast now. As you'd expect when you're sitting at the top of the leaderboard, Rose and Double J Kelvin, 65 points. So they have had some success across the season. Meg Bissett is next to ride with Bewitched NZPH.
In 4th place on the junior rider leaderboard, and this is Meg Bissett and Bewitched NZPH.
Bewitched NZPH, 11-year-old bay mare, New Zealand sport horse by Orlando out of Marriott and bred by NZPH. She's had some first placings this season, but also she was 2nd at the Nationals in the junior rider, and she's had a placing at the Christmas Cracker. That's the South Island Christmas Cracker, Canterbury, I think it is. And so Meg is from Blenheim. She's 8, currently competing at 1.30 m in junior rider level. Recently graduated from Marlborough Girls College. Oh, unfortunately, that's a refusal for Meg at the 5A, the first of the treble. It's going to have to take a wee rest while they rebuild that fence, get things back up and running. Next class in this ring will be the Harrison Lane Pro-Am Rider Series Grand Final, sponsored by Equimatch. And there are 11 combinations in there. It'll be an interesting class. Dana Sutton, and she's always a good competitor in there. Rose Allfield sitting at the top of the table. Two horses, Eyecatcher, NZPH. Sally Clark, always competitive with Victoria's Secret. Claire Wilson in there, Christine Corneget, Trevor Pearce. So that will be our next class, and that will be followed by the Evo Events Horse Grand Prix Grand Final, sponsored by Massey Stables. Some fabulous horses in there, and riders. Sophie Scott with a number of horses. Morris Beatson, Brooke Edgecombe, Nikisha Lammers, Jessie Linton, Sam Van Leerd, Mel Matheson. That is scheduled to start. I'll give you a time so you can set your day by your show jumping clock. The help if I was looking at the right day. Okay, Harrison Lane Pro-Am is scheduled to start at 11:45. The Hanoverian 7-year-old at 10:50, and then later on this afternoon, 12:45 Horse Grand Prix, and 2:15 the Dunstan Horse Feeds Amateur Rider Series Grand Final, and last class of the day at 3:30 the Shelley Clark and Jewellery Pony Welcome Stakes metre 20. Okay, so the next class in this ring at 10:50 will be the Matthews Hanoverian 7-year-old Series Grand Final, sponsored by Grassendale and Genetics, local farming entity. I'll be joined by Jenny Booth from East Coast Performance Horses to talk us through that class.
Yeah, our fences all back up, so we'll move on now to Michaela Trott.
All right, Meg Bissett, unfortunately, wasn't going to be her day today. A stop and a couple of rails, so she will be not coming back for the jump off. That'll be disappointing for Meg. And move on now to Michaela Trott and Redcliffe's Armani RF. She's sitting. She has 72 points on the leaderboard. She's currently in third place. She probably can't catch Emma Gillies, who's at the front with 92. But she could give Kim Carrington a run for her money, all going well. So Michaela Trott, 72 points, third place on the series. She's had some wins at Woodhill across the season and won the junior rider at the Taranaki World Cup show earlier in the season. Horse, a 13-year-old Bay Gelding, thoroughbred warm blood cross by Denham out of Peggy, which is by Voltaire 2, bred by Redcliffe's Equestrian and owned by Michaela. Michaela's from Auckland. She's a student, and this is her first full season in junior rider, so she's making a pretty good go of that. Here we go. All clear. Lovely round from her. She'll be back for the jump off. She'll be pleased with that. Kim Carrington, next rider to go. Kim, and she rides Double J Typhoon. Great little combination, this. They've had a lot of success and they really understand each other. They've had 3 wins at the fielding shows across the season and were second at the North Island Champs at Foxton just a little while ago. They have 79 points on the board, sitting in second place.
And a clear round there for Michaela and Redcliffe Samani RF. On the junior now, we have Double J Barmaid and Kim Carrington. Kim comes from Takapau, and Double J Barmaid is a 12-year-old bay mare, a sport horse by Double J Rapid.
Double J Barmaid. Double J Typhoon on my list, but maybe it's changed. That's interesting. So we've got here that she's riding Double J Barmaid.
This combination currently in second place on the junior rider leaderboard.
Beautiful clear round for Kim Carrington and Double J Barmaid. That's how it's done. When you're sitting at the top of the leaderboard, you don't get there unless you ride like that. Congratulations to her. Emma Gillies is our next. She's the leader in the series so far across the year. She's had a fabulous season with her horse Chic Extreme, formerly owned by Charlie and Annabelle Francis and competed by them last season. Emma is from Oamaru, so a long way from home. She's 15 years old and goes to St Kevin's College. She plays netball, hockey, and enjoys a bit of skiing in the winter. She rides the New Zealand Sport Horse by Corofino 2 out of All Gems by Grosvenor, bred by Extreme Sport Horses and owned by Philippa Gillies. She's had a great season. She has had wins at the South Canterbury North Otago Show, the Canterbury Christmas Cracker, Ashburton, and the North Island Champs. One to watch, Emma Gillies and Chic Extreme.
Speed horse. And a lovely clear there from Emma.
On a minute. Oh, well, that was a lovely clear round there too for Emma Gillies and Chic Extreme. So we'll have her back for the jump off. 3 to go now. All riders riding their non-nominated horses. Millie Walden's up. She rides You Can Dance NZPH.
For the 3 riders who have already competed on the nominated horses. And the first of the 3 is You Can Dance NZPH and Millie Walden. You Can Dance NZPH, a 14-year-old chestnut mare, a New Zealand sport horse by Fuego de Prelet out of Nightclub Queen, was bred by New Zealand Performance Horses and is owned by Cape Wood. Just the one rail, so a 4-fault round for Millie, and you can dance instead to PH. Second ride now for Lucas Bremner, and Lucas riding Triple Star Destiny's Accolade. Triple Star Destiny's Accolade, a 12-year-old bay gelding Clydesdale cross, bred by Destiny Sport Horses and owned by Suburban. Last month at Wairarapa show, they won the Welcome Horse Meter 20, and at Brookby Show Jumping last month they won.
Millie Walden had 4 faults in her round, and on the journey now we have Lucas Bremner and Triple Star Destiny's Accolade. Okay, so we have a fair few coming back for the jump off at this stage. Amara Green and Cluedo Extreme. Holly Falloon with Just Jessie. Abe Baker and Hawksdale Mahi. Madison Jackson and Hinton Excalibur. Tara Gower with Double J Image. Rose Windross, Double J Kelvin. Michaela Trott will be back with Redcliffe's Armani RF. Kim Carrington and Double J Barmaid. And Emma Gillies with Chic Extreme. Just one competitor left to go in the first round. This is Chantel Smith and Cravino STS.
Combination in the first round of the Mainland Coachwork Junior Rider Series Grand Final. Could we have somebody to check the rail on 9B, please? The blue double. Just check that the rails are properly on the cup. Somebody along on the ringside there. Thank you. And our final combination is Cravino STS and Chantel Smith. Cravino STS, a 10-year-old grey gelding, a Hanoverian by Porofino 2 out of Arabella, who was by Arnamore. Bred by Colin and Tony Lewison and is owned by the Mangaroa Trust. Two rails, so we finish the first round with an 8-faulter for Chantel and Cravino STS.
That was 8-fault round for Chantel Smith and Cravino STS. So we will just have a little break now while they set the jump-off course, according to my course plan, which I will find in just one moment. The jump-off course is 13, 14, 8, 9A, B, 7, and 6. So we'll work our way around that.
Now, just running through the horses coming back for the second round. And we have 9 of them in total. And first in will be Cluedo Extreme. At 2, we will have Just Jesse. At 3, Hawksdale Mahi. At 4, Hinton Excalibur. At 5, Double J Image. At 6, Double J Kelvin. At 7, Redcliffe's Amani RF. 8 will be Double J Barmaid, and 9 Chic Extreme. They are the horses returning for the jump off of the Junior Rider Series Grand Final.
Okay, so are you doing the jump off too?
Now the jump off course will be over fences 13, 14, 8, 9A, 9B, 7 and 6. That's 13, 14, 8, 9A, 9B, 7 and 6. Time allowed for the jump off is 59 seconds.
So we're going extreme first. Oh no, I was thinking going backwards.
jump off in the mainland coachwork junior rider series grand final. Where's online? We've got a number of competitors coming back. 9 to be exact, and our first one on the course, Amara Green, Pluto Extreme. Northland.
Let's go.
All clear in the first round. And she comes, takes that one angle. 9A and B. Goes. All clear from Amara Green, 45.59
Gets a good jump there.
on the clock.
Steady. This is
So that's the time to beat. You can't see that because we're still running the ads on the thing, but
This
just
is
running across the thing, getting
finish.
people's power sorted and doing all sorts of other
Many
technical things. So
tens.
bear with us.
Oh my goodness, can anyone catch her?
Okay, second rider on the journey in the jump off is Holly Falloon and Just Jessie. Time to beat is 45.49. Set by first one out, Amara Green. All right, I think clear again was Holly Falloon.
And another clear at time of 44.16.
44.16, so faster, a fraction faster than Amara Green, and all clear. So that's the time to beat now. Holly Falloon's time, 44.16. I'm sure there must be some seconds to be shaved off as we go through next out, and Hawks Madel Mahi. Coming around the corner to the double. You'll head into the last couple of fences and the top end. The wall is a long way around there. There's a tight turn in there if you can do it, but it might be a bit risky. So 45.13 on the clock for A. Baker and 4 faults.
Rail at the first fence here for Aid with Hawksdale Mahi because it was a pretty good time, 45.13. Into third place.
Well, 4 faults for him. That'll put him into third place right now. But still a number of competitors to come, and they are pretty competitive too. So Maddie Jackson on course with Henton Excalibur. Here we go. Maddie's on the journey, counting down the clock, coming into the flags. Down through the double she goes. Nicely done. And to the wall. Time at the wall, 31 seconds. So we'll just remember that as we come into the rest of the field, because that will be where we'll make up some time coming around that corner. 31 at the wall and a final time of 42 seconds. We'll put her 2 seconds faster.
And we have a new leader.
It's a great time for her. 42 flat.
42 seconds. And clear jumping.
And the seconds just keep tumbling off. Maddie Jackson and Hinton Excalibur, 42 flat on the clock. That's the time to beat for Taragawa and Double J Image. All right. Tara. Round across over the double she goes. And she's going at a fair clip. Where she's sitting at that wall, she's about 2 seconds behind the earlier rider of Medicine Jackson. So you can see that, but she may have made up a second or two there. Oh, nicely done. That was in that turn. 41.7. She was slower going over the wall, but then made it up on the turn. Well done to Taragawa. Clear. That's leader once again. 41.7 on the clock.
Previous leader who had a time of 42 seconds.
Okay. 4 combinations left to go, and they are the ones at the top of the leaderboard nationally. Rose Windross and Double J Kelvin. These kids love to ride a jump off and do a great job of it. She doesn't seem to be going too quickly coming around there, but there's plenty of room in the course to make up some time. A horse with a long stride. This is a tricky one. You've got to take this one at an angle. She does a good job of that. Oh, that's a shame. The second in the associated with a 4-fault round, she was a number of seconds behind over the wall at 5. So it was definitely slower, and she's just pedal off a little bit. Going into the last, she'll finish on 46.10. 46.10 and 4 faults for Rose Windross.
Kelvin, a time of 46.1. So,
Michaela Trott is out there. She's ready to go. A little bit of a warm-up canter. She's had her bell. She's on the countdown.
Michaela Trott with Redcliffe Samani RF.
There she goes. She's going at a much quicker speed. Oh, unfortunately, just not quite getting the striding wrong going into that second fence. Not quite getting the striding right, dear Lord. And she will be looking now for a fastest 4-fault around. She hasn't eased up on the speed at all. Coming around into the wall, she's going well. Just a few hops and skips in there. No, she's done a little drive-by of the wall, which is a bit of a shame for Michaela. She'll come round and represent to that. That will put her out of the running now. She has 2 fences down for 8 faults and perhaps a time fault, maybe. She's definitely taking the longer way round. All right. Michaela Trott, quite how she envisaged that would go today, I don't think. She'll finish on 14 faults and a time of 64.1. Two left to ride, and they could be the ones that might make all the difference. Kim Carrington and Emma Gillies. Kim's up now. She rides Double J Barmaid. And it certainly knows how to perform in a jump off, this little combination. They're a speedy mix, and look very keen, ready to go. Her bell's gone. She's going to take the short way round. Coming around to the and over the last she goes at 39.13. She took a good few seconds off that time. 39.13, putting the pressure on Emma Gillies in the last spot there. Emma will have to ride fast and clear to beat the little pocket rocket Double J Barmaid. 39.13. So pressure on now for Emma Gillies, leader of the series at this point. She rides Chic Extreme, and she just coming around to present herself at the first fence.
Seven-year-old.
All right, here she comes, Emma Gillies into the wall. I'm not quite sure if she's going to be able to beat that 39.13. She's going to be close. No, 39.91. She'll slot her into second place. What a great ride from Kim Carrington and Double J Barmaid to take out the class at 39.13 and all clear. So we'll just confirm those placings for you. But to me, it looks like first Kim Carrington, second Emma Gillies, third Tara Gower, in fourth place Maddie Jackson. Fifth will go to Holly Falloon, and Amara Green will be in sixth place. We'll just confirm those when the judges actually confirm them, but that's where I'm picking it for now. Fantastic ride from Kim Carrington. Great to see her back on form and winning that class with a speedy jump off. Just not able to quite keep up with her, Emma Gillies. It could be just enough. I don't think Emma can be caught on the top of the leaderboard. She's sitting on 92 points and Kim Carrington sitting on 79. So I don't think it'll be enough yet because Emma will amass some points too from today. So all good. We'll be back with you with the presentation in just a moment.
What amazing. That was something to behold.
Life is just a dream away. Right here is where I want to stay. 24 hours with not much to do. Relax, sit back and enjoy the view. Blister, sitting in clover, nothing much to do.
You've improved your lifestyle. Now improve your insurance with FMG, the Rural and Lifestyle Specialists.
Fifth placing will go to Holly Falloon with Just Jessie, and they were clear in 44.16. And in sixth place, Amara Green aboard Cluedo Extreme, clear in 45.99.
Should I call it quits? I don't know. Got a cloudy view I got cold feet, I don't know why. But oil and water will never collide. I've had my blinders on for quite some time. Maybe it's better to leave before the papers are signed. I could love you and leave and I wouldn't feel a thing. Oh, and it's scary because I know you're about to buy a ring. Yeah, I'm not ready, but I'm barely hanging on. And if I'm honest, I've read this whole thing wrong. You say you love me, but I know you're not the one. Yeah, I'm not ready, but I'm barely hanging on. Oh, I'm barely hanging on. I'm barely hanging on.
It's great to hear you to do that. Congratulations to Kim Carrington. What a great ride, Kim. Down to the last there.
I think you ask a lot of me. I'm human after all.
Season, and sitting in second place, you'll be pretty pleased with that. I'm not really wanting to get stood on, so we're just going to do a little dance, yeah? All right,
Just
you
a quick shout out to our sound man, please. Dana needs some more volume down there.
All right, maybe we'll wait and see if he comes. We'll start talking, eh? All right, are we making noise now? No, not really. Okay. Be a few technical hitches. Oh, there we go. That sounds better. Right, now we can get the business underway. You going to be all right with one hand if I hand this to you? All right, congratulations, Kim. It was a wonderful ride and we loved watching that jump off. We know that you guys go smooth and so it was good to see. And Emma had something to aim for but just wasn't quite able to pull it off at the end. But congratulations, you've had a great season. Tell us a little bit about this wonderful little mare.
This is Nibbles, and she's a pretty cool horse. She's always so consistent and she always tries her hardest, so you know you're going to have fun when you're on her.
I'm just not sure that today's win's going to be quite enough to tip Emma off the top of the leaderboard because she had a few more points and she's going to get some more today. But congratulations, Emma. It's been a long season, a long way from home, and you've had a great time up here in the North Island. Oh, hungry? Did you not feed this horse this morning?
This has been a great season. Well done to all the competitors. It's been a great competition. This horse tries her hardest for me, and it's been a great season. I'd just like to thank mainly Coach Rick for the sponsorship of the class for the whole season. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Emma, and well done to you and your team for a great season. We're just going to have a quick word to Rodney. Thank you so much for your sponsorship. These girls really appreciate it, and the whole of jumping is appreciative of your support. So, you know, has it worked out for you?
Look, we always enjoy this class, and we've been involved in the South Island for 8 years, 2 years as a series sponsor, and we're very thrilled to be a part of it for next year as well.
Oh, fantastic. There you go, Marilyn. He's already said. Don't let him off the hook now. Thanks, Rodney, and to you and your team. We really do appreciate the support. All right, we're going to let you guys head off around there. Yes, I can. They didn't quite eat all of my paper. All right, thank you, and well done. Congratulations to those riders. First place in great style, Kim Carrington and Double J Barmaid. Second in a great round from Emma Gillies and Chic Extreme. Third to Tara Gower and Double J Image. Fourth place, Madison Jackson and Henton Excalibur. Fifth was Holly Falloon and Just Jessie. And sixth place to Amara Green and Cluedo Extreme. Have a short break for about 20 minutes before the next class is due to start, which is the Matthews Hanoverian 7-year-old.
My seat, 'cause you're so important to me. Tuck your heart out, baby. I'm patiently waiting for you to feel free to tuck your whole heart out to me, If you want, I can take it slower if it ain't over. But I'm all systems go for a total roller coaster.
We believe New Zealand grain growers are amongst the best in the world, if not the best in the world, and therefore they produce top quality grains. That's especially important to Dunstan. Quality is uppermost in our minds. That quality then translates into the Dunstan horse feeds that we manufacture.
PGG Wrightson Grain have had a relationship with Dunstan for over 30 plus years. So the role that we play is actively sourcing growers to grow products for Dunstan and for us to market and supply that directly into their market.
We farm a 240 hectare mixed cropping farm at Bar Hill in Canterbury, and this is a crop of L5 white oats. PGG Wrightson have been part of our contracting procedure for a number of years. When the oats are harvested, we endeavour to move them on as fast as possible. PGG Wrightson find the best markets for us. With this, New Zealand grown and its sustainability in our farming system, I think the industry looks pretty good on an arable side of things.
We grow wheat and barley, all for feed, in Canterbury, New Zealand. With PGG Wrightson's grain, we rely on them to help us grow, breed in the varieties that we grow, and assist us in the selling of it as well. It starts with soil nutrition and then choosing the right varieties to suit where we are, and this variety Tavern seems to do that for us and still has the quality at the other end for the users. It feels really great to know that our products are being produced into horse feed.
I've been growing maize and running our business for about 40 years. New Zealand's a great agricultural country and we grow great crops, and it's really good to see our grain fed to our horses and animals and know that it's good quality and grown in a good environment. We really appreciate PGG Wrightsons have linked us up with Dunstan. It's really good to know the end users that are using and appreciating our grain.
To us it's very important, because we're a New Zealand owned and operated company, that we support the New Zealand arable industry.
We're really proud of the fact that we're supporting Kiwi farmers and Kiwi end users in New Zealand.
is sensational.
What a finish. So many tens.
Oh my goodness, can anyone catch her?
That was amazing. That was something to behold.
Life is just a dream away. Right here is where I wanna stay. 24 hours with not much to do. Relax, sit back and enjoy the view. Blissed out, sitting in the groove.
You've improved your lifestyle. Now improve your insurance with FMG, the Rural and Lifestyle Specialists.
Special and sweet, exactly what I needed, exactly what I needed. The precious, the special, the delicate, everything that I needed, everything I needed, everything that I needed, exactly what I needed, everything that I needed, exactly what I needed.
We believe New Zealand grain growers are amongst the best in the world, if not the best in the world, and therefore they produce top quality grains. That's especially important to Dunstan. Quality is uppermost in our minds. That quality then translates into the Dunstan horse feeds that we manufacture.
PGG Wrightson Grain have had a relationship with Dunstan for over 30 plus years. So the role that we play is actively sourcing growers to grow products for Dunstan and for us to market and supply that directly into their market.
We farm a 240 hectare mixed cropping farm at Bar Hill in Canterbury, and this is a crop of L5 white oats. PGG Wrightson have been part of our contracting procedure for a number of years. When the oats are harvested, we endeavour to move them on as fast as possible. PGG Wrightson find the best markets for us. With this New Zealand grown and sustainability in our farming system, I think the industry looks pretty good on an arable side of things.
We grow wheat and barley, all for feed, in Canterbury, New Zealand. With PGG Wrightson's grain, we rely on them to help us grow, breed in the varieties that we grow, and assist us in the selling of it as well. It starts with soil nutrition and then choosing the right varieties to suit where we are, and this variety Cavan seems to do that for us and still has the quality at the other end for the users. It feels really great to know that our products are being produced in horse feed.
I've been growing maize and running our business for about 40 years. New Zealand's a great agricultural country and we grow great crops, and it's really good to see our grain fed to our horses and animals and know that it's good quality and grown in a good environment. We really appreciate PGG Wrightsons have linked us up with Dunstan. It's really good to know the end users that are using and appreciating our grain.
To us, it's very important because we're a New Zealand owned and operated company that we support the New Zealand arable industry.
We're really proud of the fact that we're supporting Kiwi farmers and Kiwi end users in New Zealand.
inside of me. Oh, it feels like all that I've got is the feeling that I'm not worth or anything. Who's that girl in the mirror? Boy, I'd like to meet her someday.
Jupiter and Palmerston North. And Jupiter, a 7-year-old bay gelding.
The ring now with the Matthews Hanoverian 7-year-old series grand final, sponsored by Grassendale Genetics, local firm. And I've got with me Jenny Booth. Jenny, a local on the area group, has been for a long time, also on the jumping board and involved in breeding horses, a series sponsor with her daughter Nikki, the East Coast Performance Horses. So welcome, Jenny. Good to have you along.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you. Lovely to be here in our picturesque Solway showgrounds, and the weather is behaving, so that's fantastic.
It is. It's great. So we've got our first rider on the course today, Sophie Scott. And we've had a bit of a change around in the order because Sophie's riding 2 horses, so fair enough. Sophie rides Jupiter, her first horse out, and this horse, 68 points, sitting at number 3 on the leaderboard at this point in time. Had some good success this year, Wairarapa, North Island champs, when they had wins and seconds at Wellington, Wairarapa, Taranaki and Central District. So a good season from her. Sophie, a very accomplished rider. This horse, 7-year-old bay gelding, thoroughbred crossed by Eurosport Centavost out of Just Dupe, which is by Abaloo, bred by Sonia Mason and owned by Sonia and Taylor Mason. So they've had a pretty good season. And Jenny, I know that you have a real interest in breeding, and you and Nikki have spent a fair bit of time, and Craig, I'm sure he gets roped in for the odd job, working on breeding lines and doing your own thing in the East Coast Performance Horses stud book.
Yeah, we have, Dana. We're just over 10 years in the breeding program now, and just so exciting. Nikki is very passionate about breeding and getting a solid mare foundation coming through. We use quite a bit of frozen semen, a lot of EDL semen, but have also used fresh and chilled within New Zealand. New Zealand has some fabulous stallions here in our country to use, and I think that our breeding is definitely getting more on point across New Zealand from the horses we're producing.
Definitely, it's and you can see the change in the horses being bred and those coming through. The change in the bloodstock is noticeable over the last it's in the 8 years since I've been involved. It's definitely changed.
Oh, and I think so, Dana. And it's about getting horses that are rideable. And I think our New Zealand riders are working really hard to get into that space. We have some solid riders out there doing great stuff with young horses. And, we will see that progressing with a lot of the jumping programs that are available now, pathways and things for our young riders coming through.
Just to recap, Sophie Scott had 4 faults with Jupiter in her first round, and so she won't be back for the jump off, of course. And on the journey now, we have Jeremy Whale, is my understanding, with Bannockburn ECPH.
No, this is Jessie. I think we've got Jessie on board. Jessie Linton on Jonah.
Yeah, the 2 screens are saying 2 different things. So I can't see. It doesn't.
Full-time rider from Hastings.
Yeah, it is Jessie. So we have Jessie on the screen. We have Jeremy. So that's going to cause a few confusions around the place. Definitely Jessie. He is riding. What is he riding? Where are we? WSJ Jonah, which is a horse of bred by Daniel Webb and owned by Simone Hunter, I think, is the name of the owner. Just find some more pieces of paper. We have plenty of pieces of paper. I think one of the aims should be that jumping becomes fully electronic, so we don't have to navigate our way through.
So WSJ Jonah, Warm Blood by Comanche Chief, out of Wishful Willie, out of Rhea, and bred by Daniel.
Yeah. Great. So all clear for them, which is good news for Jessie. He'll be pleased about that. No, that's old. We are having a few technical hitches in here today. So, on the course now, we have Lucas Bremner and LT Holst Francis. So, Lucas, of course, from Northland. He rode in the junior rider just previously. His mare, 7-year-old mare, New Zealand Sport Horse by Coleman.
Now we have LT Holst Francis and Lucas Bremner.
And out of LT Holst, Andrea. No. Yes.
Yeah, that's right, Dana. Bred by LT Holst in Taupo and owned along with Brooke Edgecombe.
LT Holst and is owned by Brooke Edgecombe.
Okay, so Lucas, quite sure what's happening here. We're having a few issues on the live scoring. I think Bruce is trying to do that. And Bruce is trying to live score and commentate and do several other things. So we're getting a bit confused.
Lucas is entering the end of the course here, and he'll be pleased to have got through his round. It's a big step up for these horses to get to the series final, you know, at 7-year-old height, and it's been a challenging season across our series. But I take my hat off to all these people that have travelled far and wide to be here to join us at our series final at Glistening Waters.
So 12 faults for Lucas Bremner and LT Holst Francis. The screen now tells me that Sophie Scott had 8 faults, so we'll just adjust that, and Jessie Linton is clear. So I think we're back on the right side of it, Jenny. We've now got Catherine Alabaster riding Hopefully Ferrari NZPH. Catherine from Hastings, and she rides the 7-year-old Chestnut Gelding New Zealand Sport Horse by Cannon out of Untouched NZPH, which was by Cabdullah Dutiard, bred by NZPH and owned by Catherine. She's had some success at Northern Hawke's Bay Show Jumping Show in March, that's last year, and the Ultramux 6-year-old with her other horse. So she's been a consistent competitor on the circuit this year, Catherine. She's had a good go.
Very nice to see plenty of NZPH horses out on our circuit and all throughout all the age classes and into the bigger heights. And you know, these young people are producing these horses through, and hopefully we can see them come through into the Grand Prix.
Absolutely, that's the trick, isn't it? To keep them going after 7 years old and keep them in the sport. You know, how long would you say you've been involved in the sport, Jenny?
Oh, long time, Dana.
You're not prepared to put a number on it?
Oh, well, I grew up in a very horsey family, and my father was actually president of this area for an awfully long time, and we were pretty involved as kids and rode and all that sort of thing and did everything. So I have to say Craig wasn't horsey at all when I met him 45 years ago, but he's certainly...
would you call him horsey now?
Absolutely.
Oh, he might disagree with that. He might just, think he has a different term for his role. All right, to Catherine Alabaster and hopefully Ferrari NZPH, all clear. So they'll be back for the jump off. And next in the ring, Brooke Edgecombe with Fibre Fresh Casala. This horse was, of course, still owned by Brian Burnett Grant, and I think I saw Karen Burnett earlier on the live streaming watching, so I hope Karen's still watching to see her horse go. Went well last week, this horse, at the Easter Show Jumping Festival in Taupo, and it's had a good season. She's had a first at Central and Southern Hawke's Bay and a second at the National Young Horse Show. Good to see these horses out with Brooke and Oliver and getting some mileage in New Zealand.
Absolutely, Dana. Briar's made the trek over to Europe, which is just a fantastic pathway for her. And, you know, these horses are still sitting here competing, and a very good job being done by the Edgecombes. So, great credit to Briar, you know, starting these horses off as young horses.
Yeah. It's just the rail down there in the middle of the course for Brooke in the blue oxer. So the aim of the Young Horse series, Jenny, I mean, you would have been around when they were, you know, first introduced, and do you think they've achieved what we all wanted them to do?
Well, I think so, Dana. I mean, these are close to aged horses, and I think it's an opportunity to showcase breeding, the breeders that do the breeding, and then you know, from our point of view, obviously we breed probably between sort of 8 and 12 a year. We can't keep them all, and Nikki can't ride them all, for example. It's just too many. So, you know, we just love being able to sell them into the industry and watch them develop. I mean, we really, really enjoy following our progeny that we've bred.
Yeah.
And I think all breeders do. You know, we've got lots of breeders in New Zealand, and I think we're all passionate along the same routes, really.
Yeah, you've got this horse coming up and a couple of riders with Jeremy Whale, Bannockburn ECPH is one of yours, and another one in this class, Benrose Casino ECPH, both doing very well on the circuit.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, both have been exceptionally well produced, and we're just really excited for their futures. And just neat to go out to shows all over the place and see our horses. Win sweep at nationals.
Yeah,
the
that was
5, 6,
fantastic.
and 7-year-old national champions. So we were really excited with that. It was a really big kudos for Nikki.
It's a wonderful result for you guys there, but you weren't there to pop the cork on the champagne.
No, we weren't, but certainly watched the live streaming. I mean, live streaming brings it to your lounge at home when you can't be there. So, and more shows are getting into the live stream zone, which is fabulous.
Now, on the course at the moment, we have Rose Orfeld and a Footloose NZPH. For those of you watching, Rose from Leiston in the South Island. She's been around for a while, Rose, and she's had a great deal of success on the show jumping circuit. She's a full-time rider. This horse is the 7-year-old bay mare sport horse by Quintus out of Victorious NZPH, which was by Calvaro Z. Bred by NZPH, one of those ones we've been talking about with Jenny, and having a good season. They have had a first at Nelson and some placings at Marlborough and Canterbury. She'll finish her round on 4 faults, I think. And Brooke Edgecombe earlier than the rider before her, also on 4 faults. So just the 2 clears at this point in the class. Jessie Linton with WSJ Jonah and Catherine Alabaster and hopefully Ferrari NZPH. Halfway through the class, just a small class of 7-year-olds, and it's often the way, Jenny. I'm always interested in that. You have masses of 5-year-olds, masses of 6-year-olds, and then at some point there they either go off to do other things or they're going to go on to greater things in the 7-year-old. But the numbers in the 7-year-olds do seem to be down a bit.
They are, yes, Dana, I think. And, you know, yes, they do fluctuate, as all the age series do. And I suppose some of the 6-year-olds that potentially could be our 7-year-old horse next year may go sold into different pathways.
Yeah, sure.
You know, amateurs and, you know, all sorts of pro-am riders, amateurs who may not just want to carry on and do the bigger height.
Yeah, so here on the course we have one of these horses of yours, well, bred by you guys at East Coast Performance Horses, ridden by Jeremy Whale. The Bay Gelding Warm Blood by Cassiano out of Nahiwi, A Millionaire, which is by A Million VDL. Bred by East Coast Performance Horses and owned by Jeremy. Had a great season so far with this horse, says Jeremy. He's won some great classes. He had a great win in the metre. I'm going to say 30 or 40, I can't quite remember, at Easter in Taupo just last weekend. He's had a third at the Young Horse Show, one at Central and Southern Hawke's Bay and at Waitemata, and placed at the North Island Champs. That's not a bad season.
No, not at all. No, Billy's had a great season with Jeremy. And we've loved watching his progress. And, always like to think that there's a big future ahead of these 7-year-olds. Small as the class may be, it does set up for our Grand Prix horses next year. So very exciting. And remembering that, not everybody manages to get to the series final show, which, is always challenging. We have a great contingent from the South Island and from the Upper North and, of course, from Central. So, very, very sort of a great spread of competitors, which is fabulous.
Yeah, well, here's another great little rider, Sam Carrington, and one of the very special Double J horses. How they've had such a wonderful few years, these kids on these great Double J horses, bred by Wendy and Robin Jacobs, just out of Dannevirke or Waipaku or somewhere in between, and having a great time. This one, 7-year-old Bay Gelding sport horse by Eurosport, Heartbreaker, out of Double J Breeze which was by Voltaire 2. Some great jumping lines in there, Jenny.
Absolutely. The Jacobs twins and their families do a great job with these horses. They're very passionate breeders, and they work hard to bring these horses through. Very passionate in the age breeding series too. And yeah, definitely the Double J has certainly made its mark in breeding in New Zealand.
And these kids, great. Like Sam and Kim and Robin and Wendy all work really hard to make this work and make it happen. Sam, 18 years old and riding at the top level was pretty cool to see. This horse or this combination had some success. They won at Taranaki and Fielding. They were placed at the North Island Champs. They won at Northern Hawke's Bay and at Wairarapa and Taranaki. So 67 points and in 4th place on the leaderboard nationally.
Yeah, Dana, our leaderboards are actually reasonably tight. I think, with extra points being a premier show, there's a bit to jump for out there.
Sure. So just a few points between the top 4. Lucy Alford sitting on 85, Sophie Scott and Benrose Casino on 70, and then she sits also on 68 with Jupiter. Jupiter didn't have the best round today, so that won't be adding points there. But this one, Double J Hurricane, 67 points, so she could definitely make a giant leap forward on the leaderboard after this class.
Absolutely, and it's at the end of the day, it's all about the points. At the show, and who stands on the rostrum on Saturday night.
Yes.
So, we're very proud to be presenting these final rounds of our ESNZ breeding series and other series at this show and show hunter as well.
This horse out on the course now, Benrose Casino ECPH, one bred by you again, Jenny. Had another great season with Sophie Scott. She really does have an incredible team of horses, this girl. This one, a warm blood by Cassiano out of Nahiwi Red Rinse, which is by Nikal, bred by Jenny and Nikki Booth, owned by Sophie.
Yeah, this actually, the mother of this horse, I do have to say, was one of that I acquired from the Nahiwi sale years ago, and we actually lost Rinse. This is one of her babies, and she has produced such beautiful foals. So we're very excited to watch Casino.
Yeah.
I was going to call him Paddy because that was his that's his paddock name.
You're allowed to call him by that.
Yeah. So, and he was always one of my favourites. I have to say, as a youngster coming through, great temperament.
Yeah, pretty cool. Well, it's gone clear, so she'll be back. Sophie Scott in Benrose Casino, or Paddy, as you called it.
Yep.
5 of them coming back at this point, and just one left to ride.
Lucy Alford. So make the necessary adjustments before she comes into the ring.
Lucy Alford and Kiwi Strike. So just waiting for Lucy. I think I can see her out the back there warming up.
We have brought Danella still up from down south to come up and build our premier ring this year, which is stick. She was very excited to come up and do these rounds, and is enjoying involved, not having been to the North Island into Masterton to do any building here. So very to have her in our ring one ring.
Yeah, that's exciting. She's got a great future ahead of her. I know our effusive German Werner Degg, who came and took some courses for the course designers in New Zealand over a couple of years, really rated Danelle and her colleague Erin
Erin Duffy
from the South Island, and said they had a great future in this. Sadly for New Zealand, the FEI doesn't make it particularly easy for our course designers or officials at all to continue their careers beyond level 3 in New Zealand, which is really disappointing. And I know that Julian and the team from ESNZ putting some effort into rallying the FEI around what we can do in the Southern Hemisphere that's a wee bit, different and a more
just to form some better pathways, Dana. I mean,
Yeah,
Group 8,
that's
it's
right.
very challenging for Group 8. Australia are in the same position as well, as are the other countries in Group 8. But, we need to be able to push our officials through and keep moving forward in that space.
Of course, now we've got the series leader nationally, Lucy Alford and Kiwi Strike. Lucy has had an incredible season. She's had wins at the southern end of the country, in Southland, Ashburton, Central and South Island Champs, and at Marlborough she was second at the Nationals and second at the North Island Champs. So that's a pretty good season of rugs and ribbons for Lucy. She's now based in Queenstown, Lucy, and she's a professional show jumper. This horse is 7-year-old Bay Gelding New Zealand sport horse by Kiwi Coronation out of Kiwi Maze, which is by Corlando GNZ, bred by Graham Hart at the Fernhill Stud and owned by Lucy.
And Dana, Fernhill Stud, gosh, I mean, what a history they have in our breeding industry, because, they've been in the industry for a long, long time. Started off, of course, with Graham, and Graham's still involved, and Ash now, doing most of that. And how fantastic the horses are just coming through. Here's a 7-year-old that they've bred, and it's just so exciting for them to be able to follow.
And very nicely done from Lucy as well. Nice clear round for her. So that's 6 riders to come back for the jump off in the Matthews Hanoverian 7-year-old series grand final, sponsored by Grassendale Genetic, the local company. And I don't know if Luce Williams is here riding, but I'm sure she's from Grassendale Genetics. Just a note here, we've had a message from our dear friend Jan Hunt in Queenstown. She says she's missing us. Well, you could have solved that, Jan. You could have just come to the show and, then you could have chatted with us here. But we miss you too, and good to see that you're watching the live streaming and keeping an eye on what we're up to. Okay, there'll be a little bit of a course change. Craig's out there charging around with that timing gear, and we'll be back in just a moment with the jump off.
3 will be Bannockburn ECPH with Jeremy Whale. 4 Double J Hurricane with Sam Carrington. 5 Penrose Casino ECPH with Sophie Scott.
Hey, now why don't you come over? I promise that it won't be for nothing. I just been trying to get closer, but you're acting like you're hiding something. On rainy days you have a way of showing me this isn't fake. Sometimes it's more than I can take. I can take. So talk your heart out, baby. I promise I won't think you're crazy at the edge of my seat, 'cause you're so important to me. Talk your heart out, baby. I'm patiently waiting.
All right, we're back in the back on the journey now with the jump off for the Matthew Sanaverian 7-year-old series grand final. We've had to just let Jesse go and get checked by the medic. He had a little whoopsie in the warm-up arena. Suddenly saw a bit of excitement over there, and he's run off to get checked because he can't ride until he's had a clearance from the medic. So Catherine Alabaster has stepped up to the mark. She's first in with hopefully Ferrari NZPH. Jump off course is 11, 4B and C, 2, 3, 6 and 5, and the time allowed is 59 seconds. 20 seconds over the barrels. So we try to get a marker in the middle there somewhere just so that we can see how people are tracking. 20 over the barrels and 31-ish over the fence, over the wall. A nice steady round for Catherine. She's finished a time of 43 seconds. 43 and clear. No, 4 faults. 43 and 4 faults for Catherine. Why isn't he put? Round. Jeremy Whale on the course now with Bannockburn ECPH. He is cracking along at a fair speed, is Jeremy. He will hit the barrels at a much quicker speed, getting into them at 17 seconds. So you can see the difference already going around in the jump off. Come around in a tight turn to the wall at 25 seconds. So he's at least 5 or 6 seconds faster than the previous. And
coming to the last now.
Over the last and finishing at 34.72 and all clear. That is a great time for him. Puts him in the lead and will be the time to beat. But still some good riders to come, Jenny.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it's not till the last one has actually ridden out of the ring till we know the results. So very excited for Bannockburn to be sitting in that top slot.
Sam Carrington next up. She's on a Double J Hurricane. Sister Kim took out the class before this, the junior rider, in great style. So Sam and Double J Hurricane just as capable. They will be on the journey now. Lucy has to pretty much win this to take the series. Yes, because Sophie's on about 70. She's on 85, Sophie's on 70. All right, on the journey now, we've got Sam Carrington. She's in 29 seconds going over the wall. So in between the two, she's going to have to hurry it along for that last fence, but I don't think it's going to be fast enough. No, stops the clock at 39.80, so a good 5 seconds slower than Jeremy Whale and Bannockburn ECPH.
Sam and Double J Hurricane, a time of 39.80. Still holds the lead on.
All right, 2 left to go, 3 left to go. Jesse may have torn back down to all the, if he's been cleared. Benrose Casino, the big grey, ridden by Sophie Scott. Next to go. Wouldn't like to be betting on this. Not that you can bet on amateur show jumping anyway, but
good,
it's close.
Good suggestion, Dana, for the future. Show jumping betting.
Mm. Oh dear. That's not what Sophie would have been hoping for going into that. Just didn't have a lot of kind of, travel going in there.
Absolutely, yeah. And to an upright too. She likes to keep him together into those uprights. So he pops up in front. and she's coming around to the last
How's
fence.
she going?
With
4
her,
faults.
Yeah, 4 faults. So that will drop her down the order.
Oh, and that's another fence.
And
She'll
another
finish
fence.
on 8. So that will really have an effect on the leaderboard going into the next round. If Sam Carrington can get some good points going in there, she could easily overtake Sophie's 2 horses
Yes.
on the national leaderboard.
Yes, bit of mathematics to do.
Fair bit of math to be done.
And Marilyn Thompson, our lovely administration manager from jumping, she has that onerous task of being the mathematician for the series, and making sure that everything's all tickety-boo for Saturday night.
Yep. We're not having a dinner this year. It's a cocktail party. Is that right? Oh, here we go. Here's Lucy Alford. She is fairly clipping along in this. She's coming round to the wall. She's the national leader on the board so far, and this is why she rides fast and forward, and she's 18 seconds going over there, so she's definitely faster. She's got Jeremy Wales' time in the back of her mind at 34.72. She's over the wall at 26 seconds, so it's going to be close. Going to be very close. 34.72, the time to beat, and I think she will do it. No, 35.34.
Yeah, Dana, it's interesting, where Danella has put those finish flags. That's it's the respected distance from the fence, but, they still have to keep riding forward once they land.
Oh, it's always deceiving, isn't it, how fast a horse is going? So is Jesse coming, do you think? Are we waiting for him to be cleared?
And I think, Dana, it's been challenging, and I can see Jesse actually running down in front of the grandstand as we speak. The medic side of the changes in medic for our members and competitors over the years has been a little bit of a challenging space for everyone to get their head round.
Mm-hmm.
We're extremely lucky with our officials, led from the technical, obviously, that they have a very sound system of how we manage the medical side of things at a show.
Yeah.
So I know there's a bit of chat out in the berg that perhaps, this sort of somebody that lands on their feet and rah-de-rah-de-rah, but we have to be very mindful of our health and safety and our riders, concussions and things like that. So
yeah, and the landscape of sport has changed such a lot, and you can't afford to be not doing anything, and that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Having sat in that seat and had to put these rules in place, I fully understand how hard it is and how upset people get, but if you look at rugby and the difficulties they're having now with people with early onset dementia coming out of sport, it's really, really hard to imagine that you'd want to be in that space. And my thoughts go out to all of those people who are affected, but also the sport, because it's going to have to find a way to change. And we don't want to end up like that. So we have to be proactive and come up with solutions that might feel a little bit onerous sometimes, but that work.
Absolutely. And I think, as I said, the officials are across it well now.
Yeah, you're ringing. You're about to spontaneously combust over there, Jenny.
Oh no, sorry.
Oh, hang on a minute. Jesse's not coming back. What's happened here? We're doing a presentation. Righto.
Okay. We're going to have Melody Matheson representing Matthews Hanoverian, as Angela couldn't be here, to do our presentation for this series today. Mel, of course, who rides for Matthews Hanoverian. So great to have her on board.
Right, we'll be back with you in just a moment. Bye. I see you after, please? Do you want to come over to the office?
Just hanging in the background.
Perfect. Jenny's going to hand the ribbons out. You can do that and then you can share the ribbons. Is that all right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, oh, dear me. I know it goes from one extreme to the other. I never quite know what's going to happen next. It's a bit echoey. All right, congratulations to those riders and combinations in the Matthews Hanoverian 7-year-old series grand final, sponsored by Grassendale Genetics. We've got Luce Williams here from Grassendale Genetics and Melody Matheson representing, oh, there we go, thank you for that, representing Matthews Hanoverians, Judith Matthews and Ange Miller. So thank you to those guys. Congratulations to Jeremy Whale. Great round from him. Blistering little jump off, 34.72. I don't know which one of you tipped Jesse off in the warm-up arena, but you dealt with him. Second place to Lucy Olford and Kiwi Strike. It's a great round from Lucy, just maybe a stride or two slow. Not like you. Third was Sam Carrington and Double J Hurricane. Fourth, Catherine Alabaster and Hopefully Ferrari NZPH. Fifth place went to Sophie Scott and Benrose Casino, ECPH. And sixth to Jessie Linton and WSJ Jonah. I don't want to do that. All right, we'll just have a quick word with Jeremy. Congratulations, Jeremy. It was a great round. You knew what you had to do and you weren't going to leave anything wondering.
No, look, I had a couple of speedsters coming behind me, so it's been a very competitive class this year, the 7-year-old series. So, yeah, I had to leave it all out there because I knew who was coming behind me.
Yeah, it was a fantastic round. You had a great season on this horse. You must be pretty pleased with how it's going.
Yeah, look, he's a super horse. We bought him off the booths as a 3, maybe rising 4-year-old. So I have to thank them for breeding such a fantastic horse, you know. Without breeders like the booths and whoever else bred the rest of the booth, we probably wouldn't be out here doing it, you know, and such good horses.
Oh, well, thank you so much for all your support. You've had a great season, travelled all over the country, the travelling road show that is the Whale Truck, and we wish you all the very best.
Yeah, thanks, Dana. Look, we'd like to thank the sponsors as well, Matthews Hanoverians and Grassendale Genetics as well.
Thank you, and all the best for whatever else you've got planned for the rest of the weekend. I'm sure there's a number of more horses to ride. He's going to the 90 centimetres, he said. Hero to 0. Don't fall off. All right, congratulations. We'll let you guys go. Well done, Lucy, on your fantastic effort over the series, and we'll look forward to seeing how that all plays out when the mathematics is done a bit later. And we'll let you go off and do your little glory round. Can you please come back this way on your last bit so they can get those fabulous photos? Okay, congratulations, well done. Give them a round of applause, everybody. First place and a great result to Jeremy Whale and Bannockburn ECPH. First in a time of 34.72. Second to Lucy Olford and Kiwi Strike in a time of 35.34. Third place went to Sam Carrington and Double J Hurricane, all clear 39.8. Fourth to Catherine Alabaster with Hopefully Ferrari NZPH. And fifth place to Sophie Scott with Benrose Casino ECPH. Sixth was Jessie Linton and WSJ Jonah.
Now, just a call for any combinations intending to start in Class 15 down in Ring 3, which is the Equine America Intro Horse 90 centimetre. If you're wishing to start, could you please make your way to Ring 3 immediately, please, as they only have 2 or 3 horses left to go and a number have not yet fronted. So that's Class 15 in Ring 3. Equine America sponsored intro horse, 90 centimetre. They're looking for their final combinations, please, to report to the gate steward.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
And the final touch has just been made to the fence for our next class, which is the Harrison Lane Pro-Am Rider Series Grand Final, co-sponsored by Equimatch. 1 to go will be all expenses of Renton. 2 to go, Hapuri Galileo NZPH. 3 to go will be Redcliffe Skachau. 4 will be Lilyberg SL. 5 Macmillan's Chuck. 6 Entourage NZPH. 7 Starlight Discovery. 8 will be Victoria's Secret. 9 Eyecatcher NZPH. And 10 will be Celebration XCPH. Let's field come forward for the Harrison Lane Pro-Am Rider Grand Final.
This will take some winning. Gets a good jump there. Steady.
This is unbelievable.
Wow, this is sensational.
What a finish. So many tens.
Oh my goodness, can anyone catch her?
That was amazing. That was something to behold.
Life is just a dream away. Right here is where I wanna stay. 24 hours with not much to do. Relax, sit back and enjoy the view. Blissed out, sitting in clover, nothing much to do.
You've improved your lifestyle. Now improve your insurance with FMG, the Rural and Lifestyle Specialists.
Now, the Pro-Am Rider Series is very kindly sponsored by Harrison Lane. Harrison Lane is an award-winning master builder, building beautiful country homes, bespoke barns and equestrian facilities in the Greater Auckland and Waikato regions. Their end-to-end project management service enables the seamless design, build and development of your lifestyle or rural property. Country homes, cottages and minor dwellings, stables and equestrian facilities, arenas and riding tracks, barns and farm-style homes, site planning, development, drainage, landscaping and fencing, as well as farm projects. That's Harrison Lane. You can visit their website at harrisonlane.co.nz, sponsors of the Pro-Am Rider Series. The grand final next up in Ring 1. The co-sponsor for the final is Equimatch.
We believe New Zealand grain
New Zealand's
growers
premier
are amongst the
website
best in the
for
world, if not
buying
the best in the
and
world,
selling
and
horses.
therefore they produce top quality grains. That's
What
especially
is
important to Dunstan.
Equimatch?
Quality is
It's
uppermost
to buy
in our
and sell
minds.
horses
That quality
of
then
every
translates
discipline
into the
with
Dunstan
transparency
horses we
and
manufacture.
confidence.
PGG
Buy and
Wrightson
sell
Grain
brand
had a
new or
relationship with
second-hand
Dunstan for
gear,
over 30
trucks
plus
and
years.
floats,
So the role that we play is
educational
actively sourcing
and
growers
informative
to grow
blogs
products
and
for
articles,
Dunstan and for us
and
to
a
market
fully,
and supply
fully
that
loaded
to the
directory of equestrian businesses and services around the country.
40 hectare mixed
The
cropping farm at
website
Bar
is
Hill in Canterbury, and this is a
equimatch.co.nz.
crop of L5 white oats. PGG Wrightson have been part of our contracting procedure for a number of years. When the oats are harvested, we endeavour to move them on as fast as possible. PGG Wrightson find the best markets for us. With this, New Zealand grown and sustainability in our farming system, I think the industry looks pretty good on an arable side of things.
We grow wheat and barley, all for feed, in Canterbury, New Zealand. With PGG Wrightson's grain, we rely on them to help us grow, breed in the varieties that we grow and assist us in the selling of it as well. It starts with soil nutrition and then choosing the right varieties to suit where we are, and this variety Tavern that seems to do that for us and still has the quality at the other end for the users. It feels really great to know that our products are being produced into horse feed.
I've been growing maize and running our business for about 40 years. New Zealand's a great agricultural country and we grow great crops, and it's really good to see our grain fed to our horses and animals and know that it's good quality and grown in a good environment. We really appreciate PGG Wrightsons have linked us up with Dunstan. It's really good to know the end users that are using and appreciating our grain.
To us, it's very important, because we're a New Zealand owned and operated company, that we support the New Zealand arable industry.
We're really proud of the fact that we're supporting Kiwi farmers and Kiwi end users in New Zealand.
Yeah.
veteran. She's had some success at Northern Hawke's Bay Show Jumping Show in March. Oh, that's last year.
And the judges are ready, so it's all go now with Class 4 here in Ring 1 at the Glistening Waters ESNZ Series Final. Class 4 is the Harrison Lane Pro-Am Rider Series. And one to go will be all expenses of Renton, so we're just waiting on Fiona Honeyman to come into the arena.
All right, we're back in the ring now, in the Ring 1 at the Glistening Waters ESNZ Series Final Show. This time we're just waiting for the Pro-Am to start, so another great competitive class. And I've got with me Dirk Walden from Hawke's Bay.
How you going, team?
Oh, mate, Dirk.
Good
Yeah.
to be here.
Good to have you. Good to have you back. We always have a little chat at one of these shows.
Absolutely.
In this ring. We've got a few competitors in this class that are pretty on the money. Sally Clark, she's always fiercely competitive in this class. This is her thing, the Pro-Am. And Rose Allfeld riding too. Noni Morgan, never to be discounted. First one in the ring. Who have we got in there? Fiona Honeyman.
Fiona Honeyman.
She rides all expenses of Renton. This horse originally ridden, I think, by Glenn Beale. Dirk, do we think?
Yeah, correct. Yep. Not long sold on purchase by this girl, I think, from Glenn.
14-year-old bay gelding thoroughbred cross by Wolf's Son out of Sadie, which is by Kingsway Diamond, bred by M. Howell, the Ainsley Down stud. It's a shame. So you've got a few horses here this weekend, Dirk.
Yep. I've got one, just a 5-year-old, and Millie, my daughter's got a couple. She's a couple in the junior this morning.
Yeah, she went well this morning.
Yeah,
just
she
a
did.
bit unlucky.
A bit unlucky, not her day today quite, but it's great to be here, and the conditions and the change of ring setup that we've got this year is really cool. Something different.
Yeah, so it is a bit different. Normally we're in the President's Oval, and what's going on in there? Show Hunter, is it?
Yeah, Show Hunter in there. So it looks like they're having a great time out there, which is cool.
Is Mirren over there ruling the roost?
I think she might be later on.
She'll show them how it's done later on.
I was a bit of a shame that she had a few poles down this horse, but they just a new combination. So
yeah, so that must be the end of the course in the middle, just in there. Hard to see in there, but you can see probably better on the screen.
Yeah, right.
12 faults. Oh, that got loud very suddenly. 12 faults for Fiona Honeyman. Hannah Bodle, unfortunately, we think. Oh, yeah.
I got that wrong. She
no,
is here.
Dirk told me she wasn't here.
Must
but
be a different horse.
She is here. Hannah's out there on her horse, Hopefully Galileo NZPH. Hannah from Morrinsville, full-time rider. She's been working for riding Hopefully sport horses this year for Warwick Hansen. This one, a 6-year-old bay gelding New Zealand sport horse by Air Jordan out of Hopefully Chantilly, which was by Cabdullah Dutiard, bred by Warwick Hansen and owned by Hannah.
It's great to see Hannah and Joe make the journey down from the Waikato. Hannah's such a great producer of young horses, and yeah, it's cool to see that she has a horse that she can jump up the heights a little bit on instead of producing all the time. So great opportunity for her.
Yeah, nice for her to have a solid ride, isn't it?
Absolutely. And she's a lovely rider, Hannah. She's very smooth, and horses can tell really like her. Bummer.
That's a shame. Fence 3.
So we've got a great surface out here too this weekend for a start with. It was probably a little bit greasy this morning maybe, but
got a bit of rain overnight.
Yeah, a few showers overnight, which was not all bad.
Pretty good now though by the look of it.
It's stunning. I think the horses are jumping really well.
And that's it. You probably can't see it on the live streaming, but that old grandstand is something to be seen, isn't it?
Look at it.
Incredible building. The way they used to build grandstands at AMP shows. So you've been involved with Northern Hawke's Bay this year, Dirk, and had a few pop-up shows and a bit of a disjointed, funny old season, but it's gone pretty well there.
Yeah, it has. Look, it's been challenging. Well, it sort of was going to be challenging, wasn't it? At the start of the year, we sort of all were thinking that we wouldn't get much done at all. But to be honest, it's been quite a fun season. You know, there's been
It's going to get a time fault, I think.
Different areas running shows, and yeah, we ran a few, and you know, it's been really well supported. We had a great show a few weeks ago at Hastings, and yeah, really well supported from people all over the North Island.
Yeah, it was a great show. Lots of good competition to be had, and such a shame about Horse of the Year. You know, 2 years in a row, who would ever would have picked that?
Yeah,
But
exactly. Yeah.
we've all all the volunteer and organising committees have pitched in and made the best of it, really.
Yeah, and been really well supported with sponsors as well, like people putting their hands in their pockets and offering to sponsor. It's been quite humbling for the sport, I feel.
Yeah.
Here we go, Trevor.
Right, Trevor Pearce, old mate Trev.
Here we go.
Anything could happen. Trevor, an old campaigner, as we know. He rides this horse, Redcliffe's Kachow, thoroughbred by Sacconi out of Ovation, bred by Peter Wood's F Trust.
This is the coolest horse. I mean, Trev's done a great job producing him the last few years and has a lot of fun on him.
Oh, Trev. Oh, now we've lost a rein and a stirrup and something else. A little bit of a regroup.
Just got a bit close to the first of the double there and ran out of steam, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got a bit discombobulated in the middle. It's a good word for Trevor.
He's such a genuine horse, though. Look at that. He just carries on like
Yeah.
nothing happened.
Yeah, just go around there and jump a few more.
Yeah.
Trevor, a very active member of this local Wairarapa group too. He's always out there picking up rails and setting up courses.
He does. He does a lot. I mean, every group has its challenges with volunteers, but you know, when you got people like Trevor on the team, you can always call on them. So they're very lucky.
I think he's decided that today's not the day.
Call it a day, Trev.
Oh,
It's a shame.
that is a shame because it is a cool horse and
Yeah,
he's a great
absolutely.
guy.
He's had a couple of good shows too, so he'll be disappointed. But it's tomorrow.
He might be a bit concerned because he's he's following you in the commentary box, so you know he's probably just a bit worried about that. Maybe
Pressure,
no,
the pressure.
not at all. He can take it in his stride.
The pressure of live streaming.
Okay, yeah. Oh well, that's retired for Dirk. Not for Dirk. That's you, Trevor Pearce.
Trevor. Christine.
Yeah, Christine, our photographer, a photographer of some note. She's out there. Lilyberg SL. 11-year-old chestnut mare, Sal Francais cross by Lindbergh des Hayets, bred by Seattle Lodge and owned by Christine, Catherine Cameron and Kelly Stewart.
You don't know a lot about this horse. I've seen it go. I might have come down to the North Islands. Looks like a fun horse. She's had a horse, I think it was called Marlin, wasn't it, that she's jumped
I
at
think
this
it was.
level for a long time.
Yep.
So this is the next cab off the rank by the looks. So yeah.
And Seattle Lodge is that not Fred's
Is it?
lot?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. I can't
No.
remember.
Not a Hundy there.
She's had some placings at Woodhill Sands and at the horse meter 20 level. And Christine, more often seen, or very often seen, behind a camera in the ring, taking all those fabulous photos.
Well, she does very well to even ride. I think she's probably juggling of having a few balls in the air when it comes to competing and trying to take photos of everyone. So she does really well. It's nice to see her down here in Masterton. all the
Yeah,
way from the
bit of a
Waikato.
trek from Cambridge.
Bit of a trip down. There's a few poles down there for Christine, but
Yeah, 12 faults in total. Haven't had a clear round yet.
she'll be pretty happy, I'd say.
No clear rounds yet, but we're heading into the end of it where the top of the leaderboard riders are coming in, so I'm sure we'll find some good rounds in there. So next up, Claire Wilson and Macmillan's Chuck. Claire from Waipokoro, of course. She's been on the jumping board as the riders rep, just finishing up. Paxton Conda about to take over from her. She rides the 12-year-old skewbald gelding New Zealand sport horse by Mustang Sammy out of Which Way, which is by Wits Way. Bred by Janelle Gray, owned by Claire Wilson and Helen Brune.
Funnily enough, I broke this horse in a few years ago. He must be getting on a bit now. 12-year-old. So yeah, that was a while ago. And he's been a great little horse for the Wilson family, hasn't he?
Yeah, Tim set him out in some young junior riders, is it?
A couple of young riders, I think, later in their career. And Tim's obviously off to uni, and Mum's taking the ride back.
Happens.
Yeah,
it happens. Yes.
But he's a neat little horse. He's done a lot of jumping.
Oh, yeah, she's just giving him a wake up.
Yeah, he can be a little bit sharp. That's spooky.
Claire, very experienced and accomplished rider. She's won at the very top level. I think Lady Rider probably at some point.
Horse of the Year.
Yep.
Olympic Cup.
Silver Fern Stakes Olympic Cup. She's been a past New Zealand team member, Olympic Cup winner, and now focusing on young homebred horses and young, grassroots events. So, such as her Winter Olympics, which is world famous in New Zealand. Her Claire's Winter Olympics. Nice round from her, I think.
Clear?
All clear. Yes, all clear for Claire.
Good work.
So she'll be pleased with that. She'll be back for the jump off, and that's a good result for her. So
absolutely. She'll be chuffed.
And husband Simon, not riding these days, more interested in training racehorses and hunting, I think.
Yes, yeah, racing, following the racehorses around a little bit, I'd say. See his daughter out riding his horse in the smaller classes this morning, so he's obviously handed the baton over.
Oh, well. He's put a fair bit into it over the years, has Simon.
Sure has.
On the course now, Deanna Horsburgh and Entourage NZPH. This is a nice combination. Talking to Vaughan, I think Vaughan trains them. Talking to him last night, he rates this horse and rider. Deanna's from Cambridge. She's a student, and she's sitting in 15th place on the leaderboard in the Pro-Am series. The horse, a New Zealand sport horse by Cannon, out of Vidal NZPH by Pizzetta Durue, bred by New Zealand Performance Horses and owned by Warwick Hanson and Deanna Horsburgh.
He's a jumper, isn't he? Very nice horse. Big, scopy.
Yeah, nice horse. I think,
And Deanna, she's obviously with some assistance from Vaughan, has done a great job producing this horse. I've had him for a little while.
Yeah. Going well.
One to go.
Beautiful.
Some nice work.
Nice, clear round. That's good to see from them all the way down from Cambridge. So 4 left to go. It's only a short class.
It is the one where all the Pro-Am riders have got to.
Yeah, I think because if you look at the series sheet, there's an awful lot of them on there. I think maybe they, being Pro-Am riders, maybe have other interests.
Yeah, true.
Once it gets a bit cold and a bit dark at night.
Days might be getting too short.
Go hunting, maybe.
Yeah.
Nonnie Morgan, next up. She's one of the Hawke's Bay crew that always pitches up for these events. Nonnie, a fierce competitor. She's a real trick, is Nonnie, and she can pick a horse off the track to produce, a bit like this one. This one a Warm Blood by Damonte LS, which is a long spring stud breed, and it's owned by Nonnie. She's had a lot of fun with this horse.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, they turn up to shows all the time and
get ribbons.
Yeah, they do. They've got a great relationship going on. And like you said, Nonnie's produced this horse from from the start. And he looks like quiet and easy, but he actually hasn't been that easy. He's just a little bit sharp. But
Yeah.
Nonny has a ball on him.
She's underrated as a rider, Nonny. She's pretty good.
Yeah. Horses really like her, don't they?
Yes. As you come across the middle there, she'll be just looking for a steady clear so she can ramp it up a bit in the jump off.
Nice work.
Beautifully done.
Yep.
And that's
he
why
doesn't very often have one down, this horse, does
that's
he?
why she's sitting in 7th place on the national leaderboard as Nonny. But, a few good points today will make a big difference to where her final placing is. The top riders in the Pro-Am aren't here, sadly. Matthew Dickey, I think, we decided had won some points won some money at a higher level, so he's not eligible any longer.
No.
And that's sometimes what happens. But Lorena Dolman winning that national series by an enormous margin with the little horse Kiwi Lansing.
Yeah, and congratulations to Lorena. I mean, she's travels around all over the country and goes and jumps in her class and goes home again and always goes home with a ribbon.
Yeah, and she went all the way to the Nationals in Christchurch. She had a bit of a trip down south and did a few other shows down there. It was a good.
Yeah.
And she, I think, has won this series for a number of years in a row, actually.
Yeah. Man, he's won a lot of classes, old Kiwi Lansing.
So on the track now, Sally Clark. Sally from just out of Dannevirke there, or southern and central Hawke's Bay. She's a great competitor, Sally. She's ridden this horse for a long time, Dirk. She's produced it from a youngster. And it's been a good combination.
Haven't they just? I mean, it's she's another one, always very competitive. And this little mare tries its heart out for Sally, which is pretty cool.
It's a New Zealand sport horse by Hey Baba Reba out of Dilly Dally, which was by Distal Fink, bred by Morris Beatson. Morris has had a lot of Distal Fink horses in his time. I often see those bloodlines coming through in his homebred horses.
Yeah, you do. Quite a significant impact on the sport horses in New Zealand, did Distal Fink.
There we go.
Nice
That's
work,
a
Sally.
fabulous clear from Sally Clark and Victoria's Secret. She's in 6th place on the leaderboard at the moment, so that will be a good result for her.
They're pretty motivated, some of these riders, to do well in this class, aren't they? If they want to, they can climb the ladder a bit.
They could definitely climb the ladder. Here's Rose Allfeld. She's got 2 in the class. I'm not quite sure how this is working. I know she has to ride her nominated horse first, so this must be that eye catch. Oh, I haven't changed on the screen, so I'm pretty sure that the first one will be her nominated horse, eye catcher NZPH. And then we'll have a little bit of a wait while she goes and warms up her second horse, Celebration ECPH.
Done a bit of a roadie up from the South Island as Rose. She does it most years. It's really cool to see them up here. They came up for the North Island Championships.
Yeah, she was at Taupo last week.
Done a couple of Taupo shows, yeah. And been well supported, actually, by the South Islanders, hasn't it, the last month of show jumping in the North Island.
Yeah, and this horse, eye catcher NZPH, one of those NZPH bred horses, of course, by Cannon out of United Blue, which was by Mr. Blue. She's had some good results. The Canterbury Champs at the Ashburton Show and at the Marlborough Show with eye catcher.
Yeah, Rose has produced this horse right from the beginning.
Yeah, I remember it as a youngster in the 5-year-olds, I think.
Absolutely.
It's still only 8, so it's still only young.
One to go.
One to go.
How many clears have we got? 3 so far.
3 clears so far. Claire Wilson, Deanna Horsburgh and Sally Clark. And then we'll just add Rose Allfeld to that.
Nice.
And I think we might just have a little bit of a wait while we wait for her to warm up her other horse.
What's the next class we've got out after here?
After this, we're going to the Horse Grand Prix.
Oh, nice.
So we can have a little bit of a chat about that. That'll be a good
Yeah.
class.
Here we go. We've got 19 in it. It's well supported. This is quite a. I think is it open? I'm not too sure on the points of this Grand Prix class, whether for the series.
Yeah, so it's in reverse order.
Yeah,
so,
okay, so
Brooke, I'm not sure if Brooke must be not that much difference to amongst those top ones. Cappuccino, Central Park, Waitangi, Skynet, and Campari, they must all be within a whisker of each other at the top of the leaderboard because they've had a great deal of success, all of them.
There's some very nice young horses coming in early on in the class as well. So it's that'll be a good class. It could be anyone's, couldn't it? By the look of the lineup there.
Well, it could be. You wouldn't discount any of them, really.
No.
It's actually very similar to the class at Taupo in the metre 45 last weekend.
Right.
Sophie Scott wasn't there, but pretty much the rest of it is pretty much the same. And that was a great class. It was Campari came second, and I, for the life of me, can't remember who won it now but I was there doing the commentary. So there you
Might
go.
have been Daniel Blundell.
That's how my brain works. No, he won the day before.
Right.
It will come back to me. Campari was second. I think Brooke was third.
Oh, it wasn't Julie Davey, no?
Julie Davey, of course it was.
Yep.
LT Holst Frieda.
Yep.
Won it. $4,000. Not a bad day.
Yeah.
Not a bad day's riding when you can get a pay prize like that. $12,000 class.
Wow.
So one of the better classes we've seen around the country for a while. And all kudos to Colin and Tony McIntosh and the work they've done on producing those great shows. They spend a lot of time in the States and they're trying to bring a little bit of that pizzazz back to us. Give us a bit of a jazz up, I think.
Yeah, look, I think they're doing a great job. I mean, it's really nice to see the National Equestrian Centre in Taupo utilised for some
Tony's
shows.
just texted me to remind me that it was Julie that won it. So thanks, Tony. Please feel free to keep texting if I keep forgetting things because, brain's a bit addled these days, getting old. Colin and Tony doing an awesome job, and it was cool to be part of it. Actually, broadcast on Sky Sport Next, which is also really good for the sport to get a bit of extra promotion and profile.
Absolutely. I mean, it's great for sponsors as well. It's important that we get on the TV.
Yeah.
The live TV.
Definitely.
And, it all helps for our sport.
Yes, because sadly we only appear in the mainstream media when it's really bad.
Yeah, well.
And we have some pretty challenging times, but
absolutely nice to have some positive stuff
definitely
go through.
Really good.
But yeah, it sounds like those Taupo shows were really well supported as well, and pretty people motivated to go. It might cost a little bit to get there, but you can also pay a few bills if you win a prize.
Absolutely. I think it's been a while since I've seen a $12,000 metre 40 class in New Zealand, that's for sure.
Absolutely. So it's really well done to Colin and Tony.
I can see Vaughan down there directing play, so he's just giving Deanna a bit of a school up on the jump off, getting ready to do that. We must be ready to go.
It's turned out a beautiful day here. It was a bit drizzly and a bit rainy this morning, and now the sun's come out. It's actually quite hot.
Meant to be good tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the weekend forecast is pretty good.
Weather's sorted itself out. I'm sick of the rain.
Yeah.
Been in Gisborne for 600 mils of rain over a period of 2 weeks. It was more than enough.
I can imagine. Some few stories starting to filter out of north of Napier, and they're you got a feel for the farmers and the cropping people, and
there's some real damage to hillsides and roads and tracks and all sorts.
Infrastructure's really taken a bit of a knock, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, but down on the other side in Taupo and around others, they were really wanting some rain. So it's luck of the draw.
I know. Yeah, the east coast of the North Island has copped it all this year, and
a feast or famine, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure has. We've had three pretty challenging years on the east coast, and it's nice to be on the other side of it. But places like the Taranaki and the Waikato, and they're all feeling the pinch of it.
So what's happening in the Walden stable after this show? Are they all being turned out and having a rest, or are we?
Yeah, look, it's I've got a young horse that'll go out and have a bit of a holiday. Potentially Millie, we might keep a couple of horses in work and try and do a bit of winter stuff.
Yeah, because I think it's sort of changing a bit now. We used to have a very definite season, didn't we? And then everyone would go hunting.
Yeah.
But now lots of areas run winter series and carry on through. Young horses do winter series, and
Absolutely.
it's cool to see. Just the pressure's off. It's just a bit of fun.
Yeah. And I know as a rider myself, it's nice to keep ticking along. It's, you switch off and don't ride for 3 or 4 months.
Takes a bit to get going.
Takes a little bit to get the old mojo back again. So,
right,
here we go, ready to go, Rose.
Last combination in the first round, Rose Allfeld in Celebration ECPH. So this horse, Warm Blood by Corofino 2 out of Crystal, which was by Salutation, bred by East Coast Performance Horses here in the Wairarapa and owned by Rose Allfeld from Canterbury. Let's have a look at those wine barrels. Not too sure about those.
This is a pretty good effort, this horse, a 6-year-old, jumping at this level.
Yeah.
Rose gives these horses of hers a very nice, kind ride, and they're full of confidence from their rider, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah, she's a lovely rider, Rose. Oh, a little bit strong going around there.
He's obviously a bit of a sensitive chap. He didn't like having that pole down.
No, got a bit of a fright, didn't he?
Sure
Maybe.
did. Bit of a Corofino trait.
Jenny's standing in front of you. This is one of her homebred out of the East Coast Performance Horses lineup. Ooh, a little encouragement. It is young though, isn't it? And,
Yeah, it is.
It's a
ring one, and it's it's big. Bit of a learning curve for the horse.
nice horse.
It is a nice horse.
Mm.
I think that Jess Land had this horse for sale for a long time, and no one really seemed to want to take him on, and Rose did, and she's having a lot of fun with it.
So sitting on 8 faults at the moment, coming into the last. There we go. She'll finish with 8. So just the 4 to come back. I'm sure they'll confirm the minor placings in that round, but it's likely to be Hannah Bodle and Rose Allfeld on this horse, perhaps in 5th and 6th. And the 4 to come back will be Claire Wilson with Macmillan's Chuck, Deanna Horsburgh and Entourage NZPH, Sally Clark with Victoria's Secret, and Rose Allfeld with Eye Catcher NZPH. Oh, and Nonnie Morgan with Starlight Discovery. That's when the system doesn't work, when you forget to do the admin.
Use your highlighter next time.
Just as well you're here, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah.
on the ball. So 5 to come back. And that's actually a pretty good lineup.
Absolutely. That's a good number for a jump off. I mean, there's been only 11 in the class, so
Half to come back ish.
Perfect. Course builder will be pleased.
Yes. Danella all the way from the deep dark south. She'll be pleased with that. And good, of course, to have Greg Best over in ring 2. He'll give them something to think about over there.
Sure will.
Once again, the returning field for the jump off. 1 to go, Macmillan's Chuck. 2, Entourage NZPH.
Yeah, it's great to have someone of Greg's ability over there doing some course building, and especially at this show. It's, we were just talking about it before, about the need for really good course designers and keeping people going. Christine has decided she's not riding in this now, so she's going to just take photos. That's good. Yeah, no, we saw you go.
Yeah.
Yep. That's all good.
Yeah, it is. Look, it's great to have Greg over in ring 2. He's rode on one of his tracks this morning, and it's always nice to go and ride in different styles, course builders, and we're very fortunate to have his knowledge and expertise.
Absolutely.
So it's really good. So here we've got the big Nations bar here in Masterton on the ring side of ring 1, and went in there last night and had a little sample. So it's
A little sample or a long sample?
No, just a little sample. And,
well, that's good. Don't want to peak too early.
No, got a couple of days to go, haven't we? So yeah.
Don't get socially excited.
It's great to have it right by the ring 1, and it's well utilised. People sitting under it today.
Zoe's messaging. She says that she's got severe FOMO at home in Ashburton, and she's wishing she was here.
Oh, she normally is here, Zoe.
I
It's
know.
a shame you're not here.
Zoe? Yeah, we'll miss Zoe in the bar.
Won't we?
And in the live streaming, and on that fabulous horse that she rides, Quainton Labyrinth. It's not bad. All right, we must be just about ready to go. That fence looks crooked to me, but it's probably just the angle.
Course builders having a bit of a discussion out there in the middle.
Heather McDonald, the TD. Oh, there's quite a meeting going on out there. Quite sure what's wrong. Oh, and Dave's out there running around with the timing gear.
Who we got first? Claire.
Claire first out, Deanna Horsburgh at 2, Nonnie Morgan at 3, Sally Clark, and then Rose. We also had a note on the old messaging from Cherie Horse. Cherie was up a mountain somewhere in the South Island.
Oh, really?
Listening to the live
Shaz.
streaming. Yep.
Shazza.
Was running up a mountain as she does these days.
Listening to a bit of show jumping while she's doing it.
Yep.
True dedication.
No. Good Gisborne girl.
Absolutely.
Can't take it out of her. Here's
She's
Claire. I'll wait for Dave to get back in his box. He's the timing man. Rightio. I think we're just about ready to go. So is this you for the day? You're finished now?
Yep, we're done for the day. So we'll
Jeepers.
Yep.
Now you're going to keep yourself going fully employed for the rest of the afternoon.
Oh, we can sit down and watch the Grand Prix shortly.
And then the amateur, that's always a good class.
Amateur class later on.
Bit of fun in the amateur.
Plenty to do, plenty to see, plenty to watch.
And then the
Might
pony
even-
welcome stakes, metre 20 at the end of the day. So that'll be good to see ponies before they...
They'll be fizzing, really wanting to have a crack at getting going for the show too, won't they?
Yeah, totally. All right, Claire's ready to roll.
Here we go. Inside.
Yep, it's all about where you can gain a couple of seconds, isn't it? And
Claire's not mucking around. That's a beautiful turn there.
nice
Oh, had a
turn.
bit of a life there. Keep kicking Claire.
And number 5, 28 seconds.
Gallop to the triple bar.
28 over number 5.
Oh, one to go.
Tight corner round the end. Oof.
Well, she's done well. That's
Stop
a
the
great
clock
start.
at 42.21. And Claire.
She would have enjoyed that, Claire. The little horse tried really hard for her, and they got all the turns. They were a bit, probably not the spot she was after to the last, but most of the rest of it went pretty well.
Yeah, she had a bit of a pull, didn't she, going in there? Got a bit, but she'll be very pleased. Double clear.
Put the pressure on the rest of the team.
All right. Deanna Horsburgh and Entourage NZPH. She would have had a tune up by Vaughan out there in the back. Bit of a school up.
NZPH is in fact now owned by Deanna and Vaughan Jeffress.
Oof. It's got a good jump on it.
Oh, he's careful, isn't he?
So she's going over here, 24. She's a little bit slower at that point in the course. Maybe a second or two.
She's quite a good turn there if she can get the spot.
Good turn, but
Ooh,
I think
yes, she
42.28.
No.
No, second.
42.21.
Yeah, not as fast as Claire.
There's nothing in it.
So that'll put her into second place unofficially behind Claire. Time to beat 42.21. I would bet that Nonny could go faster than that. Depends on how it plays out for us. So Nonny Morgan and Starlight Discovery. Here she goes. She won't muck around, I don't think. Oh.
Going for the double clear.
Maybe. She'll have to go faster than that, though, to beat the other double clears. Nice. Yeah, definitely. A slower round from Nonny, but a very accomplished double clear for her.
He's a cracking horse, this horse.
Not sure what the time is because we've just had a little bit of a freeze on everything here.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit slower than the first two, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say so. 56.63, so a great deal closer. 8 seconds. Right, 2 left. Sally Clark. At the moment, Claire Wilson still winning, 42.21.
Speedy Sally.
Yep.
This little mare can go quick, and wouldn't be the first time
Sally,
she's had a crack at this.
a former eventer, not afraid to take a long stride when she has to.
Cut one out.
Launch one at it. A little turn there.
Keep coming, Sally.
Oh,
Oh, bit of a slip. Just greasy enough out there, isn't it? There's a couple of horses slipping, but
So she's going through here
might be a little bit behind.
a little bit behind. See how she goes over the ground. Yeah, a little bit behind. She's not faster than Claire yet. But she can do a tight turn. Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be very close.
It just doesn't quite come up
No.
to them, that last fence, does it?
43.68. It's a tricky turn, that, isn't it?
It sure is. It's just a bit slippery, and then they hold instead of kick.
That's the mark of a good course designer. Just
Exactly.
give you a little bit of a test at the last.
A little bit of a test at the last.
Right. Rose Orfeld, last to go. Eye catcher NZPH. Time to beat 42.21. Claire Wilson and McMillan's Chuck sitting on that. Deanna Horsburgh in second place at the moment, 42.28. So just 0.06 of 0.7 of a second behind Claire. She was. We haven't seen anything go as fast since. This must have a big, long stride on it.
Yeah, look, this is. She's not mucking around.
No, she's got a ribbon in her sights. Rose, and she's sitting.
That's
at
come
the,
up for her really well there.
Right, where are we sitting? Oh yeah, she's definitely. That's
Yeah,
deceiving, that corner, but she's definitely up on the clock.
She gets the shot here.
Hard, isn't it? Because you want to gallop to that, but you've got a real tight turn at the base
She's
of it.
done it very well, though. Look at this.
What's the time?
Yeah, it's close. Come on.
Oh,
Yes.
41.32.
Yes,
She
it
has.
is. Yes, she has.
Yep. She shaved a second off it at the very last. So what a great ride from Rose Orfeld and Eyecatcher NZPH. She knew what she had to do. Just had to go double clear, and just 1 second faster was all it took.
Well done to her.
So well done to Rose. Thanks, Dirk, for
No
joining
worries.
us. We might
Thanks
drag
for
you back
having me.
tomorrow.
Yep.
We can find you. Not
You
in
can
hiding.
find me. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. It's great to be involved, and
Yeah, it's always
wonderful
a great show.
show.
Yeah, cool. All right, good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Champion, thank you very much.
Should I call it quits? I don't know. Got a cloudy view, can't seem to make up my mind. We're not on the same page, and it shows. You're 100 steps ahead, while I'm falling behind. I could love you and leave, and I wouldn't feel a thing. And it's scary because I know you're about to buy a ring. Oh, I'm not ready, but I'm barely hanging on. Yeah, if I'm honest, I've read this whole thing wrong. You say you love me, but I know you're not the one. Oh, I'm not ready, boy, I'm barely hanging on. I think I got cold feet, I don't know why. But oil and water will never collide. I've had my blinders on for quite some time. Maybe it's better to leave before the papers are signed. I could love you and leave, and I wouldn't feel a thing. Oh, and it's scary because I know you're about to buy a ring. Yeah, I'm not ready, but I'm barely hanging on. And if I'm honest, I've read this whole thing wrong. You say you love me, but I know you're not the one. Yeah, I'm not ready, but I'm barely hanging on. Oh, I'm barely hanging on. I'm barely hanging on.
Now, just advising you that the Nations Bar is open, up and running. Plus, also there are some food stalls around the grounds as well. And shortly we'll be able to provide you with a list of those stalls and a quick brief on what they have available for purchase.
All right, we're in the presentation area now. We're just getting the all the garlands and what have you on Rosa's horse. Marilyn needs a footstool to get up there. But congratulations to Rose Allfeld, who took out the class with Eyecatcher NZPH with a very classy jump-off time. Just took it away from Claire Wilson in the last moment. You must have been holding your breath, Claire. Well done to Claire. So Laura from Harrison Lane couldn't be here today, so Marilyn's doing the honours for her. Second place went to Claire Wilson. She came out hard and fast in the jump off. First to come out, set the time at 42.21, and it took the rest of the jump off to catch her. In third place, we had Deanna Horsburgh and Entourage, NZPH. Entourage, just not sure whether or not the ribbon's for eating or wearing. Maybe those flowers on Marilyn's shirt look a bit tasty. There we go. Very well done. Fourth place to Sally Clark and Victoria's Secret. In fifth place, we had Nonnie Morgan and Starlight Discovery. And sixth place to Hannah Bodle and hopefully Galileo NZPH. So thank you once again to Harrison Lane for sponsoring the class, and well done to Rose. Great round from you. You've had a bit of a trip north and a few successes over the last few weeks. Well done.
Thank you very much. We are pleased to be here. It's our last show for the season. We've been up for 4 weeks now. So a lovely way to finish. This is actually Eyecatcher's last ever class. So it's a very nice way to finish. I'd like to thank the sponsors of the class, Harrison Lane and Equimatch, and my sponsors for their continued support. Thank you.
Oh, well done, Rose. It must be a bit emotional with your last class on such a great horse. It's been really good for you. So congratulations to all those riders. We'll let you go. Hang on. We'll just get a photo in front of the sponsors board, please, photographers. We might need to, yeah, that's cool. Oh, he said all these people threw their hands in the air. Yeah. Come on. No. Is he going to retire at home, right? Does not want to play the game. Not playing the game today. All right, thank you very much. We'll let you go. And big round of applause for Rose Allfeld and Eyecatcher NZPH in his last ever class. He wants to retire at home, so that'll be the last you see of Eyecatcher NZPH. Emotional day for Rose Allfeld. Second place to Claire Wilson and Macmillan's Chuck. In third place, we had Deanna Horsburgh and Entourage NZPH. Fourth, Sally Clark and Victoria's Secret. In fifth place, Nonnie Morgan and Starlight Discovery. And in sixth place, Hannah Bodle and hopefully Galileo.
sunshine. I just climbed out of the swamp again. New scars, new bars, new lessons. I just wanna dance in the lessons. Party with my friends, a connection. Shamanic hypnotics, ever present. The cosmic clock always rocking. Noticing the charge of our content. Consuming only that which will benefit. Survey the sequence to the substance. Serve me the loving, serve me the loving. Serve me the loving, serve me the loving. Hey, you lost the keys, try surrendering everything you need, everything I needed. I got exactly what I needed, everything I needed, exactly what I needed. The precious and delicate life we're living. Yeah. Precious and delicate. When you get burned, you learn. That fork came up quick. Break down at the bridge. Trust in the magic that did. Stir you softly. This music infectious. Learn to dance, the movement and breath. Give me everything I needed. It's the simple things that can be so special and sweet. Exactly what I needed. Exactly what I needed. The precious, the special, the delicate. Everything that I needed, everything I needed, everything that I needed, exactly what I needed, everything that I needed, exactly what I
Yeah, I wanna make that play, you're feeling lonely. You wanna make that play at first plane home. If you wanna shake that shade, I'm on my show, yeah. I don't know. Ooh, need you, ooh. Right now, ooh. Love me, ooh. I wanna make you shake, 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 and shiver up. I can't get enough. Hey, 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 come give me some. Come get up on me.
Ultimate 6-year-old with her other horse, so all the age classes and into the bigger heights in the sport.
I'm on the way, yeah. If you wanna say the things we shouldn't say, dance it through the night and through the day, yeah. I don't know. Ooh,
just while course changes taking place, just a mention of some of the trade stands which are situated behind the Nations Bar under the trees. So pop along there and have a browse, have a talk to the staff there about any requirements you have, and you can go and visit the Riders Shop, for example. Also the Brave Pants Company, easy to find with the bright pink tent. Also Back on Track, Peak Equine and Livermore, Equine America and FMG. All of those businesses have trade stands here in the trade stand area. And if you're feeling a bit hungry, you might like to pop along to Sweet Flutter for coffee and treats. Also Salt Street Food, Flamin' Pizzas, and don't forget the Nation Bar is up and operating as well.
Lost my own mind, trying to find a reason or remedy for all of this time I've wasted inside finding my identity. Who's that girl in the mirror? Boy, I'd like to meet her someday. Oh, who's that girl in the mirror? Boy, I'd like to meet her someday. inside of me. Oh, it feels like all that I've got is the feeling that I'm not worth anything. Who's that girl in the mirror? Boy, I'd like to meet her someday. Oh, who's that girl in the mirror? Boy, I'd like to meet her someday.
Riders in the Evo Events Horse Grand Prix Grand Final. Course is open for walking. Course open for walking in Ring 1 for the Evo Events Horse Grand Prix Grand Final, co-sponsored by Matsy Stables. Now, for those of you who may not be aware, there is wine tasting this evening on site in the Nation Bar at 5:30 p.m. Open entry, but it is subject to usual bar licensing conditions. Hosted by the fabulous Borthwick Winery. And they invite you to join them for wine tasting and nibbles to get your Friday evening underway. And then at 7 o'clock in the bar is the fundraising auction. So pop along and join the Jumping Wairarapa group and grab a bargain from their generously sponsored goodies. Just some of the items up for auction is a beautiful trophy rug from Canter for Cancer. Also a CWD cleaning kit. A VIP package from Little Avondale Stud. Product from Paddy Borthwick Wines. Bling for your arena, supplied by New Zealand Jumping Supplies. 500 litres of diesel from long-time supporter North Fuels. Jesland Equestrian in Canterbury have a 2-week schooling package up for auction. Corner J Photography, have an A3 canvas of your favourite Cornige photo, plus NZPH, GFE and equine reproduction. Offer a service to frozen semen from GFE and services of getting a mare in foal from A1 Equine. If you're green fingers, you will love the package of 50 lemonwood pittosporum trees from Tea Tree Nursery, from Equimatch, a gold package suitable for selling up to 10 horses in 12 months, and a silver package selling up to 5 horses in 12 months. Delicious meat pack from Matariki Terraces, and also available from Grassendale Genetics. They're putting up a ram for your flock, and you can choose from Romney, Romworth or Subtex. And finally a service to Bravo Ego Z, and that's very kindly sponsored by Matthew Stables. So don't forget tonight, attend the auction, and you can also join in the fun and go in the draw to win 50% off a stunning horsehair bangle from Chalet Clarkin Jewellery. So a couple of things for you to do tonight, and that is to pop along to the wine tasting in the Nation Bar at 5:30, hosted by the fabulous Borthwick Wineries, and then at 7 o'clock the fundraising auction. So that all should take care of your Friday evening here at the Glistening Waters ESNZ Series final show. Now 19 combinations to come forward for our Evo Events Horse Grand Prix Grand Final. Just running through the first half dozen for you. 1 to go will be Soprano, 2 LDS Cardo, 3 Athena NZPH, 4 Caratino Jewel, 5 Papuri Drama NZPH, and 6 Quarterflex Enya MH. It's the first 6 of our 19 starters for the Horse Grand Prix Series Grand Final.
It sound right, boys.
sound right, boys.
Now we're just a couple of minutes away from the start with the Evo Events Horse Grand Prix Grand Final, co-sponsored with Massey Stables.
Is anyone listening to us? Possibly not. Oh, there we go. Yep, you can use that. I don't know what that is. Where's our live streaming man?
Now, just waiting for our first combination to come into the arena, and we're looking for Soprano and Glenville.
Who is the live streaming man?
That's Dave, but it's not Dave that we want. Why is it frozen? I'll just go.
Is this him here?
No seat, I suppose. Right, are we ready to roll? No, please. Could I have a plan? Oh, don't worry.
Dave, we're frozen.
He'll sort it out in a minute. Oh! Oh! Where's he gone now? I think we're on.
Yeah. He's gonna go.
I think we're on. He's going to turn it on in a minute.
And into the arena now we have Soprano with Glenn Beale on board. Glenn comes from Tikafota. And Soprano is a 9-year-old bay mare, a Holsteiner by Lordano out of Solano, who is by Senator. Was bred by Glenn.
So we're ready to
and,
go. All right, we're
is-
ready to go here. We're just waiting for our screen to catch up with us. We can't see the screen. It's not quite working, but we'll get that sorted in a minute. We've got our first horse in the arena, Glenn Beale from Kofita. And with me today, well, for this class anyway, is the inimitable Trevor Pearce. Back to our best in the live streaming, Trevor.
Yeah, great to be here, Dana.
Excellent. This is the Evo Events Horse Grand Prix Grand Final, sponsored by Massey Stables. And there we go. Glenn's on the journey. So all the way from up north, he rides the 9-year-old bay mare Soprano, Holsteiner by Lordano out of Solano, which is by Senator, bred and owned by Glenn Beale.
Yeah, this is one of the more inexperienced horses, I guess, in the division. Just stepping up this year. Glenn, a retired accountant.
Yes.
He's travelled a long way to be with us, and the whole family come. They have a great time.
Yeah, he's seen a bit more of him out and about on the circuit this year, Glenn, and he's had a bit of success. I saw him at Taupo last week. He was a bit ginger. He'd had a bit of a disconnection with his horse, but back out in the saddle again this week.
And the track here today, it's 1.45-ish, I would have said, looking at it. Maybe the odd fence slightly bigger than that, but really good going here in the oval at Solway today. The rain's been and gone. I hope for the weekend.
Hopefully. The weather's meant to be good tomorrow, so that's got that lovely clear round to start the class from Glenn Beale. Is that the last
No, he's
11?
got one to go.
Oh dear. I think I might have jinxed him there. We won't tell him that we did that, Trevor.
I'll tell him.
I thought he'd finished before he'd finished, and maybe he did too.
I'll tell him.
Good on you. You can always count on you for support. 4 faults for Glenn Beale and Soprano. I feel mildly responsible for that, but never mind. Moving right along.
Yeah.
Sophie Scott. Next up, LD Escardo.
Yeah, and this is a catch ride for Sophie. Just been riding it for a couple of weeks for Bran. And bred by the Webb family at Hunterville by Centavos.
Quite right. I love how my phone dings away and keeps us informed of things we've
People
missed.
telling us what we've got wrong.
Yeah. Yep, love it. No, actually it is good because you don't really want to get things wrong, and sometimes you just don't know. Right, so Sophie Scott, one of our probably most successful show jumpers in New Zealand at the moment. Beautiful team of horses, and as you said, Fran Corrich's horse, this one. Fran's gone to Europe.
Sophie won a class on this horse at Hawke's Bay the other day, I think, didn't she?
Yes, if she didn't win it, she came very close.
Or was it at Boxton? Maybe it was Foxton. But this would be one of the bigger tracks that this horse has jumped in a while. Just 4 faults at the moment, so making a pretty good fist of it. And there are so many Centavoses in the sport, aren't there?
Lots of Centavoses, lots of Corafinos now. Oh, she's minus a stirrup. One stirrup flapping around on this side. Can't quite get it back, but a rider of Sophie's calibre probably be okay. You had a few issues with your stirrups out there, I saw earlier on.
I had a lot of issues with everything.
It just didn't quite come together.
No, it wasn't my best day's work.
Anyway,
we're having a good time.
there we go. What did she end up with? 8 faults. 8 faults for Sophie Scott and LD Escardo.
No, I think it was one-time fault and a rail.
Let me see here. No, actually, you're wrong. Oh, do you think? 76? No, time allowed 82. She was 76.
Oh, okay.
Two rails, 8 faults. Sorry, Trevor. You'll have to do better than that.
I'll pay more attention.
All right.
Daniel Blundell.
Daniel Blundell and Athena NZPH. They not to be discounted. Daniel Blundell, he has a a pretty good record with this horse. It is by Fuego du Prelay out of Nightclub Queen NZPH, which was by Rox de la Touche.
And you know, this year, Dana, we're running about 3 weeks later than we ran the same weekend last year, which is all part of the theorem that we're going to extend the season out a little bit. And thankfully, we might be okay with the weather, but the thing that is so pleasing is that the entries are so good. You know, there's 20 horses in this class.
Yeah, and heading up towards 500 horses for the show, which is fantastic for this time of the year.
Yeah, and I was talking to a guy yesterday. He's come down all the way from Whangarei. We've probably got 6 or 7 trucks from the South Island. So very good to see. So far, so good for Daniel.
Whee! Oh, something. We're getting a message from our friends on Facebook that you can't hear us. We can hear ourselves, but I guess that's not really fitting the bill, is it? I'm sure the technical team will have a look at that. A great round from Daniel Blundell, 73.21. And clear.
First clear round.
Daniel and Athena NZPH. So we have our first clear round on the board.
All clear. So that's the first clear for the class, and we will be hoping to get a few more because it should be a good jump off in this class. Some of these good horses in here. The top of the table ones coming later in the class because, of course, they go in reverse order of points. Brooke Edgecombe, Morris Beatson, Tegan Fitzsimon, Sophie Scott. Tegan with her second horse, Nikisha Lemmers, all not to be discarded at all. They'll be a good end to this class. The last few ones. Now, Olivia Newsom, she's been having a little bit of trouble with this horse. Once it gets going, it's okay.
She's going to have to get through the start flags, otherwise she's going to end up with the time fault.
Oof, right down to the wire.
Yeah. Oh, you jumped that.
Caratino Jewel, it's just behaving. It did this last week and it did it in the class before as well. So she's having a little bit of trouble with it. She's a great kid, Olivia Newsom, only 16. Facebook has blocked us.
Are we blocked?
Only momentarily. He said he'll get us back up shortly. We'll just keep talking and he'll get it sorted.
Yeah.
All right. We'll just keep talking. He'll get it sorted.
Olivia's had a very eventful round. Not the most cooperative horse, but certainly a jumper.
Yeah, we're back online, I think. Yes. We had a momentary moment of madness.
And I don't know how that round went. She was way over the time.
All right. Yeah. 2-time faults and 8 jump faults for Olivia Newsom. So for those of you who have not managed to hear the rest of the beginning of this class, so Daniel Blundell and Athena NZPH went clear. Sophie Scott had 8 faults and Glenn Beale had 4. But a great deal of the class ready to go. Still to go. So another at least 16 or 17 very good combinations.
And next out, we've got Catherine Alabaster on Halpuri Drama, NZPH.
Yeah, this horse of Catherine, she's had a good deal of success with this. It's New Zealand sport horse by Orlando out of Vidal NZPH, which was by Pizzetta du Rouet, bred by NZPH, owned by Catherine and Alex Loisel. Oof.
Yeah, well, I guess the option is to go in between the two fences if you want to, give yourself a shot at the time, and doesn't make the presentation to fence 6 that easy.
And down the treble. Should be able to look straight at that from that camera.
Oh, she's had the first element down, unfortunately. So she'll be sitting on 4. 2 fences from home.
What does it say down there? Yeah.
4.
And the last fence coming at you.
Oh, nice round. Nice
Just the one rail for 4 faults for Catherine Alabaster. So our next combination will be Melody Matheson and Quarterflex Enya MH. This horse had to step up this year due to Mel's losing her good horse Graffiti MH, sadly, and it's certainly done a pretty good job of that for Mel.
Yeah, lovely mare this. Lovely mare. I think she's only about 9 years old, but she's got plenty of petrol in her tank, and she's handled some pretty good tracks this year. Jumped in the World Cup at Hara. I think she might have jumped a clear round.
Yeah.
So she's taken the job on and is handling it admirably.
Yep. Still a young horse. Just 9, but she's a very lovely type. Hanoverian by Edward out of Grandessa MH, which was by Gymnastics Star and bred by Matthews Hanoverians.
Mel hails from Hawke's Bay. Full-time equestrian, I guess.
Yeah. And
that was a cheap rail.
That's a shame. And she does a really good job. She's instrumental in running some of those pop-up shows in Hawke's Bay now with the team there. She does a good job.
She's got a lovely 7 down that line.
I think they're just going to get better and better, these two.
Yeah, she'll be annoyed that she's such a cheap 4 faults. No, it jumped a wonderful round.
Yeah, and they've got a good future ahead of them. Very nice horse. Quarterflex Enya MH. Just the 4 faults, is it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
The sun's a bit bright for us now. Not used to it.
Dirty
Not where I come from in Gisborne, where it's poured with rain for God knows how long. All right, old mate Jessie Linton now. Jessie rides King's Larkin. 8-year-old chestnut gelding, Warm Blood by Lansing out of Mary Larkin, which was by King's Ransom. Bred and owned by Kelly Smith.
And Kelly rode the dam to this horse as well many years back. She was a very handy jumper, Mary Larkin. And this horse has just stepped up as well, really, this year. He's probably done a couple of metre 40 classes.
Yep, they're going well though. Jessie gets a good tune out of it. Oh.
That's that commentator's curse again.
I just need to be quiet, I think. I'll let you do the talking. How about that?
It's never worked that way before with you and me, Ganna.
Not one to be quiet, no.
He just was a bit green at fence 3, wasn't he? Fence 2, I beg your pardon.
Jessie's telling him to whoa. 8 years old, this horse, so a few years ahead of him in the sport.
He's gotten a better rhythm now, hasn't he?
Mm. It's quite a tight turn into that treble, isn't it?
Yeah.
Off the fence.
Yeah, yeah.
And the roll back to 11. Ooh. Ooh. That's not quite sitting back in the cup, is it?
Might want to check that one.
Yeah. I don't know that we have the means.
Yeah, hang on. I'm going to go and do it. On the very edge.
Yeah, you run out there, Trevor, and we'll watch you. We'll time you. See how long it takes you. There we go. What a legend Trevor is. Charging out there.
And Jesse 8 jump 2 time, total of 10.
Jesse had 2 rails down for 8 faults and 2 time faults for a total of 10.
Samantha, a full-time show jump rider from Cambridge.
Okay, Sam Van Leerd and Cadillac NZPH.
New Zealand Sport Horse by
It's a wonderful horse, this. New Zealand Sport Horse by Jocas Latour out of Untouched NZPH, which was by Cabdullah Dutiard, bred by NZPH and owned by Sam Van Leerd. Well done, Trevor. You were sensational.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nothing wrong with your trotter.
Anything I can do. But anyway, still looking for another clear round, aren't we?
Yes, just the one. Daniel Blundell and Athena NZPH. One clear round.
Some good horses to come yet. You know, you've got to think the likes of Cappuccino and whatnot will handle this.
Yeah,
Fairly
Campari.
straightforward.
The lovely grey of Sophie's Waitangi Skynet. Maury in Central Park. Brooke with Andrea.
Yeah, well, those handful you just mentioned are leading the leaderboard. So at the minute.
Yeah. Trying to stop the wind from echoing on the microphone, so that looks a bit better. All right, Sam Van Leerd, all clear so far, round to the second half of the course.
He's a lovely type of horse too, isn't he?
Yeah, everybody raves about this horse. It's a very nice NZPH bred type. And 1 to go. Don't say anything.
Oh, and we didn't say anything either, did we?
What a shame. The
Yeah.
last rail comes down for Sam Van Leerd, but it was a very, very classy round. Unfortunately, that's just the way fences roll sometimes. So she'll finish on 4 faults. Sam Whale is next with Fleur de la Cour.
Sam, a full-time show jumper, based at Showfields in North Waikato.
Yeah, and Sam and a partner, Jeremy, here today. Always travel with a big truckload of horses. Pleased to see them come all the way down to support the show. I think Jeremy had a win earlier this morning.
Yes, Jeremy just won the Pro-Am.
That's it.
So that's a good win for him with a East Coast Performance horse, bred horse from the Wairarapa. So there you go. So Sam's on the journey. She rides Fleur de la Cour, Warm Blood by Corofino 2 out of Jazz, which was by Leo Kalon, bred by Butch Thomas.
It's had an early rail there. That vertical over on the far side fence too's causing a couple of problems.
There's Lou. Lou's out there, putting them back together. Oh, this didn't lift its feet up there.
She had to kick it a bit, didn't she?
No. I don't know. Things aren't just coming together.
I know the feeling. And you know, it sounds simple, but it's a bit like that. If you get on a roll and you start building your round, and your horse gets confident, you get confident, you can kind of farm your way through it. But if you have the odd whoopsie, it's very hard to get it all back.
Oh, oof! Oh, she just did a bit of a wobble going into that one. So that won't quite be the round that
She was looking for, no.
Sam was after.
I think she's decided to call it a
where's
day.
there? 20. She's retired on
23
23.
faults, but really a retirement. So
Sure you can. So still just the one clear round at this point in the game. Moving on probably into the second half of this class now. Our next competitor, Dinton, back in the ring with LT Holst Elspeth.
there might be a short delay. He's not long off his first ride at Kings Larkin. I can see him out the back there warming up. So just bear with us. This class sponsored by the Massey family, and of course, all the best to Logan. He's over there in Europe with his stallion, and must be due to make a start at a show any old tick of the clock now, I would imagine. We'll have to ask Brenda how he's going.
Yeah. We'll check in on that one.
Yeah.
Wind's getting up a wee bit.
Yeah, well, the rain came last night, and it was forecast to turn to the south, but it's meant to stay clear for the next 2.5 days. So I guess we've got to be thankful for that.
The ring looks pretty good out here, Trevor. I mean, the change in change around from the normal, the President's Oval. Are we happy with how that's rolled along?
Oh, I think so. I mean, the practice ring's probably a bit of a challenge in terms of the area that we've got out there, but I think we wanted to give the show hunter people a good venue over there in the President's Oval, but also I think in terms of staying on top of what's going on, having the Ring 1, Ring 2 show jumping together is a little bit easier to manage.
Yeah, so not tearing backwards and forwards in between the two.
And knowing what's going on in the other ring,
Absolutely.
We've got Greg Best building out in Ring 2.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it? Have someone of Greg's caliber.
Yeah, and I guess in a funny way he's doing his apprenticeship, which sounds silly, but
does a wee bit.
Them's the rules.
Yeah, and we still, despite the fact that Greg's brilliant at what he does, we still have some other great course builders and designers. And
Absolutely.
we need to keep them current and keep them going too.
Absolutely.
And Danella probably hasn't built up in the North Island this year. She's
I think
normally at Horse of the Year.
She built at Hara in the World Cup round, I think,
right.
and did a great job there. So good to see her back.
Yep.
I think she was under supervision at Hara for the World Cup, but she did the rest of the show, and they were good courses. And we're probably going to have a hold up a little bit later on in the class. Tegan Fitzsimons has got 2 horses reasonably close together. But we're starting in ascending order of points, aren't we, Dana? As you put a mouthful of food in.
Yep, just as I was about to have my lunch. Thanks, Trev. It was
Yeah.
great.
All those businesses with their trade stands are set up in the trade stand area just behind the Nation Bar.
Jessie just getting one last vertical out in the ring warm up.
Food stands, for coffee and treats.
It's just a little bit this way. We're aiming to get these classes through as soon as we can because, of course, it gets dark about 5:30 now. 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Daylight saving is gone, so we have had to adjust times and bits and pieces. He's still not 100%. What's he doing? Right, I think he's...
He looks as though he might be fluffing around.
Not quite sure. Here he comes.
He took a decent old spill out at the practice fence earlier in the day.
He did have a bit of a crash. But he's resilient, is Jesse.
Oh, he bounced. He's only He's under 30, isn't he? He bounced a bit.
Still has the bouncing ability,
Yeah.
unlike some of us who just go woof.
Yeah. Oh, we've lost one of our flags over there.
Oh, it's not
Pick that
ideal.
up.
Oh, someone's going to deal with that.
So Jesse's had his bell.
Yeah, I'm sure
20
he
odd
knows
seconds
that.
to get through
but, he's just going to do a quick round. No, I don't go too far away, Jesse Bob.
Elspeth.
Elspeth, so Holsteiner by Cascadello out of Beryl, which was by Corrado 1, bred by Lake Taupo Holsteiners, owned by Jesse Linton. He's currently sitting in 19th place on the series leaderboard with a total of 16 points. Is that door shut?
So far, so good.
Yeah, looking good. I'm going to do the commentator's curse thing on him, though, so, at least...
Oh, I think, this man's jumped a few mini prees and whatnot, and probably a handful of Grand Prix, but not a lot. Oh, that was unlucky.
The middle of the treble, just popping off its cups.
So we're going to end up with a bunch of 4 falters. We still want another clear round to give us a run off, don't we?
We do, really. Otherwise, that's not as much good viewing, is it? So 1 rail for him for 4 faults for Jesse Linton. Daniel Blundell back in the ring now, this time with Cadenza NZPH.
Of course, Daniel's the only one sitting on a clear round. So let's see if he can't get 2.
Yes. So this horse of his, Chestnut Gelding, 10 years old, by Cannon out of You Can Dance NZPH, which was by Fuego Duprelay, bred by NZPH and owned by Daniel. This is the one. He won the metre 40 at Taupo last week with this horse, and a great ride it was too. Oh, I've done something wrong. The phone rings and you always think, oh, I've said something wrong now.
Both his horses are a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Yeah.
He's a very good rider, Daniel. Stunt rider in his spare time. Well, he was. Not sure if he still is, but I know he rides Carissa McCall's horses for her. Helps with training them.
Just 2 fences.
Yep. 2 to go. He'll be pretty pleased if he can get them both into the jump off. And he does.
And he has, yeah. Well done.
Lovely clear round. So 2 from 2 for Daniel Blundell and Cadenza NZPH. We're going to get down to the business end of it now. Nikisha Lammers is our next rider with Resolution.
That's an older horse, but a very good horse. Nikisha and a partner, Matt Dickey. They're up in central Waikato there somewhere, aren't they? Hamilton, up that way there?
Waikato, yes, indeed they are. Nikisha works for a company up there as a environmental advisor. And she's got a team of 3 horses, I think. This one, Bay Gelding Warmblood by Casal out of Blushing Bride, bred and owned by Diana Lammers. From Taranaki originally. She's No, she's not. She's from Northland originally, I should say.
Yeah, Matt from Taranaki.
Matt from Taranaki. Oh, that's a shame.
It is.
Currently in 15th place on the national leaderboard with 18 points. Yeah, I don't think she'll be that pleased with how that went for her. Uncharacteristic, a couple of rails down.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just not your day, is it? It's the sport, unfortunately.
8 faults for Nikisha Lammers and Resolution. She'll be back again shortly with her other horse, Balboa, NZPH. Hot. It's now getting quite warm in that Masterton.
Yeah, behind the glass.
Need the air coming in. So we've got Sophie Scott coming back now with Glenbrook Riches Roses. This is a little bit why some of these classes take a bit longer at the series final, because I have to come back in reverse order and it gets a bit jammed up if you've got 2 or more good horses.
I'm not sure she's out the back there on that horse.
Oh, I thought I saw a red jacket floating around.
Yeah. It might be Waitangi, I think. I don't know.
Yeah. Lovely sunny day. People sitting over there in front of the bar.
Yes, you and I'll be in there shortly, Dana.
Oh, not too shortly. I've still got another 2 classes after this.
I'll wave at you.
You can swan around in there, Trevor, if you like. I'm sure they'll find something to gamefully keep you occupied for an hour or so. You don't want to peak too early after all. All right.
So if Sophie wasn't here on the big grey horse, who would be next?
Nikisha.
Oh, there you go. That's
Yeah.
probably what's happening.
I can see Sophie out there, but...
I think that's Waitangi.
Oh, yes, so we've flicked over now to Nikisha Lammers. So Sophie obviously not coming on Glenbrook Riches Roses, and we're now waiting for Nikisha on her second horse. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Might just take a minute. That's all right with you?
We offer you.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
Just another reminder to plan your evening tonight at 5:30. There will be wine tasting hosted by the Borthwick's Winery. So join them for wine tasting, nibbles and pizza. And then at 7 p.m, of course, the fundraising auction. So join the Wairarapa group and grab a bargain from the generously sponsored goodies, which are listed towards the end of the program. And don't forget to pay a visit to the trade stands, and also in that area are our food suppliers, so whether it be something to drink or something to eat, pop along there to the food stands as well, and have a browse through the trade stands as well.
Yeah, we just welcome back. We've having a wee break here, but we've just realised that they'll take a cut out of the first round. So as we're looking at it at the moment, you're probably going to get your 2 clear rounds come back plus the 4 falters. Just still waiting on Nikita just to finish warming up Balboa. She should be with us shortly.
What? Right. Rightio, well, we're ready and waiting.
Here she comes.
Where?
At the end gate. The grey horse.
Oh, yes.
And because we're going in ascending order of points, some of the tail end horses like Central Park and Cappuccino and whatnot, Tangy, Elsie Holst, Andrea, you'd expect them to be the better performed horses. We've still got a chance of maybe getting 5 or 6 in the jump off, you'd have to think, wouldn't you?
Well, at least they'll take back a certain percentage of the class for the second round. And they could be all the 4 falters, depending on how they go. So if the rest all go clear, then it could just be the clears.
Yeah.
We'll see how we go.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. Here she is. Nikita Lemmers and Balboa NZPH, New Zealand Sport Horse by Orlando, out of Touch of Blue NZPH, which was by Mr. Blue, bred by NZPH, owned by Diana Lemmers. Currently sitting in 15th place on the leaderboard with 18 points.
Winning the CSI at Taranaki World Cup final, the
She's had some great success recently with the Taranaki World Cup final, Wairarapa show jumping in the Horse Grand Prix, and Central and Southern Hawke's Bay in the Horse Metre 32 phase. So an experienced combination, Trevor.
Oh. That was a little bit against the run of play. Just spooked at that bit of fill at the bottom of the second element of the double. So he's had a little reminder that he shouldn't be doing that.
Yes, focus on your job.
Oh, he nearly did it again too.
He was definitely having a look at something, wasn't he? But she's an experienced rider. She gave him a bit of a hoof over the jump. Here's Jeremy Whale. He looks like he's all finished for the day. There's civvies.
Yeah.
How'd you get on in the 90 centimetres? Oh, bugger.
So Nikisha's got a rail down now as well. She'll pick up the 4 faults for the refusal at 2B and probably some time.
Where are we sitting on time?
Yeah,
98.
well over, yeah.
Time allowed 82, so she'll have a bit of a
score.
Bit of a score. That's a good way to put it. She'll finish on
14, I think she finished on.
14.
Yeah.
6 time faults and 8 jump faults. Unfortunately. It's just probably not how she thought that was going to play out, I wouldn't think, Trev.
No.
Righty, Tegan Fitzsimon. Well, you know, I spoke at length to Tegan last week at Taupo. She commentated a class with me. The metre 20 was the last class, very late at Taupo last Sunday. It was a great class, and Tegan had come second in the metre 40 with this horse, Campari. She uncharacteristically fell off Cappuccino at the gate, not the in-gate, but at the gate in the course. And I asked her about that. She said, well, it's just nice for everybody else out there to know that you can fall off the great horse like Cappuccino.
Oh, and he is a great horse too. He's probably one of the best horses that we've seen in this country for a number of years. His record certainly suggests that.
Absolutely. I'm sure most people know, but we'll say it again just for effect. He won the 5, 6, 7 and 8-year-old series. He's won many Premier Leagues and World Cup series throughout the last few years and was inducted into the ESNZ Hall of Fame as the Horse of the Year. I think last time we had Horse of the Year.
Yeah. And he'll be with us shortly. Campari's just had a rail down.
So just the one rail for Campari so far.
So he may join, if he can jump this one, he may join the 4 vaulters. Which he does.
Yes.
And his time is, is his time a bit slow?
84.43, time allowed 82, so going to get a time fault too.
Yeah.
Well, that's disappointing because they'll miss the 4 fault cutoff if that's
where we end up.
Well, that's a shame for Campari and Tegan Fitzsimon. Hello to Penny Tapley if you're watching from Christchurch. I'm sure you usually do. You might even be here watching. Sophie Scott next out on the very lovely Waitangi Skynet. Now this horse is new this year by Cassini 2 out of Pitoke by Abaloo, bred by Jocelyn Bailey, owned by Tanya and Sophie Scott.
He's an older horse, but by hell, he's had a good year this year. He's won a couple of World Cup rounds, finished in the top 3 of the World Cup series, which I'm sure even...
Very nice horse. Currently in 8th place on the national leaderboard in the Grand Prix series with 28 points.
And I'm sure Tanya would even say, he's probably exceeded their expectations of what they thought they had and what he's delivered, A great attitude.
Yeah, very nice horse. Always beautifully presented, Sophie's horses. She's had some success this year with this horse at the Hawke's Bay, Northern Hawke's Bay Championships, the Horse Grand, where she won the Horse Grand Prix, then at the Nationals in the first round of the Tavendale and Partners series.
Yeah, I think he won the World Cup round 2 at the Young Horse Show.
Yes, that's right, and
he
placed with many others.
Yeah, placed at Hara, I think, second or third at Hara in the final round. And he managed to jump a clear round there, so well done.
Very nice clear round from Sophie Scott and Waitangi Skynet. Time is good, 78.49. That's good news.
Yeah, Daniel's got some competition, and that horse is very competitive in a jump-off situation, as is Sophie. So
Yeah, she is a real competitor, isn't she? She's not out there just to cant around. She likes to put her name on the leaderboard, so good on her.
Yeah, we might have another wee break here while we wait for Tegan to warm up his second horse. And only one apart.
There's a wee dog over there that's got quite a lot to say. Can hear?
It sounds as though they are going to take some 4 falters back.
Sounds like they're taking 4 falters,
Yeah.
and perhaps even Campari at 5 faults. So that's good to hear. Makes the second round competitive against the clock.
Do they carry their faults forward?
Yes,
Yeah.
they do.
Seemed to be fair, wouldn't it? Bear with us, ladies and gents. We'll be welcoming Cappuccino into the arena very shortly, followed by Morris Beatson on Central Park, and then the final competitor, Brooke Edgecombe on Elsie Holst Andrea.
Right, looks like she's suitably warmed up now.
About to join us.
Check the girth. No, maybe one more.
He's probably jumped more fences than you and I have had hot dinners in his lifetime as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm sure he knows what he needs to do. It's just getting them all warmed up, isn't it?
There's that dog again, Dana.
There's that dog. Well, I wonder where that dog is. Got a lot to say, little beastie. Right, surely that's plenty of jumps. No, we're going in for another one.
So Brooke's the leader of the leaderboard at the moment?
She is in the Grand Prix. Yes, she is. On
Got the points here?
yes, thank you.
Which piece of paper?
That one. There you go. There you go.
I can't read that.
Oh, you've got no spectacles. All right, there you go. I wrote them out for you. Can you read that?
Yeah, there we go. She's on 60 points, Central Park on 50. LC Sampson on 44 and Cappuccino on 42. You'd have to think that Cappuccino and Central Park probably aren't within curly of catching her in this class anyways, are they?
Well,
how many points are on offer?
I think it's double points here, isn't it?
Oh, is it double? Well, there you go.
Maybe not for the Grand Prix. I forget. Must be double here. So, and then of course everyone gets some. So the mathematic calculations can be a little more challenging than my poor old brain can do off the cuff.
Here we go. We've got a horse. No, we haven't. Yes, we have.
Yes, here she comes. And suddenly let that dog off. Here we go. Right. Oh, they didn't give her much time when they got in there, did they? They obviously were getting ready to push that button.
Moving on.
Yep.
And now we have in the arena Windermere Cappuccino.
So they're all just going over there for a wee look at that one.
Cappuccino, an 11-year-old babe.
Last week, did he have a bit of a spook at the gate, did he?
He stopped dead at the gate. He didn't look like he was going to. He just all of a sudden went, oh, I don't think so.
I just noticed Tegan showed both the fill and the treble and the fill and the double to the horse.
She's going to be Ronnie there.
Yeah.
Yes, he, I don't know what it was about the gate, but I'm sure she's done some practice over one through the course of the week, because when we spoke last week at Taupo, she had that firmly in her mind.
With 5 faults or less are invited back for the second round.
He's looking at that too.
If you're not intending to come back for the second round.
Oh! Oops, a daisy.
He just took charge around that.
Oh! Oh dear. Oh. Oh, let's have a regroup.
He's just running away, isn't he?
He's just running through that a bit. That's not like him, is it? Now he's concentrating. Well, that's 2 fences down, number 6 and the wall. So sadly, that will be the end of Cappuccino's day today. 8 faults. Wouldn't have picked that, but then, that's horses for you, I'm afraid. You're just never sure until the round's done.
Characteristic couple of fences down. There's Tegan with Windermere Cappuccino, so they finish with 8 faults.
She's just taking him back for another look just to say, see, it really wasn't that scary.
Oh,
No, maybe it
was.
is. Jeepers.
I think the fella popped up from behind the wall like a jack in a box.
Oh, dear me.
Just about had her off.
God. Horse just about catapulted her into the air. Oh, well, nothing short of entertaining. Right. Here we go. We're down to the last two in the first round. It's taken us a while to get there. A good hour, I think, it's taken to get through this class, but few weights just because of the nature of the class. So Morris Beatson and Central Park, our next combination. 10-year-old Bay Gelding, New Zealand Warm Blood by Centavos out of Silk and Spice, which was by Omnicorp, bred by Imogen Neal and owned by Murray.
Morris had a great season with this horse.
Oh, fantastic.
You know.
You just never discount Morris, do you? He's always there or thereabouts. Just
Yeah. Well, I mean, the horse has just stepped up probably last year to this division. And Morris has brought him through the age groups. And he's by that Centavos again. But he's probably, in all honesty, he's probably been one of the better horses that Morris has ever had.
I think so.
And kind of odd that he gets it so late in his career. But anyway, he'll take it. It's not cursing.
Out of Silk and Spice, who was by Omnicorp and was bred by Imogen Neal. The North Island Show Jumping Champs, they won the horse Premier League and also the horse Amita 40, and in March at Fielding horse Grand Prix.
5-stride related line down to that double.
Oh, he's a character, that Morris, isn't he? Nicely done. Into the second half of the course, round to the treble. Good to see lots of the series sponsors here and their little trade stands. We've got FMG and I can see some others out there.
Yep. Equine America. 2 fences from home.
Beautiful.
Nice. 4
Nice
clears.
clear round for Morris in Central Park.
We've just been so consistent all year, that horse.
Yeah, they've really got it sorted, those two. And another consistent pair, last in the class, for the first round of the class. Brooke Edgecombe, LT Holster Andrea. This horse, no stranger to competition at the highest level. It's been a World Cup winner. It's an Olympic Cup winner. It's a fantastic horse. A Holsteiner by Casal, out of Pologne by Lavaletto, and bred by Dirta Gherkin, owned by Brooke Edgecombe and Ewan McIntosh. Currently sitting in the lead of the Grand Prix series with 60 points. Next behind her is Morris, sitting on 50 Park. So it would take a bit of a disaster for Brooke to not retain some placing.
Yeah, to relinquish the lead even, you'd suggest, even though it's double points on offer. We've had one of her chasers, Cappuccino's, out of contention in this class anyway. So far, so good.
Oh, Phil fell out of that fence over there. Oh. Last of the treble, down for 4 faults so far, with 2 fences left to ride. She'll head on down to the last at 12.
If she can stay on 4, she'll come back.
Yep, that's so she'll be back to Right, I think we're taking 4 faults and maybe the 5 faulter.
And 4 faults there for Brooke with LT host Andrea.
We'll just listen to see what the judges say.
Yeah.
The story is.
Yeah, it seemed like a cheap rail, just looking at the replay there. Last element of the treble, pretty straightforward, vertical.
Here comes Lulu. She's coming for her instructions for the gate. Who's coming back and who's not? All right, we'll wait and hear what Bruce has to tell us about who's coming back. How are we, Lou? You all good over there?
And the start of the jump off's going to be.
First one goes number 5? Yeah. 5, 15, 1, 4, 6, 8, 19, 18, and then yeah. Okay, so I've got 5, 15, 1, 6, 8, 19, 18, 3, 11, 16. That's it? And that's the order they're coming back. We just had a bit of an incident back here.
Now, just running through the start order for you for the jump off, or for the second round, I should say, of the Evo Events Horse Grand Prix Grand Final. 1 to go will be Hapuri Drama NZPH. 2 will be Campari. 3 will be Soprano. 4 will be Quarterfix Enya MH. 5th to go Cadillac NZPH. 6th to go will be LT host Andrea. 7th Central Park. 8th will be Athena NZPH. 9th to go Cadenza NZPH. And 10th to go will be Waitani Skynet.
All right, we've got the order for the second round of this class. First out will be Catherine Alabaster with Hopefully Drama, NZPH. At number 2 will be Tegan Fitzsimon and Campari, both with 5 faults in the first round. 3 out will be Glenn Beale and Soprano. At 4, Mel Matheson and Quarterflex Enya MH. 5th to go, Sam Van Leerd and Cadillac NZPH. 6th will be Brooke Edgecombe and Alty Holst Andrea. 7th, Morris Beatson and Central Park. At 8, Daniel Blundell and Athena NZPH. 9, Daniel Blundell and Cadenza NZPH. And at 10, Sophie Scott and Waitangi Skynet. So that's the order we'll see them back in. And still anyone's game, really. Quite a lot. Just one fence in it, mostly, Trevor.
Yeah, for today. But I mean, you've got to think it's a bit of a battle between Central Park and Andrea for the points, don't you?
Yes, definitely. Only 10 points separating them in the National Series. So anything could happen. There's a little bit of a stop-start affair, this class, which does kind of, you lose a bit of concentration through the middle of it, but we should skip through the jump-off for the second round fairly quickly. Just towards the end, it'll get a bit jammed up with Daniel Blundell and his 2 horses.
Yeah, shortened course as well, starting over what was the last fence, fence 12, then going down the line through the middle of the course, the Liverpool Oxer to the wall, turning back to
14, which is come back this way, don't we?
Yeah, yes, the barrel fence. So you jump the wall, turn right, the barrel line down to the Glistening Waters vertical, then 9AB of the treble, and then the green Oxer and fence 11, the vertical right in front of us is the last fence.
Yeah. So a few twists and turns, some places to take a stride out or add a stride in, however it may come up.
Yeah, I guess.
Organisers with a special focus on equestrian sports of all kinds.
Here's our mate Vaughan. He's looking remarkably unoccupied, which is always dangerous.
Good to see him down here.
It's great to have him here. He said, what didn't they say? He hadn't been here for
1984 or 5 when he was jumping in the World Cup Series with a Mandler. And he actually made the New Zealand team that year. So he went to...
It's nearly 40 years, you do realise.
Yeah, I do realise. He went to Australia that year, I think, with... who was in the team? Alan Goodall and Scud, Leanne Chambers, and Hergood Mayer, her name escapes me, and Vaughan. They went to Australia and they competed very well.
He tells us that he's got a nice horse. He's got a couple of nice horses, and he's maybe planning a little bit of a comeback at some point. We don't know yet.
Yeah. I'd advise him against that.
Is that from personal experience after today?
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
All right, we have a horse in the ring. Our first horse out, Catherine Alabaster and Hopefully Drama NZPH. It is a twisty, turny course and some new fences in it, so we'll wait and see how it rides.
I'm doing a better job than Dirk did, don't I? Got to say it.
And into the arena now we have Hopefully Drama, NZPH and Catherine Alabaster.
Belle's gone and she's on the journey. Right, where are we going to take the split, Trevor?
Oh, well, halfway is probably somewhere like the Glistening Waters, vertical.
Yep, okay.
That's pretty close to halfway.
Okay. Fence 15, you're on the clock. That's your job.
There's no real option to cut inside anywhere.
Not there, no. It's just a bit of a race down there. All right, and the time is...
Oh, the screen's let us down.
The screen's let us down. It's not on there. That's a bit of a shame. Never mind, we'll get it on the next one.
Why is it?
No, it's frozen. I don't know. They'll fix it. technical difficulties.
She's clear. Oh, she had the glistening waters down, did she?
Well,
That's not a lot of help to us, is it?
not really. Not really entirely sure what's happened there. Let's wait and see what the judge's final verdict is over the loudspeaker, because it's all a bit unclear from where we sit.
Four faults here for Catherine. Drama B8. So 4 faults with 5 faults from the first round gives her a total for the 2 rounds of 9 faults.
All right, so 4 faults for Catherine Alabaster, and add to that the 5 from the first round. She sits on 9 with a time of 52.62. I think what's happened is they haven't changed the type of the class in the live scoring, and therefore it's throwing up a few dramas over there. So I'm sure Bruce will be all over that now. I can see him doing it as we speak. He's just looking for the one down here. He's got to find the right article number, which is down here.
Anyway, we go on with Campari, sitting on 5 faults from the first round.
$52.92, I think, was his.
And it looks as though she got to that glistening waters at around 30 seconds.
Okay.
We finally got the live time going. I don't think she's trying overly hard to go fast, but
No, a double clear. Well, not double clear, but a clear is good at this point.
and she's got that.
So clear for Tegan Fitzsimon and Campari. And a
So
time.
5 faults from the first round.
Yep, she will finish on 5 and a time of 50.13. Is that correct?
Yep, looks like that.
And a clear round here for Campari and Tegan. Time of 50.13. And that gives them a total of 5 penalties. Which one good in the first round?
Okay, who's our next
Glenn
one
Beale.
out? Glenn Beale, soprano.
Just 1 for 4 faults in the first round.
Carrying the 4 into the second round. He's on the journey.
A nice mare, this.
He's taking the long way round. He could have taken a shorter option, but obviously he's decided that safe is good.
And he went for a long option.
And where are we there?
30 seconds,
30 seconds. He's not going overly fast, Trevor, but he's just nice clear round.
Yeah, he's protected his first round score. So he's actually ends up in front of Campari by virtue of 4 faults as opposed to 5 carried forward.
And still, could be very competitive on a 4-fault round.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll be very happy the way she's jumped.
Our little thingy here is frozen up, which is not ideal. I'll have to go and fix that. You'll have to take over.
Okay.
It's a bit terrifying. Hang on a minute.
Right, we've got Enya in the ring. She too sitting on 4 faults, carrying forward from the first round. Melody Matheson. Looking at the crowd there as she jumps fence 1.
4 faults from round 1, 4 in the second, so a total of 8 for Melody and Quarterflex Enya MH, and a time of 49.77. Next to go will be Cadillac NZPH with Samantha Van Leerd. They too carry forward 4 faults from round 1. Four faults from round 1, 4 faults from round 2 for Samantha with Cadillac NZPH, so a total of 8 faults and a time of 54.48. Next to go, also carrying 4 faults from round 1, LT host Andrea and Brooke Edgecombe. And a clear round there for Brooke with LT host Andrea in a time of 47.27. So 4 faults from the first round, clear in the second, a total of 4 faults. And on the journey now, we have Central Park and Morris Beeson just carrying forward just the 1-time penalty from round 1. Clear round 2, 1-time penalty from round 1, so a total for the 2 rounds of 1 penalty for Morris with Central Park. Next to go we have Athena, NZPH, and Daniel Blundell. Had a clear first round, the first of our three combinations that are bringing forward no penalties from round one. So, two clear rounds for Daniel, clear in the first, clear in the second, so currently on 0 penalties and a time of 51.42. Now we'll just have a wee bit of a break because the next combination to go will also be Daniel, and he'll come back on Cadenza, NZPH. Not really. Now the Evo Events Horse Grand Prix Grand Final, co-sponsored by Massey Stables. We're all familiar with the name Massey in show jumping circles. They are a New Zealand show jumping stable in Dannevirke, run by Logan Massey and Alexa Dodson. They focus on professionally produced sport horses for competition. That's Massey Stables, co-sponsors of the Evo Events Horse Grand Prix Grand Final. Don't forget 5:30 tonight, the wine tasting on site in the Nation Bar. It's an open entry, however, it is subject to the usual bar licence conditions, which means that if you are not 18 you won't be allowed in. It's hosted by the Borthwick Winery, so join them for wine tasting and nibbles and pizza to get your Friday evening underway. And then at 7 o'clock at the same venue, the fundraising auction. And there's certainly some great bargains to be had there. I ran through the list. If you want to take another browse of what is available, the last page in the program has a list of what is coming up for auction tonight in the auction at the Nation Bar, getting underway at 7 p.m. Two combinations left to go in the Horse Grand Prix final, both sitting on 0 penalties from round 1, and that will be Cadenza NZPH with Daniel Blundell and Waitangi Skynet with Sophie Scott. And that was the start bell for our second to last combination in the Grand Prix Grand Final. Cadenza and Daniel Blundell. And clear round there for Daniel aboard Cadenza NZPH. Time of 46.09, so he beats his own time with Athena of 51.42 to go to the top of the leaderboard. And our final combination to go will be Waitangi Skynet and Sophie Scott. And a pinch down, so it's 4 faults for round 2, 4 faults total for the 2 rounds, and a time of 46.03 for Sophie and Waitangi Skynet. And the judges confirm the results of the EVO events Horse Grand Prix Grand Final, co-sponsored by Massey Stables. And in first place we have Cadenza NZPH with Daniel Blundell, finishes on 0 faults in 46.09. Second place, Athena NZPH and Daniel Blundell, 0 faults in 51.42. Third placing to Central Park with Morris Beeson, 1 time penalty and 53.21 their time. In fourth place, Waitangi Skynet with Sophie Scott, 4 faults in 46.03. Fifth placing to LT Host Andrea with Brooke Edgecombe, 4 faults, 47.27. And in sixth place, Soprano and Glenn Beale, 4 faults in 52.76. So first to Cadenza NZPH, second Athena NZPH, third Central Park, fourth Waitangi Skynet, fifth LT Holds Andrea, and sixth Soprano. Those place getters like to make their way across to the presentation area, please.
presentation arena for another presentation today. This time the Evo Events Horse Grand Prix Grand Final, sponsored by Massey Stables, and I've got with me Yvette from Evo Events and Brenda Massey from Massey Stables. So we'll get them all to line up there. Congratulations to Daniel Blundell, first and second. What a great way to finish up the season, Daniel.
And you're allowed to take your head off when you get now in the Class A. Yes, you are. You're allowed
Morris, stop being naughty.
You're allowed to break the rules. You made them to be broken.
At least you know it's a rule. That's a good start.
Good one, Donna. At least in the World Cup,
Have you done the maths?
They do it all over the seas.
Are you waiting for me to
win
say?
that many thousands.
I still need to talk to you though because it's leading me. Oh yeah. But we've got to figure out what happens in this one as well.
Has Nigel been out?
Home doing this.
Has Nigel been
Ask
out?
Bruce, he may have done the maths.
Right,
Have you done the maths up there to figure out the series by chance?
I don't think they have enough dice.
I know it's close. It's the drop school factor. I'll make it up. Don't worry.
He was second.
Yeah, I'm just in where the office the one on that side. The far end,
Okay, so Daniel Blundell first on Cadenza NZPH, double clear in a time of 46.09. He was second on Athena NZPH, all clear in a time of 51.42. Morris Beatson, he was in third place with one time fault and a time of 53.21. In fourth we had Sophie Scott and Waitangi Skynet, 46.03 and 4 faults. Fifth went to Brooke Edgecombe and LT Holstandria on 4 faults. And sixth place to Tegan Fitzsimon and Campari. No? Glenn Beale and Soprano. I'm sorry, Glenn. It's reading off my piece of paper, not off the instructions. Okay, right, we're going to have a quick chat with Daniel. Daniel, you've had a pretty good run. You had a good weekend last weekend, and now taking the double in the last show and the last Grand Prix of the year. Want to tell us a little bit about how you've been going and about your horse. I'm going to hand this to you.
Cadenz's a 10-year-old gelding. I got him a couple of years ago. It took me a couple of years to get to know him. He's been a bit of a quirky horse, as you can see in that last class. He was wanting to go a bit, but yeah, this season he's really come into the party and won quite a few competitions.
That's great. You won one of the Omega 40 classes in Taupo last week, and what's happening for the winter for Cadenza?
I'm not actually sure. Yeah, maybe he might just have a rest.
He really doesn't know what he's doing. He's got no idea. But that's all right. He's had a great day today, and we'd just like to say congratulations and well done.
I'd just like to thank the organisers here of the Glistening Water Show. It's an awesome show, beautiful grounds, and thanks for putting on the show. And also to the sponsors of the class, Massey Stables. Without you guys, with these sponsors, we couldn't do it.
Morris isn't. He likes to talk, but he doesn't want to today. Okay. All right. Congratulations to you all. It was a great class, and I know it took a little while to get through it, but it was a good job. We'll let them go on their lap of honour. Well done to Daniel Blundell, first and second, Cadenza NZPH and Athena NZPH. Third place to Morris Beatson in Central Park. Fourth was Sophie Scott with Waitangi Skynet. Fifth, Brooke Edgecombe and LT holds to Andrea, and in sixth place, Glenville and Soprano. The two classes left to go in ring one for today. The amateur, we've got 14 combinations in the amateur, and in the last class will be the Shelley Clark and Welcome Pony Stakes at 1.20 m.
Thank you, Dana. Yes, the next class, Class 6, the Dunstan Horse Feeds Amateur Rider Class. 13 combinations coming forward. Just running through the first 6 for you. Kalua Extreme at...
You'll have one later on, eh?
Just change the page here. Kalua Extreme at 1. 2, Midway Detroit. 3, Cluedo ECPH. 4 will be a Thornfield Anna. 5, Willow Ridge Surprise. And 6 to go will be Dynamite Cancian HSH. That's the first 6 for the next class in ring 1. The Dunstan Horse Feeds Amateur Rider Series Grand Final.
This will take some winning. Gets a good jump there. Steady.
This is unbelievable.
Wow, this is sensational.
What a finish. So many tens.
Oh my goodness, can anyone catch her?
That was amazing. That was something to behold.
Life is just a dream away. Right here is where
Oh,
I
you're-
want to stay. 24 hours with not much to do. Relax, sit back and enjoy the view. The sky sitting
You've improved your lifestyle. Now improve your insurance with FMG, the Rural and Lifestyle Specialists.
We believe New Zealand grain growers are amongst the best in the world, if not the best in the world, and therefore they produce top quality grains. That's especially important to Dunstan. Quality is uppermost in our minds. That quality then translates into the Dunstan horse feeds that we manufacture.
PGG Wrightson Grain have had a relationship with Dunstan for over 30 plus years. So the role that we play is actively sourcing growers to grow products for Dunstan and for us to market and supply that directly into their market.
We farm a 240 hectare mixed cropping farm at Bar Hill in Canterbury, and this is a crop of L5 white oats. PGG Wrightson have been part of our contracting procedure for a number of years. When the oats are harvested, we endeavour to move them on as fast as possible. PGG Wrightson find the best markets for us. With this, New Zealand grown and sustainability in our farming system, I think the industry looks pretty good on an arable side of things.
We grow wheat and barley, all for feed, in Canterbury, New Zealand. With PGG Wrightson's grain, we rely on them to help us grow, breed in the varieties that we grow and assist us in the selling of it as well. It starts with soil nutrition and then choosing the right varieties to suit where we are. And this variety Tavern seems to do that for us and still has the quality at the other end for the users. It feels really great to know that our products are being produced into horse feed.
I've been growing maize and running our business for about 40 years. New Zealand's a great agricultural country and we grow great crops, and it's really good to see our grain fed to our horses and animals and know that it's good quality and grown in a good environment. We really appreciate PGG Wrightsons have linked us up with Dunstan. It's really good to know the end users that are using and appreciating our grain.
To us, it's very important, because we're a New Zealand owned and operated company, that we support the New Zealand arable industry.
We're really proud of the fact that we're supporting Kiwi farmers and Kiwi end users in New Zealand.
Yeah.
The Amateur Rider Series, finally sponsored by Dunstan Horsefeeds. Dunstan Horsefeeds is a New Zealand owned and operated company producing quality nutrition for New Zealand horses competing in New Zealand conditions. Dunstan pride themselves on producing their entire range in a totally equine safe manufacturing plant using quality ingredients locally sourced from the New Zealand arable farming sector. Dunstan is proud to support ESNZ Amateur Rider Series again this year and is looking forward to following the success of another great show jumping season. Dunstan Horsefeeds are the sponsors of the Amateur Rider Series. If you're wondering how to fill in your evening, don't forget at 5:30 tonight at the Nation Bar, the wine tasting, hosted by the Bothwick Winery. More than welcome to join them for wine tasting and nibbles and pizza. It's an open entry but is subject to usual bar licence conditions.
And the
Then at 7 o'clock in the Nation Bar as well is the fundraising auction.
Grand final.
Open entry, but again subject to bar license conditions. And for a list of the wonderful donations for the auction,
what a great day it's
the
been.
last page of
First day of the Glistening Waters
Pro Show program
Series final,
has a list there of
culminating
the
tomorrow in the
14 items that are up for
cocktail
auction.
party
There's some great
awards.
bargains to be had there, I am sure.
Starting off with the Show Hunter Awards tomorrow and then moving into the Show Jumping Awards. So it could take a little bit of
Reminder
time.
too
but
to
it's
make sure you
easy.
visit the trade stands situated behind the Nation Bar and also the food stalls as well. Coffee and treats.
14 combinations in this
Pop around
class.
to the food stalls.
And then 28 in the pony class to follow. And then that's it for today. Should be finished nice and early and get things on the journey. Dunstan Horse Feeds, the sponsor of this class. They've been long-term sponsors of show jumping in the circuit and series sponsors. So awesome. Big thank you to them for their time and effort and investment in show jumping. We've got all sorts of bits of paper floating around here. Try and get them back in some order. Oh. We've let the highlighter go dry, so that's tricky too. Rightio. We must be ready to go. One rider's still out there walking the course. That won't take long. Let's get this show on the road. It is 3:10. We don't want to be still out here at 5:30 when it's getting dark.
We believe New Zealand grain growers are amongst the best in the world, if not the best in the world, and therefore they produce top quality grains. That's especially important to Dunstan. Quality is uppermost in our minds. That quality then translates into the Dunstan horse feeds that we manufacture.
PGG Wrightson Grain have had a relationship with Dunstan for over 30 plus years. So the role that we play is actively sourcing growers to grow products for Dunstan and for us to market and supply that directly into their market.
We farm a 240 hectare mixed cropping farm at Bar Hill in Canterbury, and this is a crop of L5 white oats. PGG Wrightson have been part of our contracting procedure for a number of years. When the oats are harvested, we endeavour to move them on as fast as possible. PGG Wrightson find the best markets for us. With this, New Zealand grown and sustainability in our farming system, I think the industry looks pretty good on an arable side of things.
We grow wheat and barley, all for feed, in Canterbury, New Zealand. With PGG Wrightson's grain, we rely on them to help us grow, breed in the varieties that we grow and assist us in the selling of it as well. It starts with soil nutrition.
And we're all set now for a start with the Dunstan Horse Feeds Amateur Rider Class.
It seems to do that for us.
And we're looking for our first combination, which will be Kalua Extreme and Todd Gloin.
Produced into horse feed.
I've been growing maize and running our business for about 40 years. New Zealand's a great agricultural country and we grow great crops, and it's really good to see our grain fed to our horses and animals and know that it's good quality and grown in a good environment. We really appreciate PGG Wrightsons have linked us up with Dunstan. It's really good to know the end users that are using and appreciating our grain.
To us, it's very important, because we're a New Zealand owned and operated company, that we support the New Zealand arable industry.
We're really proud of the fact that we're supporting Kiwi farmers and Kiwi end users in New Zealand.
And that was a start bell for the Dunstan Horse Speeds Amateur Rider class. Grand final of the series. And the first combination to get underway will be Kalua Extreme with Todd Gloyne.
Ready to get underway now in
Todd,
the
a
North
farmer
Dunstan
from
Horse Feeds
Palmerston
Amateur
North.
Rider Series
Kalua
Grand
Extreme
Final.
is a
We've got our
6-year-old
first rider
brown
in the ring.
gelding,
It is
a
Todd
New Zealand
Gloyne,
sport horse by
from Palmerston
Korapino
North.
2 out of
He is
Rangeview
riding Kalua Extreme.
Jemima, who
Todd,
was by
a farmer,
Jim Bellow.
Previously was the chair of eventing.
And was bred by
ASNZ
Extreme
Eventing.
Sport Horses.
And, he's a father of 4, farmer from Manawatu. He rides the 6-year-old brown gelding New Zealand sport horse by Korapino 2 out of Rangeview Jemima, which was by Jim Bellow. Bred by Extreme Sport Horses and owned by Todd. Just a short class, this one, 14 combinations in it. So we'll be through this pretty quickly and then on to the Welcome Stakes pony class after that. Sponsored by Shelley Clark and Jewellery. Oh, that's fence 6. Just popped down. It's getting a bit windy out there. Of course, those jumps have come down a few notches since the metre 45 to 50 Grand Prix that we've just had. That was a great class. Yeah, Todd is just getting his eye in there. There we go. He comes through the treble, and that is the end of his course. He'll finish on 84.25 for the time and 4 faults.
4 faults there for Todd.
Time allowed is 88, so he was within that. Not a lot of spare time to go. Next to go, we've got Sue Gower in Midway, Detroit. Sue from Ohura. She's a farmer, and her horse Midway Detroit. 11-year-old piebald gelding, station bred by Tui, owned by Olivia Lang, and Sue and Dean Gower. He's had a few placings this year at the April Easter jumping in the open horse meter 10. Oh. Oh, it's a shame. Fence 6 just causing a few problems. Got to come round onto that straight out of the corner. Horse getting quite keen going round there, and she's telling it just woo. She goes on past, off down to the wall. Another fence down over there at fence 10 into the combination. She will A, B, and C. And the last of the combination. So that'll be a total of 12 faults for Sue Gower and Midway Detroit. Time 76.43. All good. So we're now on to Nikki Booth, local rider from the Wairarapa, part of the Wairarapa Jumping Area Group. Nikki Booth and Cluedo ECPH. Nikki from Masterton, as I said, she runs East Coast Performance Horses with her parents Jenny and Craig, and competed through the Rider Age Series Grand Prix World Cup. Attended St Matthew's Collegiate School in Masterton. It's a great school with some great people come out of that school. And currently working part-time as an equine tech at a local veterinary practice. She rides the 6-year-old bay mare Warm Blood by Corafino 2 out of Phoebe Nimador, which was by Phoebe Forever, bred by East Coast Performance Horses and owned by Nikki and Jenny Booth.
21 had a good win at the National Young Horse Show and also at the Fielding AMP Show.
It's a nice horse, this. She's had some placings in December at the National Young Horse Show. Currently well down the series leaderboard, but that doesn't mean you can't get prizes and points today. Oh, there we go again. Fence number 6. Not sure what the curve is. I didn't walk around there, but every horse will do a different curved line, is the advice that John Cottle gave me. You have to know what you're doing. Down there, jumping across the wall and coming down to the latter part of the course. It's 10. She's had fence 10 down too, so I think that's 3 rails, perhaps 2 or 3 into the treble. She comes. A, B, and C are all good. So a total of 8 faults for Nikki Booth and Cluedo ECPH. Here she goes through the double there. Stop the clock at 80.91, so all good with the time. Sarah Darzell Clout. Next. No. It doesn't look like Sarah Darzell Clout. That looks like Ellie Hilton and Willow Ridge Surprise.
And Willow Ridge Surprise is a 14-year-old brown gelding, thoroughbred grass out of Sky Cove. Was bred by HJ and PJ Krofsky.
So, Ellie Hilton from Upper Hutt. She's an equine coach. She runs a small equestrian business in the Hutt with the wife Tracy. Jumped up to Grand Prix, currently riding amateur rider classes. She rides the 14-year-old brown gelding, thoroughbred by Ikra out of Sky Cove, which was by Sky Chase, bred by Mrs. HJ and PJ Krofsky, and owned by Ellie. She's had some first placings in January. Oh, those go back to 2021 and 2020, so a wee while ago. She's had some points this season. She's got 6 points in the series. Coming down to the last line on 4 faults, Ellie Hilton and Willow Ridge Surprise. We're all good there, so she'll finish on 4. And we have Jeremy Clark. Not sure what's happened to the sisters, Sarah Darzell Clout and Lucy Williams. They were meant to be out there. I saw them walking the course, but perhaps they've had a change of heart. Jeremy Clark, Dynavite Cancion HSH. Jeremy from Tikofada. He's the director of Dynavite NZ, and he and his partner Craig, the owners of Camberley Stud and Tikofada in the North Waikato. Jeremy is a seasoned horseman, worked with horses for nearly 30 years, and last season in 2020 saw Jeremy and his mare win amateur rider classes, including the series final at Glistening Waters. He rides this 10-year-old bay mare, Holsteiner by Corofino, 2 out of Coldplay, 2 HSH, which was by Coleman, bred by Hokanui Sport Horses and owned by Jeremy Clark. He won't be winning today, though, with one rail down. He sits on 4 faults at this point in the competition.
Where did Cease do?
Didn't come. Neither did Loose.
Oh, yeah, came after. Didn't they go out of order?
I can't see.
What?
Okay, so where are we going? Jeremy Clark coming down to the last line, sitting on 8. He's got another horse in this, so he's not completely out of the woods yet. He will finish with 8 faults in a time of 77.52.
Couple of fences down, so 8 faults for Jeremy aboard.
You can come and sit in here, Diana, if you like. All right, we'll move now to Nigel Horton and Mandalay Cove. Nigel's got 2 horses in this. He rides the Mandalay Cove, which was a horse ridden by Morris Beatson for a while, bred by Morris, New Zealand sport horse by Wishing Well, out of Millie Matrix, which was by Festal, 14-year-old Bay Gelding. He's from Kumaroa. He's a truck driver, owner and operator at Horton Transport. So currently sitting in 6th place on the national leaderboard with 55 points. Nigel will be riding. Mandalay Cove will be his nominated horse. He must ride that one first. And then he'll come back later and ride for the class on his other mount, Heisenberg.
At the fielding show in December 21, they won the horse a metre 15.
Oh. All clear so far. Coming round to the last line, 10 and then 11, A, B and C. Nigel Horton. All good. Clear round. 70. Oh, clock has just run on a little bit there. I didn't catch the time, but it will be come up on the screen shortly. 64.67 and clear. Nice round for Nigel Horton and Mandalay Cove.
And that was a clear round. First clear round in the competition. Going to Mandalay Cove.
First clear is for him. And his is the first clear in the class. Now, Shanae Mackay rides next. Shanae rides ME Joyride 2. They've had a great season. I watched them click up a few wins this year. This horse, Warm Blood by Eurosport Centavos, out of a filly which was by Trotting Stallion, bred and owned by Gemma Mackay and Shanae Mackay. Shanae from Levin. She's a horse trainer, 23 years old. She's sitting in 4th place on the leaderboard with 65 points.
Was bred by Gemma Mackay and is owned by Gemma and Shanae Mackay. In April at the North Island Champs, they won the amateur rider class, and in March at the Northern Hawke's Bay Champs.
She's had some success this year at the North Island Champs and the amateur rider, which she won with this horse, and at the Northern Hawke's Bay Championships in March, where she won the metre 20, and at the Wairarapa Champs in February in the metre 15. All clear coming down to the treble, the last combination of the class. She will be Very pleased with that. All clear for Shanae Mackay and ME Joyride 2. Time 69.66.
Well, 2 days in a row. Nigel went clear, now joined by Shanae with the ME Joyride 2. So we have at least 2 to return for the jump off. And now we go to Kiwi Sun Up, Jessica Trail. Jessica down from Whitford in Auckland. She's a driving school teacher. Manages Bartley Riding Academy in Whitford. And Kiwi Sun Up is a 10-year-old.
All right, Jessica Trowell is our next rider with Kiwi Sun Up. She rides. She's currently 4th on the series leaderboard with 65 points. She's a riding school teacher from Whitford in Auckland. She manages Bartley Riding Academy. She rides the 10-year-old Chestnut Gelding, a New Zealand sport horse by Kiwi Legacy out of Kiwi Sunrise, which was by Irish Guard. Bred by Graham Hart at the Fernhill Stud and owned by Jessica Trowell. Had some great success this season. April 2022 Easter jumping, where they must have had a win in the amateur, and in February at Woodhill Sands in the amateur.
That was clear round number 3. Jessica and Kiwi Sun Up joining our growing list for the jump off. And next to go, we have Double J SpongeBob SquarePants and Kaylee King.
All right, Jessica Trowell. Sorry, I got a bit distracted there. Jessica Trowell. All clear. She went at a time of 79.64. So that's another clear round, which is good news. And Kaylee Kent in the ring now. Kaylee and Double J SpongeBob SquarePants currently in 3rd place on the national leaderboard with 70 points. This combination been around for a while, and boy, they have a great respect and combination together. She says that SpongeBob's a true family member and enjoys being farm hacked by her primary school kids, and then finishes off his rides eating the kids' afternoon tea. He's a 16-year-old bay gelding by Double J Repechage out of Double J Remember Me, which was by Backchat. Bred by Robin and Wendy Jacobs and owned by Kaylee and John McLennan. They've won the amateur rider at Fielding and Central Districts this year and Central and Southern Hawke's Bay pop-up show. Not sure. No, 4 faults. She's had 1 rail down. That's unlike Kaylee. Often scoots around in the clear. It does look like Cease over there. All right, she'll finish her round on 4 faults in 77.89 on the clock. That's unusual for Kaylee Kent and Double J SpongeBob SquarePants. She'll be a bit disappointed with that, I'd imagine. Ashley Johnson next to go. Ashley sitting in 2nd place on the national leaderboard with 80 points. And she is from Whangarei, or Whangarei, I should say it properly, Dana. She's a mum and manager of the Northland Road Safety Trust, winner of the 2020 New Zealand Amateur Rider Series. And she won 6 amateur rider classes last season. She said she'd been lucky enough to have V as her partner for the past 6 years, and truly her horse of a lifetime. The horse, a 13-year-old chestnut mare, New Zealand sport horse by Ruby Nay out of Paradise NZBH, which was by Barbarian, bred by NZPH and owned by Ashley Johnston.
And in January had a amateur rider win
A bit of excitement over by the ringside there with the ambulance and a stretcher, and it's not good to see. Hope that person's all right.
And this combination also won the Amateur Rider Series in the 2019
Oh.
2020 season.
Oh, good little horse. Just keeps trundling around. And there we go. She will finish with the last rail came down in the combination. What a shame for Ashley Johnson. That's just seems to be the way at the moment. Can't catch it. Couldn't make it up. 79 seconds flat on the clock and 4 jump faults. 76.11 on the clock. I should correct that. And 4 faults. All right, we'll go now to Sarah Dazel Clout and Thornfield Anna. Sarah, a very accomplished rider, normally an eventer. She's evented to the top level in New Zealand. And she was formerly the high performance director at Equestrian Sport New Zealand. Ran the teams through a couple of Olympics and a couple of World Championships. She is from Masterton. She's a lawyer, and she is riding the 6-year-old brown mare, Irish Sport Horse by Thornfield Carrick Fergus out of Hannah Kau, which was by Coates Choice, bred by Leslie Spence, owned by Sarah Dazel Clout. Down to the last line. All clear going into the treble. Here we go. Beautifully ridden by Sarah Dazel Clout. She is a very good rider. 77.08 and clear. So just 4 clear rounds at this point in the competition. Couple left to ride. Jeremy Clark, Dynavite ipso facto. They are sitting in 7th place on the leaderboard with 54 points. This combination, the Horse of Warm Blood by Picabello out of Delaney, which was by Distelfink, owned by Jeremy Clark, and the Black Hawk Syndicate. He's had some successes at Easter in the metre 15 to metre 20 at Brookby and at the Taranaki World Cup final in the metre 15.
They had a win in the metre 10 at Brookby show jumping and a win in the metre 15 in January at the Taranaki World Cup final.
Oh, he gave that a good rattle, fence number 10, and jumped up and bounced straight back into the cup. So coming down to the last line, all clear. And there he will finish it with a clear round and a good time, 72.27. Not that the time matters too much at this pointy end of it, but he'll be back for the jump off. All clear for Jeremy Clark and Dynavite ipso facto.
Our arena crew, just to check the front rail over on this side of the arena, please, on the B element of the double. Thank you. Yep, the front rail, thanks. I think it might be sitting up on the other end.
Okay, we're down to the last combination, I think, Nigel Horton and Heisenberg. This horse is an 11-year-old grey gelding New Zealand sport horse by Clearwater out of Mop Top, which was by Urban Boy, bred by Morris Beatson and owned by Nigel Horton.
Mop Top, and was bred by Morris Beatson.
Oh, that's a shame. Fence 6. Oh, and a bit wobbly going in there, but it keeps them all up.
Nigel currently sits on.
He's in 6th place on the National Series and on the rider class, so it doesn't matter what horse you're on. Some points go with the person. And he's all finished, and 4 faults for that round for Nigel Horton, 71.94. So that's the end of the first round as I have it. Unless we've got Lucy Williams anywhere, but I can't see Luce out there to come in the ring. And we're getting ready for the jump off. Five combinations to come back. Sarah Dalzell Clout, Nigel Horton, Shanae Mackay, Jessica Trow, and Jeremy Clark. So that will be good. I've got a few minor adjustments to make to the course. Take one out of the...
Now returning for the jump off. First to go will be Thornfield Anna. Number 2, Mandalay Cove. Number 3 will be Emmy Joyride 2. Number 4 will be Kiwi Sunup. And number 5, completing the jump off, Dynavite Factory. So 1, Thornfield Anna, 2, Mandalay Cove, 3, Emmy Joyride 2, 4, Kiwi Sunup, 5, Dynavite Factory. And we continue in 6th place. We will have Hessenberg and Nigel Cook.
All right, first rider back in the ring for the jump off is Sarah Dalzell Clout and Thornfield Anna. Jump off time is 55 seconds. And we'll see how Sarah can whip around that. I'm just taking one of the combinations out of the treble.
All set, Danella? Thank you. And that wave signalled the all clear for the start of the jump-off round. And in the arena, Thornfield, Anna and Sarah Dalziel Clout. Eight faults there for Sarah and Thornfield Anna. And next to go, Mandalay Cove with Nigel Horton. Mandalay Cove in the 6th position on the leaderboard. And Nigel has a total of 55 points. Now, ring 2 is waiting on one further competitor in the 4-year-old class. Unfortunately, we don't know who it is here in ring 1, but if you are entered, you're intending to start and haven't done so yet, then please make your way immediately, otherwise they will close the class. Eightfold jump off there for Nigel and Mandalay Cove, a time of 36.06. Next to go, we will have Emmy Joyride 2 and Shanae Mackay. Currently 4th on the leaderboard with a total of 65 points. And a lovely clear round there from Shanae with Emmy Joyride 2 in a time of 36.84. Now just another call, we've been advised that Ashley Johnston, they are waiting for you in ring 2. We realise you've just ridden in ring 1. So Ashley, as soon as possible, if you could make your way to ring 2, please. If you're not intending to start, if you could get information to the judges. Next to go, we have Kiwi Sunup with Jessica Trove. Currently in 4th spot on the leaderboard with a total of 65 points. Four faults here for Jessica aboard Kiwi Sun Up, a time of 42.74. And our final combination, Dynamite Ipso Facto with Jeremy Clark.
Oh, what a ride from Jeremy Clark and Dynamite Ipso Facto. 36.20 on the clock. He will finish in great style with a wonderful win. 36.20. All clear. It's the way to win it. Down to the last. So congratulations to him. He will finish in first place. Shanae Mackay just pipped at the post. She'll come in second. Jessica Trowell will be third. Fourth place will go to Nigel Horton and Mandalay Cove. And in fifth place will be Sarah Darzel Clout.
Amateur Rider Series Grand Final. And I'll have the
Sixth place to, I'm not sure. I'll have to come back to you on that one. So first, Jeremy Clark. Second will be Shanae Mackay. Third place to Jessica Trowell. Fourth will be Nigel Horton, and fifth, Sarah Darzel Clout.
And the results now for the Dunstan Horse Feeds Amateur Rider Series Grand Final. And in first place, Dynamite Ipso Facto with Jeremy Clark. Clear jump off in 36.20. Second placing to Emmy Joyride 2 and Shanae Mackay. Also clear 36.84. Third placing to Kiwi Sun Up with Jessica Trow. 4 faults and 42.74. Fourth placing to Mandalay Cove, Nigel Horton, 8 faults, 36.06. Fifth placing, Thornfield Anna and Sarah Dalziel Clout, 8 faults and 44.67. And in sixth place, Heisenberg and Nigel Horton, the fastest of our 4 faulters from round 1. So first to Dynamite Ipso Facto, second Emmy Joyride 2, third Kiwi Sun Up, fourth Mandalay Cove, fifth Thornfield Anna, and sixth to Heisenberg. Those riders like to make their way please into the arena, to the presentation area for your presentation.
right, let's get this done. So we run down rain. Well done, my friend. What a ride. All right, we've got Hannah here from Dunstan Horse Feeds. She's going to put this on for you.
Oh, bloody come unstuck. The old rough shit come in. Oh, well. I run out of luck when I got to that one over there. Or talent.
Congratulations to Jeremy Clark. Last to go in the class and took it out with a speedy little jump off. Jeremy Clark, Dynamite ipso facto. Okay, second place to Shanae Mackay and ME Joyride 2.
Thank you.
Third place to Jessica Trow and Kiwi Sun Up. Fourth place to Nigel Horton in Mandalay Cove. And in fifth place, Sarah Darzell Clout and Anna Thornfield. All right, quickly, Jerry, are you going to be able to talk to us while you do a jig over there? You can talk and jiggle around, I'm sure. Congratulations, you've had a great season. You must be really pleased. Saw you down at the Nationals. You've been all over the country this year. It's been awesome to have you as part of the circuit.
No, it's been a good season. The horses have gone well. Thanks to Dunstan for the sponsorship again for the Amateur Rider Series. It's a great series for all riders. We're all pretty competitive now. So you're looking forward to next season, and also I just want to say thank you to Black Hawk Syndicate for the horse that they've given me this horse to ride. So yeah, very appreciated. Thank you for the show and committee as well. It's been a great show.
Well done, and congratulations to you. You've had a great season. Congratulations to all of you. What a wonderful competition it was and a good class. We'll let you get going. I think she's tied the ribbon. Thank you to Hannah from Dunstan Horse Feeds. Away they go. Congratulations, Jeremy Clark and Dynamite ipso facto. Took out the class in great style. 36.20 on the clock. Second place was Shanae Mackay and Emmy Joyride 2. Third went to Jessica Trow and Kiwi Sun Up. Fourth to Nigel Horton to Mandalay Cove. Fifth was Sarah Darzell Clout and Anna Thornfield. And in sixth place, Nigel Horton and Heisenberg. Right, one class to go. We need to track along because we don't want to be caught out in the dark. I don't particularly want to stand in the rain. So let's get going, pony riders.
And as Dana mentioned, one class to go on day one of a competition, and that is class 7, the Shanae Clark and Jewellery Pony Welcome Stakes, metre 20, and the course is open for walking. The Shanae Clark and Jewellery Pony Welcome Stakes, metre 20, just a one round against the clock. Total of 26 combinations entered. And just quickly through the first 6 for you. 1 will be 2 East Tennessee, 2 Destella, 3 Renali Cowan, 4 will be Redcliffe's Bill, 5 Glenwood Gentile, and 6 AHD Dynamo. So pony riders, if you just hurry along, hopefully we'll get the class out of the way before the rain and darkness sets in. As I mentioned, the sponsors of the Pony Welcome Stakes is Charlie Clark and Jewellery. Team at Charlie Clark and Jewellery produce iconic equestrian and country themed jewellery. Beautiful, bespoke, sterling silver, 9-carat yellow or rose gold pieces to last a lifetime. Their range includes pendants, bracelets, bangles, rings, stock pins. Bespoke pieces can include custom jewellery made from your own horse's hair.
The fastest wins. What are you eating, Gerber?
Bit of pear. There's no afternoon tea. Have you got some down there? No.
Just another reminder that at 5:30, that's approximately 1.5 hours away, the wine tasting gets underway on site in the Nation Bar. It's an open entry, but subject to usual bar license conditions. Very kindly hosted by Borthwick Wineries, so they invite you to join them for wine tasting, nibbles and pizza to get your Friday evening underway, and that will be followed at 7 by the fundraising auction on site in the Nation Bar, where there are 14 or so fabulous items that have been donated that will come up for auction. For those of you who are not quite old enough to get into the Nation Bar, there is food and drinks available, non-alcoholic of course, at Sweet Flutter for coffee and treats, salt, street food, flaming pizzas, available from the food stalls in the food stall area. And we're all set for a start now with our final class here in ring 1 for day 1. The Chili Clarkin Jewellery Pony Welcome Stakes, and we're just waiting on Tui's Tennessee with Isla Bali. And into the arena now we have Isla and Tui's Tennessee. Isla comes from Upper Hutt, and Tui's Tennessee is a 13-year-old Dark Bay gelding, born by Treadway Aristocat out of Tui's, Oklahoma, bred by Bridget Cameron. At the North Island Champs in April, they won the Pony Meter 15. And at the Northern Hawke's Bay Champs in March, the Pony Mini Prix. And a clear round, a time of 78.53 for Isla and Tui's Tennessee. Next to go will be Destella and Samantha Gillies. Samantha up from Oamaru, and Destella is a 10-year-old bay mare, a thoroughbred by Spartacus out of Evora Lady. Was bred by El De Sousa and owned by Giselle Conway. 8 faults for Samantha and Destella, a time of 79.54. Next to go will be Rednali Cowan with Penny Borthwick. Penny from Masterton and Rednali Cowan is a 12-year-old skewbald gelding by Windward Rebel out of Rednali Moana and was bred by Susan McEwen.
Underway now in the Shelley Clark and Jewellery Pony Welcome Stakes, metre 20. Sorry, we're just catching up a little bit, just a bit of admin to do. First combinations have been through. Isla Bowley and Tui's Tennessee had a clear round in time of 78.53, and Sam Gillies and Distella had 8 faults in their first round. So for some, this will be a warm-up for tomorrow's Country TV Pony Grand Prix, including this combination, Penny Borthwick and Rednala Cowan. This will be a warm-up for her. For tomorrow, I'm sure, sitting at the top of the leaderboard in the Pony Grand Prix, she'll be wanting to secure a few more points tomorrow just to make it happen. Her nearest competition in that, Johanna Weiler's and Wembley Brook Tiffany, or one of the near competitors, won't be competing. I understand that she's sold her pony and is not competing at the show as a result on Wembley Brook Tiffany. So that's a bit of a shame for her, but very exciting for some very lucky new owner of a fabulous pony. All right, Penny Borthwick finishes all clear. Yes, she does. All clear and a time of... still running. Not sure what the time is. 68.60 it is. Here we go. All clear, 68.60 on the clock. Some of these may or may not choose to come back for the jump off. Just the weather's chucked it in a bit. It's pouring with rain now. It was good timing to get that prize giving for the amateur out of the way very quickly. And next to go, Anna Wilson and Redcliffe's Bill. Lovely little Kaimanawa pony this it was, and had a lot of success with Georgia Buzade, now owned by Anna Wilson, and she's a student at Woodford House in Hawke's Bay. She's a hockey player and a runner, and this is, I think, maybe her first or second season on this pony. She's had some success, last year at the Glistening Waters Series final, and at Central Districts in November, and then at Fielding in the Pony Mini Prix.
Owned by Claire Wilson. Won the Pony Mini Prix at Fielding back in March, and won the Pony Mini Prix in 21 in Central Districts as well.
She could tell it was going to do that. She started to give him a shout as he was heading into it. The few had a bit of a spook down there at that fill. They don't like that fill going into there. He's having another good look, but he's jumped it this time. Oof, good girl, Anna. Well done. In the pouring rain, it's not much fun when that comes in just as you head out into the ring. Number 7. There's a fair bit of encouragement going on out there, which is good. The cameras are falling wayside to the rain. It's really unpleasant out there at the moment. All right, where are we up to? Anna has finished. She has finished with 4 faults in her round and a time of 88.34. Time allowed is 91. What a funny day it has been. You probably can't see on that screen, but it is tipping it down and blowing very badly. So Sora Mayo is next. She rides Glenwood Gentile. 10-year-old chestnut gelding, crossbred by Langtree Magnate, bred by Frank Flip, owned by Cedar Mayo and Sage Mayo. She's had some great placings this year in January at the Larson's Gisborne Pony Classic. And then earlier on, prior to Auckland going into lockdown by the look of it for most of the year, she's had some great time in November 2020, this pony as well. So she's 15 years old. She's from Whitianga. Here we go. All clear for Soromeo and Glenwood Gentile. 67.22. Quick time. So 3 clears so far.
And
That's
that
a
was
good
clear round
start to
for
the class.
Sora and Glenwood Gentile.
There might be a few who decide they don't really want to run around out there in the rain, but you never know. Don't have a pony in the ring just yet. Need to hurry up because it will get dark. All right, I think there's one trotting around the back end there. Yeah, there we go. Danny Bird, AHD Dynamo.
And next to go, we have AHD Dynamo with Danny Bird. Danny from the Hawke's Bay. And AHD Dynamo, a 7-year-old bay gelding owned by Philip Bird.
Danny Bird from Hawke's Bay. She's 17 years old and a boarder at Woodford House. She's been doing mounted games prior to taking up show jumping. And she rides a little 7-year-old bay gelding owned by Philip Bird. She's had some placings in March at Wairarapa Grand Prix Show, Northern Hawke's Bay Champs and the Wairarapa Champs in February. Oh, she's very happy with that little pony. He's had a big pat. I think it's 76.61 and all clear for Danny Bird.
In a time of 76.61 for Danny and AHD.
And the clears are coming thick and fast as the rain pelts down out there. It's life rather unpleasant for them.
Next to go, we have Perfect Little Rebel with No, we don't. We actually have CC with Molly Presley.
Right, next to go. Quite sure. Oh, here we go. He's going to tell us who it is. It's Molly Presling and Cece. Molly from Wellington. She's a young student in primary school in Wellington. She's been riding for 4 years and she loves all things horsey and wants to jump as well as she can. She rides a little 12-year-old skewbald mare at Appaloosa Cross owned by Hayley Presling. She's had some first placings in October 2021 at the Wairarapa Pony Club and Masterton Adult Riding Club. And so we welcome Molly Presling into the sport and into her metre 20 welcome stakes. Oh dear, the timing equipment's not really working. Dave's having to run out there and give it a bit of a tweak. Oh, there's a fence down there for Molly, sadly. The second fence in the double has come down. Oh, and number 7 too. So that's a bit of a shame for her. Keeping the ring crew busy, keeping them warm in the rain. Nice to see such enthusiastic pole picker-uppers out there. Down she comes round to the last line over the double. And to finish, she'll finish with 8 faults, I think it is. I think it's 8 faults. See how it comes up on the screen in a minute anyway. All right, next to go. Janie Pease, Rascal Flats OS. Get that screen sorted. Molly Presling, 16 faults it was with Cece.
Next to go, we have
So a few fences down there, 83.96 on the clock.
Janie comes from Pio Pio and Rascal Flats OS.
Right, Janie Pease and Rascal Flats OS. Janie from Pew Pew. She's a student at Wanganui Collegiate. And Rascal, a 12-year-old gelding out of Windermere, Remember Me, Mere by Kizzy's Affair. It's a great little pony, Kizzy's Affair. Bred by Jane Akers, owned by Liz Rao, Janie's grandmother from Gisborne, and the rider, Janie herself. It's nice to see Liz and Janie's mother, Heather, both accomplished riders in their time. I'll be pleased to see Janie taking up the mantle, keeping the good traditions going. So well done her. She rides. Ooh, first in the combinations come down for her. He comes round to number 7 in a tight corner, which she did very well, and down to the wall. A and 10B. So just shortened up the course to only 10. And that fence came down as well, so I think she'll finish on 8 faults. My screen's just not, my live stream words aren't working on the big screen, so I'll just take it off the other one. 66.19 on the clock, 12 faults,
12 faults in
for Janie Pease.
For Janie with a Rascal Flats OS.
Hopefully we'll be able to catch up in a minute. That is Rascal Flats going around on the screen, but Danny Bird on the words, so don't be confused by that. Still not Danny Bird. This now is Angus Price and Funhouse. This pony really has changed colour. It was very pink at one stage, and in fact was called pink for a very long time. It's getting a bit older now. 16 years old, this pony. Very accomplished at Pony Grand Prix level. Won a lot of fabulous classes with Matt Irvine and then with Emma Watson. It's now ridden by Angus Price from Winton in the deep south. It's a 16-year-old bay mare breeding pony. Breeding pony, take a breath. And owned by John and Katrina Price. He's had some success with it. With first places at the Canterbury Champs, Ashburton Show in January, and the Otago Jumping Show in January 2022. So if you're watching the screen and you can see Danny Bird's name up there, you're not watching Danny Bird, you're watching Angus Price. He looks like he's coming through. He's just round to the last fence. Four faults for Angus Price. $71.27. All right. Annie Moffat in the ring now. She rides Korapiko Kid. Annie from Napier or Hawke's Bay. She rides this lovely little pony that she's helped bring up through the grades. A Pinto gelding, station bred, also by Kizzy's Affair out of Willow Glen, Windermere, which was by Windermere Remember Me. So must be a full sister to Rascal Flats. full brother, rather. Bred and owned by the Moffat family. Had some success at Fielding in the Pony Mini Prix, Wairarapa Labour Weekend show in the Mini Prix, and in the Northern Hawke's Bay pop-up show. Right, so Annie Moffat on the journey now. I don't think she's had any fences down at this point. And down to the last she goes. Just gives it a roll, but I think it stays in the cup. So all clear for Annie Moffat, I think. 73 flat. No, she had one rail down for 4 jump faults. Hard to see from where I'm sitting, all of them. So 4 faults for Annie. .73 seconds flat on the clock. Lily Plunkett rides next with Oak Spring Wildfire. Lily from Blenheim, she's a student and loves being homeschooled, so she can spend as much time riding with her horses as possible. She rides the Chestnut Mare, New Zealand sport horse by Baton Solaris and owned by Tamara Plunkett.
My friend, my screen still has Danny Bird written on it. It's about 10 horses ago. Yeah, the one with the ring. The one, the video one.
Okay, Lily Plunkett. How's Lily Plunkett going? Oak Spring Wildfire. Just get a few technical things fixed up here, hopefully. Does come down there. It's a shame. I haven't seen what else she's done, so a little bit hard to. So. Faults for Lily Plunkett. On Maria O'Connor. Is that who we have next? Maria rides LSL Moves Like Jagger. 12-year-old Skewbald Gelding. Warm Blood by Hilkins Denali out of Tiger Lily. Read by D. Anderson, owned by Sharon Flood and Maria O'Connor. She's from Mahana, and she's had some placings at the Ashburton Show and a first place at the Nelson Show Jumping Spring Show in 2021 and again in September 2021. Oh, it's not ideal. Now I've lost everything. Now I can't see on the stream screen, and I can't see on the screen. So it's going to be an interesting little exercise for the next wee while. There we go. One rail down, I think. 11 for Maria O'Connor. But I can't tell you much more than that at this point. So I'll just wait and hear, see if I can hear what Bruce says. Get some of these things back up and running. Seven time faults and 16 jump faults for Maria O'Connor. So that's a few notched up there. On now for Ella Von Dadelson and Redcliffe's Colour Me Quick. There's a cute little pony, Pixie, commonly known as Pixie at home. One of my favourites. Ella from Waipokoro. She's a student at Iona College in Hawke's Bay, and this is her first season on Pixie, or Redcliffe's Colour Me Quick, a 14-year-old skewbald mare and owned by the Von Dadelson family. Recent first placings at the Wairarapa Champs and at Fielding Show. It's done a few Pony Grand Prix in its time, so it should be well and truly up to metre 20. Cute little pony, trundles around, does a very good job. Oh, look at that. Everything's working. Isn't that fabulous? Oh, dear. Oh, Ella. And she was a pony a pack, stopped and stood there and went, "Where have you gone?" Oh, checked by the medic. So that's a bit of a shame for Ella Von Dadelson and Redcliffe's Colour Me Quick. She just got a bit unseated there going over the jump, tipped out the side. All right, I think we're about halfway through this class now. It's getting quite dark. Fine. It'll be a close run thing. We've still got 10 horses to go or more. I might not be able to see very much by the end of it. Harriet Lang is next. She rides Springvale Tama, a 9-year-old Pinto gelding owned by Harriet herself. She's 17 from Canterbury. She's had some success at the Wairarapa Champs in February, the Southland Festival, and the Christmas Canterbury Christmas. Oh, well, no, it looks like we've had a change there. We're with Tessa Harry and Perfect Little Rebel by the look of it. All frozen up on the screen again. And there we go. Perfect Little Rebel, 11-year-old bay gelding, sports pony, thoroughbred cross by Windward Rebel out of Little Miss Perfect, which is by Wolf Kerning. Bred by Jane Robertson, owned by Janet Harry. Ooh, it sailed over the triple bar. Ponies love a good triple bar. All right, speeding along, coming into that double. There's a lot going on down that line. There's flags and people and all sorts. Oh, that's it. Good girl. Just steadied it through there. Well done. That was good. Oh, it's Quite strong. It's ready to go, that pony. Yeah, she's done a good job of steadying it round the course, has Tessa Harry. I'm sorry if I've pronounced that wrong. Oh, what a wonderful ride. And she just clipped to the top of fence 11, but it stayed in the cups. That was well worth waiting for. Well done, Harriet. Perfect little rebel. So all clear by my counting, but yes, 81.29 on the clock. 80-point clock and all clear. Okay, got Tessa Mason out there now. Oh, we coloured pony. Oh dear. Right, now we've got Springvale Tama and Harriet Lang. I don't know, I'm confused. I thought that's what we had before, but well, never mind. We'll go with that. Not sure what's happening. Ah, yes, and then we're going. Just getting a bit confused here, I am. It's my fault completely. So, Tessa Harry and Perfect Little Rebel had 80.92 on the clock and all clear. And we now have Harriet Lang and Springvale Tama in the ring. Five clears at the moment to come back. Harriet Lang coming round to the last fence. All clear by my counting. Not sure what the time will be. 83.71 and all clear. Tessa Mason's next. She rides Mr. Echo. Tessa from Napier. She has a great partnership with Mr. Echo. She calls him the greatest little pony in the world. He's a 17-year-old bay gelding owned by her mother, Tracy Mason. Had a bit of success with her sister previously, Ruby, and now very firmly Tessa's pony. She's had wins at the March Fielding Show at Larson's in Gisborne in January and at Central and Southern Hawke's Bay in the pony speed class. It's a great little pony, Mr. Echo. He just charges around and and there you have. I just put the commentator's curse on it there. It's unlike it to have a rail like that, but it's just fence number 7. There we go. Tessa Mason and Mr. Echo. 4 faults. Time 81.31. Big pats for a good girl. Sally Peppers now and All That Jazz. Sally from Dannyvirk. She's a student at Dannyvirk High School. She plays netball for the Dannyvirk representative team, and this year will play in her premier team. She's a member of the Dannyvirk and Districts Ponies. The 13-year-old skewbald gelding, a Welsh mountain cross by Brian George of the Jungle out of Billy Blue, which was by Touch of Hillbilly, bred by Sarah Jones, owned by Anna Peppers. She's had some placings at the Wairarapa Champs in the Metre 5, at the Clearville Classic, and in the Taranaki North Island Champs in the Metre 15 Mini Prix. Going quite so well for Sally Peppers and All That Jazz. 8 faults there and little stop. She'll need 6 seconds to the time for a stop. Rebuild the jump and she'll come round and present herself again. She's a good, keen girl because possibly at that stage I might have just gone home. Too cold and wet for me. Well done, Sally. Oh dear, and it came down as well. Shame, but great stickability from her. She'll finish the course and total of 12 faults. Oh, she got some time faults too. So she'll finish with a total of 14. 12 jump faults, 2 time for All That Jazz and Sally Peppers. Getting down to the back end of it now. We're in the ring with Jessica Hoare and Tally-Ho Scoundrel. Lovely, had a bit of success in a very competitive pony class at Taupo last weekend. And all the way from Roxburgh on the deep path, Jessica 14. This is her second. No, that's not right. She travelled up from Miller's Flat in central Otago. She lives on a hike known as Beaumont. Family breed their own horses for station work and competition. She says she's been riding since she could walk. And the 12-year-old grey gelding Connemara Cross by Tally-Ho Neptune out of Tally-Ho Maybelline by Scartine Bantry Bay, bred by Sharon Greer at the Tally-Ho Stud and owned by Abby Hoare. It's been a great little pony, Tally-Ho Scoundrel. It then wins at the January show in Otago, the South Canterbury North Otago Championships, and the Ashburton show in November. Oh, what a shame. Just knocking that last rail. Taking that out. She'll finish with 8 faults. And then we'll move as quickly as we can to Emma Gillies and Ben Rose Playtime. Emma Gillies all the way from Oamaru. She goes to St Kevin's College in Oamaru where she's aged 15. When she isn't riding ponies, she plays netball, hockey, and does a bit of skiing. She rides the 14-year-old Dunmere crossbred pony owned by Philippa Gillies. This little pony, been very successful with and has done very well at Pony Grand Prix level. I'm pretty sure she will be. This is a warm up for tomorrow's Pony Grand Prix. If I remember rightly, she will be at the top of the leaderboard, and she was last year as well. Yeah. Well, that could be right. I don't think that is Emma Gillies in Benrose Playtime. When I look out and through the rain, I think that might be. Oh, Betrayal, perhaps with Molly Smith. Anyway, I'm sure we'll figure that correct in a moment, because that's not a Dunmere by all accounts. That was Chestnut. Yeah, that was Molly Smith and Vapor Trail, NZPH. So, well, now I've lost, aren't I? Because I'm not quite sure what happened there. I got all excited about being able to figure out it was the wrong horse, thanks to Zoe. And I think this is Chloe Roylance and Tally-Ho Cleopatra in the ring now. So, can we see Vapor Trail anywhere? You won't need to worry me because we recognise you. Tally-Ho Cleopatra and Chloe Roylance have retired. I'm still not sure what happened with Vapor Trail. But we'll come back to that. Widemu Priest in the ring now, and I have all the technology working in the right order. So there we go. Widemu Priest from Rotorua, aged 14 years old, rides the 9-year-old Bay Gelding, crossbred by Not Fair out of Miss Karuba, bred by Charlotte Myers, owned by Charlotte Myers, and had some and product the champs in the Open Mini Prix. It looked like there's too many ponies left out there to come. We've got 6 left on this sheet, but I suspect that it is very miserable out there. It is very cold and quite wet. I think you'd have to be fairly dedicated to want to ride. Widemu Priest is coming around. He's sitting on 4 faults at the moment, coming around to the last line. Here he comes up to the last fence 11. What a wonderful ride. Nicely done from Wiremu. He will finish on 4 faults for his round. Where are we going now? Apparently, that's Dr. Jones and Samantha Gillies. It looks. So this is a good little pony, 12-year-old piebald gelding, crossbred, owned by Philippa Gillies. Sam is, we said for Emma, is from Oamaru, Evans College at Oamaru. She also plays netball, does a bit of water skiing, touch and basketball. She's had a good season with this pony, first in the North Island Champs in the speed class, the South Island Champs in the Grand Prix, and the Canterbury Champs in the pony group. Good luck to Sam Gillies and Dr. Jones. Sam. Journey now will have, I'm pretty Penny Borthwick, not Johanna Weilers, on Fox and Merlot. My screen is a bit frozen up, so not sure, but I'm fairly sure that's Penny Borthwick. Penny having a great season. Ponies. This is a lovely little pony. Foxton's Merlot. It's a 12-year-old grey station. Mm-hmm. All right, maybe that is Johanna Weilers. The ponies just look very similar. Johanna Weilers and Larabelle. Will be clear. 676.9. So that's another clear round. Now we've got Foxton's Merlot. They do look alike, the ponies. Maybe that's why I'm getting confused. Hard to see in the rain. I have to have all the windows shut and it's a little tricky, but this is definitely Penny Borthwick and Foxton's Merlot. So there we have it. Penny Borthwick 73.79. All clear for her as well. 2 left to run in the first round of the class. 8 clears. So it could be an interesting jump off in the rain. We've got Isla Bowley and EB Esperanza. I think. No, maybe not. Looks like they have elected not to ride. Can't see any ponies here. And I can see the course crew. So that must mean the last 2 aren't coming. I'll cross them off. And we've just got 8 to come for the jump off. And they will be Isla Bowley and Tui's Tennessee, Penny Borthwick with Red Nala Cowan, Sora Mayo, Glenwood Gentile, Danny Bird with AHD Dynamo, Tessa Harry with Perfect Little Rebel, Harriet Lang with Springvale Tama, Johanna Weilers and Lara Bell, and Penny Borthwick with Foxton's Merlot.
Teal with Sora Mayo in
they
a
finished it
clear in a
all
time
off,
of
so I must have
67.22.
First
Second
place will go
placing
to Sora Mayo
Penny Borthwick
and
with
Glenwood
Red Nali
Gentile.
Cowan, clear in 6.
I must have had that all wrong. Must be 1 round against the clock. There you go. So first Glenwood Gentile. Second place to Penny Borthwick with Red Nala Cowan. Third place to Penny Borthwick and Foxton Merlot. Fourth place to Johanna Weilers and Lara Bell. Fifth to Danny Bird and AHD Dynamo. All right. I think I must be getting tired because not really doing a very good job of that class. I'm sorry, team. It was all going a bit haywire at this end and not particularly easy, but we get there in the end. So we'll just do the presentation quickly and then we'll be able to wrap up for the day.
And in 5th place, we have AHD Dynamo and Danny Bird clear in 76.61. So we'll ask Sora now to lead off on the lap of honour aboard Glenwood Gentile after taking out the Kelly Clarkin Jewellery Pony Welcome Stakes. So well done, riders. In second place, and second and third place, Penny Borthwick on both her ponies. In 4th place, Joanna Weilers and Lara Bell. And in 5th, Danny Bird with AHD Dynamo. So that wraps up competition here for the first day at the Glistening Waters ESNZ Series Grand Final. Another day tomorrow, getting underway at 8 a.m. sharp, and hopefully with a little less moisture. Big thank you to everyone who's helped out in Ring 1 today, whatever your task has been. Thank you to our judges, writers, timekeepers, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. And that is the wrap from Ring 1 here at the Glistening Waters ESNZ Series Grand Final.